Chapter 575. 24 Consecutive Strikes. Damn, it actually called a companion. Iron Wrist frowned. The other party members also grew anxious at the arrival of another dark magic serpent. Facing one was already their limit. Moreover, their only curse was on cooldown, and it would be quite some time before they could use it again. Iron Wrist, what are we going to do now? The cleric at the rear line asked hurriedly. Iron Wrist looked at the dark magic serpent that they had injured heavily, before turning to look at the newly arrived chieftain that was rapidly slithering towards them. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Let's retreat." Although the heavily injured dark magic serpent only had 30% of its HP remaining, they would still need quite some time to kill it. Meanwhile, the dark magic serpent was unlike other chieftains. It was a chieftain that possessed a potent venom when fighting against a dark magic serpent. If one failed to interrupt the chieftain's vicious venom skill in time, even a team of 100 players would die. If their party was fighting just one of these serpents, they could still manage to interrupt its skill. However, going up against two at the same time was impossible since their party did not have a second person capable of interrupting the other dark magic serpent's vicious venom. As long as the venomous mist of the skill spreads, only death awaited them. Hence, their only option right now was to retreat. When the others heard Iron Wrist's command, they immediately withdrew without hesitation. Unfortunately, although Iron Wrist and the others had made the correct decision in this situation, the heavily injured dark magic serpent had no intentions of letting them go. Widening its mouth, it shot jets of venom at Iron Wrist and his team. A short moment later, the other dark magic serpent caught up with the party, circled around to their rear, and used its tail swipe skill at the party's cleric and druid. Damn. Iron Wrist's complexion sank. Although he wanted to go save the two healers, the distance to them prevented him from doing so. Moreover, the dark magic serpent in front of him was also bombarding him with venom attacks. Not to mention saving others, he was having a tough time just trying to avoid being hit himself. "Leave us." The cleric named Off Fire shouted. He could not help squeezing his eyes shut when he saw the serpent's tail swiping at him against a level 42 chieftain like the dark magic serpent. Even their party's shield warrior, Iron Wrist, could only survive 2 direct hits. As for cloth armor classes like them, the chieftain would need only 1 hit to end their lives. Boom. The earth shattered. Huh? Why am I still alive? Despite waiting for a long time, Off Fire did not feel any pain from the impact of the serpent's tail. He then cracked open his eyes, taking a peek at the dark magic serpent. Immediately, a dumbfounded expression appeared on his face. How is this possible? At this moment, whether it was Off Fire or his fellow party members, all of them had their mouths hanging wide open. Standing before Off Fire right now was a person. Meanwhile, this person had actually blocked the dark magic serpent's attack using just one hand without so much as taking half a step back. Only, due to the immense force contained within the serpent's tail, the ground beneath this person's feet had shattered. A player had actually managed to overwhelm a level 42 chieftain. This scene was as if someone had stopped a moving truck using a single hand. How could it not be shocking? However, what the party of 6 did not know was that the reason Shifeng was able to block a level 42 chieftain's attack with just a single hand was entirely due to his activation of Heavenly Dragon's power, which doubled his strength. Otherwise, even Shifeng, with his exaggerated attributes, would not be able to receive the dark magic serpent's attack safely. You guys deal with the injured dark magic serpent. Leave this one to me, Shifeng said directly in response. Off Fire and the others absent-mindedly nodded their heads. It was as if Shifeng was currently their party's leader. After saying so, Shifeng immediately jumped up to the space above the serpent's head. Raising the Abyssal blade, he activated Thunder Flame Explosion. The power of lightning wrapped around the Abyssal blade as the magic weapon landed on the dark magic serpent's head. Boom. Lightning and flames instantly washed over the dark magic serpent. Even though the chieftain possessed very high defense and magic resistance, it still suffered over -6,000 damage from the attack. Who is this person? Is it really possible for a player to be that strong? Off Fire's jaw fell when he saw the damage Shifeng had dealt. Their party could be considered a top-tier party already. The highest damage their party could deal a dark magic serpent in a single instance was just slightly over -1,000. Meanwhile, Shifeng had managed to deal over -6,000 damage in just a single attack. His damage output alone was already more than double that of their entire party. The dark magic serpent constantly let out anguished cries as it was bathed in the power of lightning and fire. It glared at Shifeng with its chilling eyes. However, although it wished to devour Shifeng, it was powerless to do so other than dealing massive amounts of damage. The Tier 1 Thunderflame Explosion also had a fainted and speed reduction effect. Although the fainted effect was not particularly effective against the dark magic serpent, the speed reduction effect was highly effective. The The serpent's movement speed and attack speed instantly fell to only 1/6 of its original, its movements becoming extremely sluggish. Only when Shifeng had already landed back on the ground did the dark magic serpent's jaw, that was capable of swallowing a small car whole, begin descending toward Shifeng. Smiling, Shifeng shifted his footwork slightly, easily dodging the dark magic serpent's attempt to devour him. Turning his body, he followed up with a slash to the chieftain's mouth. The instant he struck the serpent, it went flying, and its head smashed heavily into a tree. As the tree swayed wildly, damage of over -2,000 points appeared above the serpent's head. Such a high defense. It's even higher than an ordinary lord's. Just what kind of monster is this? Shifeng clicked his tongue slightly. He had activated not only dragon's power but also the aura of fire, which increased his damage by 40%. With his current equipment and attributes, his normal attack should still be able to deal over -3,000 damage, even if he was up against a level 40 lord. However, when it came to the dark magic serpent, his attack only dealt more than -2,000 damage. To the level 42 chieftain, which possessed 800,000 HP, that amount of damage was practically negligible. Just its battle recovery alone could regenerate 1% of its HP every 5 seconds. That was 8,000 HP every 5 seconds. Should he encounter this dark magic serpent without dragon's power, he would most likely have no choice but to flee on the other side. Iron Wrist and the others had begun luring the heavily injured dark magic serpent away from Shifeng. If the two dark magic serpents used vicious venom simultaneously, even a 1,000-strong army would have to say their prayers. Seeing that Iron Wrist and the others had distanced themselves from him, Shifeng now activated 9 Dragon Slash and Phantom Kill. At the same time, he had also had his doppelganger activate its ultimate move, Blade Liberation, increasing its strength and agility by 80%. With two of them attacking the chieftain together, the battle became much more efficient. Although the doppelganger's strength was not comparable to the original, it surpassed Shifeng in terms of speed. Taking hold of the dark magic serpent's aggro, the doppelganger kite the chieftain effortlessly. Meanwhile, Shifeng himself attacked the chieftain madly from behind. Chop. Thundering Flash. Earth Splitter. Finally, both original and doppelganger used Flame Burst simultaneously. Every single one of their attacks dealt over -10,000 damage, and over -20,000 damage if their attacks triggered a critical hit. Out of the 24 consecutive hits, over half achieved a critical hit. In the blink of an eye, the dark magic serpent's remaining 50% HP zeroed out. The chieftain did not even get the chance to use Berserk. The dark magic serpent's death also allowed Shifeng's EXP to soar. In addition to the difference of 10 levels, the EXP a field chieftain provided was also very generous. Aside from contributing a huge sum of EXP, the dark magic serpent dropped 7 items. Only 7 items dropped even after I activated Divine Providence? Isn't this dark magic serpent a little too miserly? Shifeng was stunned when he saw only 7 items scattered on the ground. Chapter 576. Maverick. In God's domain, a chieftain-ranked monster normally dropped around 4 or 5 items. Since a 20-man team could easily deal with a chieftain of the same level as for lords, these monsters usually required 50-man or 100-man teams of the same level to defeat, and the number of items they usually dropped was above 10 pieces at Dark Gold rank. Icarus's heart possessed 14 luck. Moreover, Divine Providence gave an additional 32 luck when activated. In total, Shifeng could raise his luck up to 46 points. With so much luck, Shifeng had a high chance of triggering a jackpot even if he were to kill a lord, not to mention a chieftain. Yet, the dark magic serpent had only dropped 7 items. Moreover, all 7 of these items were very ordinary. Usually, players would have a tiny chance of obtaining fine gold equipment from field chieftains. However, among the 7 items Shifeng obtained, there was no fine gold equipment at all. There were only 2 pieces of mysterious iron equipment and 2 pieces of secret silver equipment. All 4 were level 40 equipment. As for the remaining drops, they were 3 gray crystals. Taking a look at the crystals, information showed that all 3 were common items. What is going on here? Shifeng was astonished when he saw the items the dark magic serpent dropped. Despite his having such high luck, the chieftain dropped only such low-quality items. It was practically the lowest possible drop one could get from a chieftain. Shifeng then shook his head, dispelling his thoughts as he quickly stored the drops. Whatever. Best to take a look at the situation on other side for now. Although the drops he obtained were unsightly, Shifeng felt that it was somewhat reasonable. After giving the matter some thought, the higher the level one reached in God's domain, the more difficult it was to obtain good equipment when players reached level 40. The difficulty of obtaining level 40 secret silver equipment was no less than the difficulty of obtaining level 30 fine gold equipment at level 30 while Shifeng was hurrying over to Iron Wrist's side of the battlefield. The fight there had yet to end currently. The dark magic serpent still had 10% of its HP remaining. However, Iron Wrist and the others were not doing too well right now. Due to the unexpected ambush earlier, the party's mages and healers had depleted themselves considerably. Now that they resumed their conquest of the heavily injured dark magic serpent, they found the battle extremely taxing. Hence, even after fighting for so long, they had managed to take away only 20% of the dark magic serpent's HP. Everyone, keep it up. It has only 10% of its HP left. We should hurry up and finish off this dark magic serpent, so that we can go help on the other side. Iron Wrist said as he blocked the chieftain's tail swipe using his shield. Everyone nodded in agreement, and they began using everything they had. The two mages each took out a Tier 1 magic scroll and started chanting. Tier 1 magic scrolls were life-saving items. Although the scrolls only contained Tier 1 skills, the might of the skills was much more than that of any ordinary Tier 1 skill. Most importantly, these Tier 1 magic scrolls did not require any mana to use. The ranger had also taken out 20 special arrows. These special arrows were consumable items. Although they were not as expensive as a Tier 1 magic scroll, the combined value of 20 special arrows was no less than that of 3 Tier 1 magic scrolls. The spells contained in the Tier 1 magic scrolls bombarded the dark magic serpent one after another, each dealing over -3,000 or -4,000 damage. 3 or 4 times more damage than what the mage's own Tier 1 spells were capable of. The two mages' bombardment instantly reaped over 20,000 HP from the chieftain. Meanwhile, every one of the special arrows the ranger shot dealt around -1,500 damage to the serpent. After firing all 20 arrows, the ranger inflicted a total of -30,000 plus damage to the chieftain in the blink of an eye. The dark magic serpent's HP fell to a critical level. The chieftain constantly let out anguished shrieks as the spells and arrows visited numerous terrible wounds on its body. Die! Iron Wrist shouted as he used Beheaded. The Tier 1 Beheaded could instantly kill a monster with less than 5% HP remaining at a certain probability. Iron Wrist immediately slashed his saber down on the serpent's head, dealing nearly -30,000 damage to the chieftain and instantly killing it. The dark magic serpent hissed one last time before its body fell to the ground. Phew. Our win this time sure didn't come easy. I wonder if it dropped? The cleric, off fire, said as he breathed out a sigh of relief, his hand wiping away the sweat that had gathered on his forehead. We don't have time to care about these things. Dust Wind, you stay behind and pick up the loot, Iron Wrist instructed the elementalist beside him. Everyone else, follow me. Don't forget, we still have another full HP dark magic serpent we need to take care of. Without anybody to detoxify him, that person won't be able to last too long. Although they had seen how powerful Shifeng was, the dark magic serpent was no ordinary monster. Particularly, without a cleric to deal with the chieftain's vicious venom, it was simply impossible for someone to defeat a dark magic chieftain all alone. When everyone heard Iron Wrist's words, they immediately readjusted their moods and promptly broke out into a run towards Shifeng's side of the battlefield. However, before they managed to take 2 steps, they stopped cold. Everyone was stupefied. A person had suddenly walked out of the forest in front of them, and this person was none other than Shifeng, the person they were just about to go save. Moreover, Shifeng appeared completely unscathed. He had not lost even a single HP. There was also no sign of a dark magic serpent behind him, proving that he had not escaped his battle but had instead finished it already. The dark magic serpent had an extensive hunting range. As long as one remained within this region, the dark magic serpent would not give up on its pursuit. In other words, Shifeng had single-handedly defeated a full HP dark magic serpent. Moreover, he had killed it much faster than they had. The difference in strength between them was simply unimaginable. Is he a monster? Off-Fire's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Shifeng walking over slowly. Even our District 5's #1 expert, Punishment Day, isn't capable of such a feat, right? That person is definitely a Maverick, a solo expert standing at the peak of all great experts. Once we return, we can go boast to those in the 6th party. Dust Wind, the level 28 elementalist, exclaimed, his gaze filled with reverence as he looked at Shifeng. All right, enough fooling around. Stay serious. That person is our 7th party's savior, Iron Wrist said. In fact, just like his companions, Iron Wrist, too, was inwardly shocked by Shifeng. It was definitely an honor to be able to become acquainted with such a solo expert out in the fields. While Iron Wrist and the others were happily chatting together, Shifeng, who had overheard their conversation, grew confused. District 5? This was the first time Shifeng had heard this term in addition. Maverick? Did these people not see the guild emblem on his chest? Moreover, looking at the reverence in their eyes, it seemed that what they revered was not his strength, but more of the fact that he was a maverick instead. That's right, we're the 7th party of District 5, and I am the party leader of the 7th party, Iron Wrist. We are truly grateful for your help before, Sir Expert. Otherwise, our party would have truly been finished, Iron Wrist said gratefully. Hearing Iron Wrist's words, Shifeng grew even more confused. May I ask if this place is the Dark Den? Shifeng asked. Dark Den? I've never heard of such a place. Our party only operates in areas close to District 5. We've never ventured anywhere too far. I sincerely apologize for not being able to offer any help, Iron Wrist replied after giving Shifeng's question some thought. However, the other parties in District 5 might know something about it. After all, the area our 7th party has explored is somewhat smaller than what the others have. Why don't you follow us back to District 5? I can help you ask around the other parties. All right, I'll have to trouble you then. Shifeng agreed. After thinking it over, Shifeng could tell that Iron Wrist had not lied. However, the Shield Warrior's words left him thoroughly muddle-headed. He might as well go to this District 5 and take a look around. Meanwhile, when Iron Wrist's party heard Shifeng agree to accompany them back to District 5, they all showed excited expressions. Chapter 577. Chapter of Darkness. While Shifeng was patiently waiting for Iron Wrist's party to collect their loot, he suddenly discovered an astonishing matter. The loot of the dark magic serpent had exceeded his expectations entirely. The serpent Iron Wrist and his party killed had dropped only 3 items, with 2 of them being level 40 mysterious iron equipment. The 3rd item was a piece of grey crystal. Aside from those, there was nothing else. Their loot was miles short of the 7 items he had gotten. It seems that the loot of the dark magic serpent really is terrible. When Shifeng looked at the drops Iron Wrist's party obtained, he realized that his luck before hadn't been bad at all. Just as Shifeng was about to lament the paucity of the dark magic serpent's loot, Dustwind, the elementalist of the party, suddenly jumped up in joy. We've lucked out. It actually dropped. Dustwind laughed. Really? Let me see. Off-Fire rushed to the elementalist, the expression on his face right now as if he had just won the lottery. We've only been hunting dark magic serpents for 4 days, yet we've already managed to obtain it? That can't be, right? Likewise, everyone else in the party ran over to the elementalist, one after another, excited expressions on their faces. Shifeng could not help but be stunned at this sight. He had long since peeked at the party's loot using omniscient eyes. Although level 40 mysterious iron equipment was indeed a rare item right now, it was still useless to current players. Moreover, its basic attributes were only slightly better than level 30 fine gold equipment. With the strength of Iron Wrist's party, would level 40 mysterious iron equipment be able to even enter their eyes by the time they reached level 40? Was there a need to get this excited? Wah! Leader, it really dropped. We've hit the jackpot this time. Off-Fire said as he showed off the grey crystal in his hand to Iron Wrist. After Iron Wrist accepted the grey crystal, he took a look at it before gritting his teeth and passing it to Shifeng, saying, Brother Expert, you saved our 7th party. We don't really have anything we can offer to you in gratitude, so please accept this soul crystal on our behalf. This? Shifeng was stunned momentarily. He then said, instead of giving me this item, I hope that Brother Iron Wrist can help me ask around on some matters. You can take this item as remuneration for your efforts. This won't do. The value of a single soul crystal far surpasses the price required for us to ask around for information, Iron Wrist refused. He then pondered slightly before continuing, why don't I use gemstones of equal value to trade for it? Gemstones were not foreign to players of God's domain. One could say that they were one of the hard currencies of God's domain. They could be inlaid into equipment to improve said equipment's attributes. However, during the initial stages of God's domain, gemstones were extremely rare. Hence, the prices for these items were also very high currently. A single Tier 1 gemstone, which was capable of increasing a single attribute by 3 points, cost around 10 silver. As for Tier 2 gemstones, capable of increasing a single attribute by 6 points, they cost around 90 silver. Among the variety of Tier 2 gemstones, the ones that increase strength, agility, or intelligence could sell for up to 1 gold to current players. The best gemstones obtainable right now were Tier 2 gemstones. Sure, Shifeng agreed. Great. Our party has a total of 23 Tier 2 gemstones and 89 Tier 1 gemstones. However, we don't have too many on hand right now. Most of them are in our warehouses. Can I pass you the remaining ones after we return to the district? Iron Wrist asked. Somewhat embarrassed, Shifeng was greatly shocked by the shield warrior's offer. If he sold all these gemstones, he could get roughly 30 gold in total. Moreover, that 30 gold was only part of the soul crystal's actual value. Since Shifeng had already promised to exchange it, he naturally would not regret his decision. Hence, he promptly accepted all the gemstones Iron Wrist currently had on him. Shifeng could tell how desperate Iron Wrist and his party members were for the Grey Crystal. Moreover, it seemed that they had come here solely to farm for this soul crystal. In any case, Shifeng had no use for this item right now. He also had another 3 crystals sitting inside his bag. If he really needed more in the future, he could simply come and kill more dark magic serpents. With divine providence, he could easily obtain plenty of soul crystals, following which, Shifeng accompanied Iron Wrist and the others back to District 5. To put it simply, District 5 was an area enclosed within a gigantic magic array. There was a small town inside this area, and the number of players residing within this town was relatively low. Although there were not many players here, the players had very high levels. Every one of them was level 26 or above. They were higher leveled than even the elite players of guilds. Moreover, the equipment these players wore were of very high quality, with the weakest being mysterious iron equipment, and the majority being secret silver equipment. Only the elite members of Zero Wing could possibly compare to these ordinary players. Why aren't there any NPCs guards here? Shifeng could not help but ask. After surveying the streets for a while, he had not seen any NPC guards whatsoever. NPC guards were normally used to maintain town security and to prevent fights between players. Not having any NPC guards was not good news to ordinary players. NPC guards? What's that? Iron Wrist asked curiously. They were NPCs meant to maintain the security of the town and prevent players from trying to kill each other, Shifeng replied. Surprised District 5 doesn't have such NPCs, as we're inside a safe zone. Within the safe zone, no player can attack anyone. Hence, town security is very high. Moreover, our District 5 is very powerful. We've accumulated enough soul crystals to even establish a new training facility already. On the other hand, District 6 and 7 are only able to defend themselves against monster assaults, Iron Wrist proudly explained. I see. Shifeng nodded. He more or less understood what was going on now. God's Domain was an extremely mysterious game. The main god system was also constantly expanding. God's Domain itself, depending on the region a player resided in, the gameplay they experienced would indeed be somewhat different. Shifeng had encountered such situations a few times in the past. Only, he had not expected the gameplay here to be this different from where he came from. It felt as if the players here were playing a city-building game, protecting and developing the cities they belonged to. This was just like how a guild would establish their own town or city. However, there was yet to be a single guild capable of constructing their own city soon. Iron Wrist and his party set out to help Shifeng gather information related to the Dark Denver. Meanwhile, Shifeng himself went to a bar to collect information about this place. Did you hear? Our few districts have recently joined forces and are preparing to go on a crusade against Gloomy Valley. The Crusading army is currently recruiting members as well. As long as we can get rid of the Great Lord Noya inside Gloomy Valley, we will be able to open up new maps, a guardian knight inside the bar said to his companions after taking a sip of red wine. I heard that the top 10 parties of our District 5 can join the Crusading army directly. Unfortunately, my party is ranked more than 50, and we'll have to pass a test if we want to join the coalition, an assassin said with disappointment. That's right. As long as we can defeat the Great Lord, we will be able to obtain the Chapter of Darkness. At which point, the monster assaults will become much easier to handle. For a time, everyone inside the bar discussed matters related to Gloomy Valley Chapter of Darkness. Shifeng suddenly thought about the Bible of Darkness when he heard about the Chapter of Darkness. Is there some sort of connection between the two? His quest required him to obtain the Bible of Darkness. However, he had no clue as to how he should go about doing so. Meanwhile, the Chapter of Darkness could possibly be an important clue. It seems that I'll have to make a trip to Gloomy Valley myself, Shifeng quietly muttered. Chapter 578. District 5. Time passed little by little. Before he knew it, Shifeng had spent over an hour inside the bar already. Although he had not done anything in particular, he had gained an enormous harvest. The bar was somewhere players often conversed and exchanged information with each other, so collecting information was effortless, particularly information regarding District 5. After going through the information he had, Shifeng finally understood what kind of place District 5 was. He could not help but admit that it was similar to the real world. To put it simply, District 5 was a simple shelter that allowed players to stay at a close distance to high-leveled monsters, removing the need to waste large amounts of time on travel as there were no teleportation arrays here. Players had to rely on their own 2 feet to get anywhere due to the large number of ferocious monsters in the area. Players would generally form parties when venturing into the fields, not daring to go solo. Any player capable of moving solo in the fields was an expert among experts. These solo players were known as Mavericks, and they were the definition of strength. Hence, they were admired by many players. Besides that, shelters also served as a defensive measure against monster assaults because the nights in this place was extremely terrifying. How terrifying were they? At nighttime, monsters would group up and actively assault players. Even a 100-man team would not survive without the protection of the shelter. Moreover, even if players were inside the shelter, they still needed to face the tsunami of monsters. Hence, the players here had no choice but to work together to fend off these monsters. If the shelter were compromised, then the activity range of players would be similarly affected. They would have no choice but to move their base of operations to a lower-level region. In the future, if they wished to grind high-level monsters, they would have to waste a lot of time traveling from a low-level region to a high-level region. Meanwhile, the nights here were longer than days. Out of the 48 hours in each day, 30 hours consisted of nighttime with only 18 hours of daytime. The time available for players to level up and improve themselves was much more limited. This situation further emphasized the importance of shelters. After all, if players were to waste 8 to 9 hours on travel every day, how were they supposed to level up? Nevertheless, it was this dire situation that allowed the players here to have very high levels. District 5 was one of the shelters located in a high-level region. The players here did not have to waste a large amount of time on travel to encounter high-level monsters, go to high-level dungeons, or take on high-level quests, as the players here had to face the assault of a monster army every night. Not only could they gain a considerable amount of EXP from killing these monsters, but they could also take the opportunity to complete high-level quests, obtaining significant sums of money and equipment. Meanwhile, the most precious resource for a shelter was the soul crystal. This item could be used to strengthen the magic array enveloping the shelter, significantly weakening the monsters within the magic array's range and giving players an easier time pushing back the monster armies. If players donated soul crystals to the shelter, they could receive large amounts of contribution shares in return. Contribution shares were equivalent to money in shelters, and players could use these points to purchase some specific items to strengthen themselves. For example, the Tier 1 curse that Iron Wrist's party wielded was one of the good items acquired using contribution shares. Hence, the players here had a great desire for soul crystals. Only, this item was truly useless to Shifeng. He would not be living in this place. He was only going to stay here as a guest until he completed his quest. Although the soul crystals are useless to me, it won't be a bad idea to exchange them for some gemstones. Shifeng suddenly thought of a good idea to make money as he looked at the 3 soul crystals inside his bag. Compared to the outside world, gemstones were much more easily obtained in this place. During the monster attacks at night, there was no lack of chieftain and lord-ranked monsters. Chieftains had a high chance of dropping Tier 1 gemstones, while lords might even drop Tier 2 gemstones. Hence, the supply of gemstones here was much higher in the outside world. Players very rarely had the chance to inlay gemstones into their equipment. In here, however, it was very normal for players to have all the equipment on their bodies inlaid with gemstones. As a result, the basic attributes of the players here were much higher than those of players in the outside world. Meanwhile, the prices of gemstones here were also much cheaper outside. Each Tier 1 gemstone sold for 10 silver, whereas Tier 2 gemstones sold for 90 silver to 1 gold per piece. In here, however, 5 silver could buy a Tier 1 gemstone, whereas Tier 2 gemstones only cost around 40 silveras for soul crystals. Each piece could sell for up to 40 gold. Even then, players would still fight to buy it. The drop rate of soul crystals was abysmally low, and only chieftains that were level 40 or above had a slightly higher drop rate. This was also the reason why Iron Wrist's party had gone hunting for chieftains over level 40. By the time Shifeng was done compiling the information he had gathered, Iron Wrist had also entered the bar together with a silver-armored guardian knight. The instant this bearded man with thick eyelashes entered, the bar fell silent. Every player inside the bar immediately turned to look at this guardian knight one after another. What's the party leader of the third party, Discipline Paradise, doing here? Is Discipline Paradise here to recruit members? How could it be? That's the third party of our District 5. Even if he were recruiting more members, he would choose from their list of available candidates first. Why would he come to a bar looking for members? I heard that the 6 official members of the third party have all learned Tier 1 curses and taboo skills. They can go out to grind without fear even during the night. That's right. The third party's strength is currently the closest to the first party. It is highly possible that, after the next ranking battle, Discipline Paradise will become the leader of the second party. Everyone inside the bar looked at the silver-armored knight with gazes of admiration and reverence. In a shelter, the higher ranked a party was, the more resources they could obtain. In addition, they would also gain greater access in the shelter, allowing them to purchase items that were not available to regular parties. That way, their party's strength would improve even faster. Soon, Discipline Paradise and Iron Wrist arrived before Shifeng, who was currently seated at a corner of the bar. Brother expert, let me introduce you. This here is the leader of our District 5's third party, Discipline Paradise. He's quite knowledgeable about the dark den you spoke of, Iron Wrist said. Smiling, hello, you can just call me Discipline. Discipline Paradise smiled. Although Discipline Paradise was one of the powerhouses of District 5, he did not display any form of arrogance. On the contrary, he was a very kind and straightforward man. When the surrounding players saw Discipline Paradise, the leader of the third party, and Iron Wrist, the leader of the seventh party, actively greeting a swordsman that none of them had ever seen before, every one of them was stupefied. Who is that person? Why haven't I seen him before? Is he one of the top 10 party leaders of some other district? I don't think he's just limited to being in the top 10, right? Didn't you hear Iron Wrist calling that person an expert? That person might even be one of the top 3 party leaders of some other district. Otherwise, why would Discipline Paradise personally come over to meet him? Everyone began guessing at Shifeng's identity one after another. However, Discipline Paradise's next words instantly shocked everyone inside the bar. Brother Yifeng, would you be willing to join our District 5's Crusading Army? Chapter 579. Crusading Army. Join the Crusading Army? Shifeng began pondering silently. He did indeed want to go and take a look at Gloomy Valley, with his goal for going there being the Chapter of Darkness. After all, there might be some sort of connection between the chapter and the Bible of Darkness. However, he had intended to go there by himself. There was only a single Chapter of Darkness. With so many people wanting to obtain it, how was he supposed to get it if he went with a group? It was also unlikely that everyone would give him the Chapter of Darkness. Hence, the only way for him to obtain it was to move alone. That way, he would not have to share the chapter with others. Based on the information he had gathered earlier, there was no need to defeat the Great Lord Noya to get the Chapter of Darkness. The Great Lord was simply guarding the Chapter of Darkness. Hence, Shifeng could just steal the chapter. There was no real need for him to conquer the Great Lord. The difficulty of obtaining the Chapter of Darkness this way was undeniably much lower. Moreover, he had already succeeded in carrying out similar feats in the past. Previously, he had stolen an imperial heirloom from the Anubis's gatekeeper, a Great Lord-ranked monster. Afterward, he had also snatched the God Crystal from a Tier 4 mythic creature, the Orc King Trezek. The first theft was difficult, but the subsequent one was easy. Currently, he had much more confidence in stealing an item from a Great Lord. That's right. Join the Crusading Army. To be precise, I am asking you to join our third party, Discipline Paradise said, his eyes filled with sincerity. Hearing Discipline Paradise's words, all the players inside the bar could not help but turn to look at Shifeng, envious expressions appearing on their faces. The crusade this time was not something just anyone could participate in. It was a crusade against Gloomy Valley. The number of players they could bring was limited. Naturally, they would only allow elites to participate in it. That way would increase the chances of success considerably. Meanwhile, in District 5, only the top 10 ranking parties received direct admission into the Crusading Army. Everyone else had to go through a test, and only the best could join the crusade. There were many players in District 5. Meanwhile, only a total of 100 slots were allotted to District 5 for the crusade. Among them, 60 were already assigned to the top 10 parties, so everyone else would have to fight for the remaining 40 slots. One could just imagine how intense the competition would be now. Shifeng could join the third party directly and participate in the crusade without having to compete over those 40 slots. This was practically a gift from the heavens. As long as the crusade succeeded, the 100 players participating in it would receive a bountiful harvest, particularly in terms of contribution shares for the shelter. How could this situation not make others envious? Discipline, how can you be so underhanded? Iron Wrist suddenly called out. Even if Brother Yifeng is going to join the Crusading Army, he should be joining my 7th party, not your 3rd party. I only invited you over to discuss matters relating to the Dark Den. When Iron Wrist had gone looking for Discipline Paradise earlier, he had told the Guardian Knight everything about his encounter with Shifeng. However, he had not expected Discipline Paradise to actually play such a card. No matter how one looked at it, Shifeng was a maverick with frightening strength. Although the Crusading Army this time had gathered the power of multiple districts, after the crusade succeeded, the number of contribution shares awarded would be based on each party's performance in the crusade. In other words, the party that was the most helpful during the raid of the Great Lord Noya would receive the most contribution shares once the Great Lord was defeated. Most importantly, the party that received the highest contribution shares had priority in choosing from the loot. If Iron Wrist could get a Maverick like Shi Feng to join the 7th party, his party's strength would no doubt soar. At that time, the number of contribution shares they could obtain was self-evident. Hence, he was doing everything he could to befriend Shi Feng. This is not a first-come, first-served thing. Moreover, regarding this matter, I won't back off even if you're my friend, Discipline Paradise said in a righteous tone. Also, it will be of great help to Brother Yi Feng if he joins my 3rd party. Suddenly, Discipline Paradise and Iron Wrist began arguing with each other over Shi Feng. What is this situation? Can someone tell me who that swordsman is? The scene of 2 District 5 big shots arguing over an unknown swordsman stunned the players drinking inside the bar. Great help? Shi Feng could not help but ask, may I know what kind of help Brother Discipline is referring to? The Chapter of Darkness. Discipline Paradise sent a whisper to Shi Feng. This item serves a huge purpose for shelters. However, it is also closely related to the Dark Denver. From the information I gathered, the Chapter of Darkness is a key meant to open the Dark Denver. Since Brother Yi Feng wishes to go to the Dark Den, you will naturally have to obtain the Chapter of Darkness. However, the Chapter of Darkness is in the Great Lord Noya's hands. If one wishes to obtain it, they will have to either kill or steal the chapter from the Great Lord. Only, the latter option is practically impossible. The only feasible method to gain the chapter is to kill the Great Lord. As long as Brother Yi Feng joins our party, we will definitely have a chance to become the top contributing party in the crusade. At that time, we can choose the Chapter of Darkness as our reward. I will then use the Chapter of Darkness to open the Dark Den for Brother Yi Feng. What does Brother Yi Feng think about this? So that's the case. Shi Feng suddenly came to a realization. Nodding, he said, all right then. I'll agree to your proposal. However, I wish to change the conditions a little. Change the conditions? Discipline Paradise asked, slightly worried. What conditions? You can't be wanting the Chapter of Darkness itself, right? The Chapter of Darkness had only 2 functions: empowering the magic array of a shelter and opening the Dark Den to a Maverick. The first function was obviously useless. This was also the reason why Discipline Paradise had come looking to cooperate with Shi Feng. Rest assured, I don't want the Chapter of Darkness. Only, if I manage to obtain the Chapter of Darkness by myself, what will you use to exchange for it? Shi Feng asked. Secretly obtain the Chapter of Darkness by yourself? How can that be possible? Discipline Paradise asked, stunned. I'm only saying, if. Shi Feng laughed. If you manage to get the Chapter of Darkness by yourself, I will definitely provide you with sufficient remuneration. Taboo skills, curses, top-tier equipment, whatever, as long as you are willing to exchange it. Discipline Paradise did not know what was going through Shi Feng's mind, but if he could obtain the Chapter of Darkness, it would be of great help to their party. Hence, he was willing to pay any price for it. Shi Feng was slightly stunned after hearing Discipline Paradise's words. Exchanged taboo skills can be traded? Shi Feng asked softly. Discipline Paradise nodded. Of course. Only, the price required to do so is somewhat high. However, for the Chapter of Darkness, I am willing to pay 6 Tier 1 taboo skills. 6. Shi Feng shook his head. If I obtain the Chapter of Darkness, I want to exchange it for a Tier 1 taboo skill for every class, as well as the activation of the Dark Denver. Can you really do it? Discipline Paradise asked in surprise. A Tier 1 taboo skill for every class. This price was indeed frightening. Even for Discipline Paradise, this was a very steep price. The Chapter of Darkness was merely a dark gold item with a somewhat special function. In truth, it was worth only 7 or 8 pieces of dark gold equipment. Meanwhile, the value of a taboo skill was no less than a piece of dark gold equipment. Since there was a total of 12 major classes, that meant a total of 12 taboo skills, equivalent to 12 pieces of dark gold equipment. Dark gold equipment was considered a luxury item for any party. If one had to give away 12 pieces all of a sudden, any party would feel a sting in their hearts. However, compared to this painful price, what Discipline Paradise was most concerned about was whether or not Shi Feng could obtain the Chapter of Darkness. Chapter 580. Abyssal Upgrade. In response to Discipline Paradise's question, Shi Feng only smiled while remaining silent. Receiving such a reply from Shi Feng, Discipline Paradise didn't get angry. His eyes glowed with excitement. Instead, his trust in Shi Feng growing even stronger. Previously, He had heard from Iron Wrist that Shifeng had managed to defeat a level 42 chieftain-ranked dark magic serpent all by himself. This was definitely a feat that no ordinary person was capable of currently. There were only 10 parties capable of hunting dark magic serpents in District 5. Other than their excellent techniques and equipment, the main reason why these 10 parties were equal to the task was their having learned Tier 1 taboo skills that countered these chieftains otherwise. They all would be powerless against dark magic serpents. As for defeating a dark magic serpent single-handedly, not even he, the leader of District 5's third party, had ever dreamed of attempting such a feat due to this reason. He had come over personally to invite Shifeng to join their team and aid them in competing for the Chapter of Darkness. When will Brother Yifeng be able to obtain the Chapter of Darkness? Discipline Paradise asked somewhat anxiously. Hints of reverence and elation gleamed in his eyes. Although several districts were participating in the crusade against the Great Lord Noya this time, Noya was a level 40 Great Lord. Even if everyone combined their power, victory over the Great Lord was still a long shot. They had made ample preparations, yet their current predicted success rate was below 10%. The odds for stealing the Chapter of Darkness weren't worth mentioning. It was not easy for a party to survive in a shelter. Besides constantly competing over the party rankings inside a shelter, parties also needed to defend the shelter every day lest the shelter fall into ruin and all their efforts come to naught. Now that an expert like Shifeng had shown up, the third party would have a much better chance at obtaining the Chapter of Darkness. Noya was no ordinary Great Lord. It was a guardian monster serving as the key for activating a new map. Such guardian monsters normally tested a player's individual abilities. Having more players participating in the crusade would only lead to more mistakes occurring. Ever since God's domain began, Mavericks had been the ones to activate many of the new maps. Hence, everyone in this place revered Mavericks greatly as they had managed to accomplish a task that most parties couldn't. Meanwhile, this was the first time Discipline Paradise encountered a Maverick as strong as Shifeng. Shifeng's chances of obtaining the Chapter of Darkness were definitely much higher than their crusading army. I'll give it a go as soon as possible. Shifeng could not give an accurate timeline. After all, he had not yet seen Noya personally. However, with his equipment and means, he should have an excellent chance of stealing the item the Great Lord was guarding. I hope that Brother Discipline can prepare the Tier 1 taboo skills as soon as possible. Tier 1 taboo skills and curses were not cabbages piled high in the market. Based on the information Shifeng had collected, out of the tens of thousands of players in District 5, only the top 5 parties possessed 6 or more Tier 1 taboo skills and curses. Iron Wrist's 7th party had 2. However, currently only one of his members had succeeded in learning a Tier 1 curse. One could just imagine how difficult it was to obtain Tier 1 taboo skills and curses. Brother Yifeng can rest assured on this point. As long as you succeed in getting the Chapter of Darkness, I will definitely hand over 12 Tier 1 taboo skills. Discipline Paradise laughed confidently, following which, Discipline Paradise shared with Shifeng specific information regarding Noya. Unfortunately, Shifeng and Discipline Paradise's conversation in a private chat dismayed Iron Wrist, who was seated beside the two. However, seeing how Discipline Paradise, the leader of the third party, was acting so respectfully with Shifeng, Iron Wrist also could not help but feel a little prideful. After Discipline Paradise left, Shifeng looked at the depressed shield warrior and said, "Brother Iron Wrist, can I get you to help me with something?" "Brother Yifeng, please don't hold back. You are our party's savior. If you have anything you need help with, just tell me," Iron Wrist assured, clapping his chest. "Can you help me exchange these soul crystals for some level 30 fine gold ranked or above weapons?" Shifeng asked as he took out 3 gray crystals from his bag. "Heavens! You actually have so many soul crystals." Iron Wrist's eyes nearly fell out of their sockets when he saw the 3 soul crystals Shifeng produced. He finally realized why Shifeng seemed to care little about soul crystals before. In order to obtain just 1 soul crystal, their 7th party had spent several days hunting dark magic serpents. In the end, they had gotten 1 only by sheer luck. He had even shown off their party's harvest in front of Discipline Paradise. Now, Shifeng just casually took out 3 soul crystals. Seeing that Iron Wrist was still silent after quite some time, Shifeng could not help but ask, "Has nobody managed to obtain level 30 fine gold weapons yet?" The players residing in District 5 were very high-leveled. The high-ranking parties often challenged monsters of higher levels. Although only a few parties were capable of defeating level 40 monsters, there should be plenty that could handle monsters that were level 30 or so. Shifeng had also seen plenty of players selling level 30 bronze and mysterious iron equipment on the streets earlier. Moreover, they were selling the items very cheaply. This was a scene that had yet to appear in White River City. However, after giving it some thought, Shifeng found it to be reasonable the players here were killing monsters day in and day out, especially since monster armies attacked the shelter at night. They were improving their combat techniques daily. In addition to other factors, such as gemstones, challenging monsters of a higher level was routine however. While the players here found it very normal to fight against monsters of a higher level, it was a different story for the players outside the Dark Den. Players outside preferred to grind monsters of a lower level whenever possible. They definitely would not choose to grind monsters that were of the same level as, or even higher level than, they were, as doing so would mean increased risk. As a result, players outside the Dark Den improved their combat techniques and upgraded their equipment at a much slower rate. That's not it. Brother Yifeng, do you really want to exchange soul crystals for weapons? That's just such a waste. Although the market value of a soul crystal is equal to 1 level 30 dark gold weapon or 5 fine gold weapons, no one who manages to obtain a soul crystal would exchange them for equipment or weapons. After all, weapons and equipment will depreciate with time. On the other hand, the contribution shares one can acquire with soul crystals will never lose their value. The true value of a soul crystal is far above a level 30 dark gold weapon. It will be an even greater loss if you exchange it for level 30 fine gold weapons, Iron Wrist advised. The shield warrior's words rendered Shifeng somewhat dumbfounded. Soul crystals were really of no value to him. On the other hand, the value of fine gold and dark gold weapons was much higher. As for why he wanted these weapons, he was planning to upgrade the Abyssal Blade to level 30. Level 40 Great Lord was no pushover, and it would be to Shifeng's benefit to increase his combat power as much as possible. As a magic weapon, the higher level the Abyssal Blade was, the higher its attributes and quality would be. When Shifeng first obtained the Abyssal Blade, the magic weapon's attributes were only equal to a secret silver weapon. Now that the weapon was level 25, its attributes were already above dark gold rank. If Shifeng upgraded it to level 30, it might reach the standard of an epic weapon. A level 30 epic weapon would definitely push his combat power up to a whole new level. At that time, he would have much more confidence in stealing the Chapter of Darkness. Seeing how Shifeng was insistent on exchanging his soul crystals for weapons, Iron Wrist had no choice but to comply and think of a way to carry out the Maverick's wishes. An hour or so later, Iron Wrist had managed to exchange the 3 soul crystals for 1 level 30 dark gold weapon and 11 level 30 fine gold weapons. After Shifeng received the weapons, he parted ways with Iron Wrist and went searching for a secluded location. The commotion the Abyssal Blade caused with each subsequent evolution grew increasingly larger. Now that Shifeng was about to upgrade the magic weapon to level 30, the aftermath would definitely alarm the entire District 5. Not wanting to attract any attention to himself, Shifeng had no choice but to head for an out-of-the-way spot. Devour. Shifeng chose to upgrade the Abyssal Blade upon arriving at a wilderness with no other players around. Chapter 581. Epic Weapon. The moment Shifeng's finger made contact with the system window, the pitch-black Abyssal Blade released a dragon's roar. The deafening roar sounded as if an actual dragon stood before Shifeng right now. With such a ferocious roar, even the birds in flight were petrified, falling out of the sky one after another. Immediately after letting out the dragon's roar, the Abyssal Blade struggled free from Shifeng's hand and flew into the air in the blink of an eye. The pitch-black Abyssal Blade transformed into a cloud of black mist that devoured the 11 sacrificial weapons as it consumed the weapons. Shifeng could also hear a strong heartbeat coming from the black mist. It was as if an ancient creature was awakening. A terrifying aura washed over Shifeng and his surroundings. The nearby greenery even withered. Why is there such a huge difference in power from the last evolution? Shifeng looked at the black mist floating in midair, frowning. Is this the beginning of a backlash? Shifeng had never witnessed or heard any details about the backlash of a magic weapon before. In the past, players who obtained magic weapons had never disclosed any information regarding backlashes. They only advised others to stay as far away as possible from magic weapons. The pressure the Abyssal Blade was currently emitting was incredibly terrifying. Back when Shifeng upgraded the magic weapon to level 25, he could still move about relatively easily under the aura the weapon emanated. Now, however, even motion was a luxury. He could only stand still and watch quietly as all of this happened. After a while, the magnitude of the heartbeats gradually increased. The black mist in the sky also took the shape of a black heart. Meanwhile, with this black heart as the core, a vaporous phantom of a black dragon appeared. The black dragon silently looked down on Shifeng, a human-like playful expression contained within its blood-red eyes. In the next moment, the phantom dissipated into nothing, this time transforming into a silver sword that landed at Shifeng's feet. The phantom of the black dragon is becoming more realistic with each subsequent evolution. Even the pressure it emits is growing stronger. No wonder so many players dared not use magic weapons even though they had obtained them. Shifeng frowned slightly as he looked at the Abyssal Blade, which had stabbed into the ground when and where a backlash would occur, nobody knew continuously strengthening the Abyssal Blade was equivalent to enhancing the power of the magic weapon's backlash. Just the current Abyssal Blade could already make him feel fearful. If he continued upgrading the Abyssal Blade, he might really fail to cope with the backlash. This should be the so-called, the bigger they are, the harder they fall. Forget it. Let's take things as they come. Feng shook his head, dispelling the negative thoughts in his head. He then pulled out the Abyssal Blade and took a look at its attributes. Abyssal Blade, one-handed sword, magic weapon. Attack power plus 633. All attributes plus 42. Attack speed plus 15. Ignore levels plus 15. Attacks have 50% chance to cause 200% damage, 25% chance to cause 300% damage. Every attack increases attack speed by 2%, up to a maximum of 20% if wielder belongs to any swordsman-related class. All skill levels plus 3 increase free ability points received for every increase in level by 2 points. Equipment level 30. Can be upgraded. Devour 20 level 35 fine gold weapons and 3 level 35 dark gold weapons to upgrade to level 35. Can be evolved. Unknown. Additional skill 1. Phantom Kill. Instantly creates a doppelganger. You can control this doppelganger. Doppelganger will have 70% of original body's attributes and all skills. At the same time, doppelganger and the original body can be swapped. Duration: 1 minute. Cooldown: 5 minutes. Additional skill 2. Abyssal Bind. Binds enemies and prevents movement, reducing defense by 100%. Duration: 4 seconds. Cooldown: 1 minute. Additional skill 3. 9 Dragon's Slash. Instantly creates 12 phantoms of the Abyssal Blade for wielder to use. Each phantom sword is capable of dealing up to 50% damage. Duration: 30 seconds. Cooldown: 5 minutes. Additional skill 4. Abyssal Curse. Prevents all targets within a radius of 30 yards from moving or attacking for 5 seconds, as well as reducing all their attributes by 20% for 10 minutes. Cooldown: 40 minutes. Additional Profound Inheritance. Black Emperor. When activated, every critical hit will accumulate 1 stack of Death Aura. Each stack of Death Aura can be used to increase all attributes of wielder by 2% and attack speed and movement speed by 1% for 10 seconds, or be used to reduce the cooldown of a skill by 3 seconds. Maximum of 30 stacks of Death Aura. Duration: 10 minutes. Cooldown: 15 hours. The Abyssal Blade was personally created by Master Smith Ulysses using the Black Dragon King's fangs as material. It is one of 36 famed swords, and it is ranked 31st. However, this sword has been cursed by the Black Dragon King. Aside from providing the wielder with immense strength, there will be a backlash every period of time. However, after being remodeled by Jack using a star crystal, the strength of the backlash has been greatly reduced. If the wielder is unable to suppress the backlash, the wielder will receive the curse of the Black Dragon King, permanently reducing all attributes by 50%. Unable to be dropped, unable to be traded. Such a high attack. This is equal to the attack power of a level 30 epic rank two-handed sword, right? Feng exclaimed in surprise. Back when the Abyssal Blade was level 25, its attack power had only been over 400. Now that the magic weapon was upgraded to level 30, its attack power had actually increased by over 200 points. Not to mention, the weapon skills had also undergone a transformation, with Abyssal Curse replacing Dark Violent Dance. Used against a single target or a group, it was an extremely powerful control and weakening skill. However, this was still not the most significant change to the Abyssal Blade. Swinging the magic weapon lightly, Feng felt as if the Abyssal Blade was an extension of his arm, so much so that he could even feel the sword's edge cutting through the air. What's going on here? Feng looked at the Abyssal Blade incredulously. There was a saying that, when one's mastery of a weapon reached a certain level, said weapon would feel like an extension of one's own body. However, this was only a saying. Just being able to incorporate a weapon into one's own attack habits and styles was already an amazing feat. During the early stages of God's domain, the attributes of weapons and equipment were very important. However, as players acquired better equipment, they would begin ordering custom-made weapons and equipment for themselves. Even if 2 items possessed the exact same attributes, most players would choose equipment custom-made to their requirements over the other. Why was this so? The reason was very simple: the far greater ease of harmonization to their habits and styles. For this reason alone, players were willing to spend as much money as necessary. If a player possessed a high compatibility rate with the weapons they wielded, their attacks would flow much more smoothly. Most importantly, A weapon with good compatibility could improve a player's skill completion rate. This was also the reason why, during the later stages of the game, many players chose to discard ready-made epic weapons and instead, were adamant in paying an astronomical sum to hire a master or grandmaster forger to produce a custom-made epic weapon for themselves. It was all because custom-made weapons and equipment possessed a much higher compatibility rate. Thinking up to this point, Shi Feng immediately began brandishing the Abyssal Blade to get used to the newly enhanced weapon. He then found a level 35 demonic hound to test his sword on chop. Usually, Shi Feng could achieve a completion rate of 85% or above when using this skill, displaying 100% of the skill's might. In the past, his best record for chop was 90%. Although this skill was very simple, it was extremely difficult to execute properly. The three sword lights, which should have resembled three silver crescents, converged into one as they struck at the demonic hound, causing the damage dealt by chop to reach its maximum. At this moment, however, the three sword lights had transformed into three full moons that met at a single point. The space at this single point looked as if it had been pierced. One could faintly see a small spatial crack at this location. System: chop completion rate 92%, resulting in 125% of skills effect. Skill proficiency +4. Shi Feng then followed up with Thunder Flame Explosion. Originally, this skill should have combined the power of lightning and fire into a massive fireball that bombarded the enemy. Now, however, instead of a fireball. System: Thunder Flame Explosion completion rate 90%, resulting in 110% of skills effect. Skill proficiency +3. What? Why is there suddenly such a huge increase in skill completion rate? Shi Feng stared at the system notification window, flabbergasted. Compared to his past self, his current strength was much stronger. In the past, his best record for chop was 90% completion rate. Although it was only a meager 2% increase, the gap was like the difference between heaven and earth. Based on the system's configuration, completion rates between 81% to 90% were categorized into the same group. Achieving any percentage within this range would give an increase of 3 proficiency points. Also, at 90%, one could display 110% of a skills effect. At 91%, a skills effect was directly upgraded to 120% and would yield 4 proficiency points. The improvement to Thunder Flame Explosion was even more apparent. Previously, he could not even achieve an 85% completion rate on the skill. Now, however, he had managed 90%. Shi Feng had killed a level 35 demonic hound in just 2 movesets. No wonder many had said magic weapons possessed frightening power, and many experts could not bring themselves to divest their magic weapons in the past. So this was the case. Shi Feng's heart was pounding madly as he looked at the level 35 demonic hound he had just annihilated. His compatibility with the Abyssal Blade right now was practically perfect. He felt invincible. Chapter 582. The True Power of a Magic Weapon. Shi Feng killed over a dozen level 35 demonic hounds, testing his various skills when used with the Abyssal Blade. He could manipulate every skill of his as if just playing with a toy. He could casually mold the skill to his liking, very easily. His past records of skill completion rates in God's domain. Skill completion rates were an important indicator of a player's actual strength in the past. In order to improve the completion rate of one skill by just 1%, many players had trained arduously for days, sometimes even weeks. Particularly, after reaching the 85% threshold, raising a skill's completion rate by 1% required a tremendous amount of effort. For some, even that wasn't enough. All the training in the world was useless. However, with the Abyssal Blade in hand, this ironclad law was instantly broken. When one wanted to improve their combat techniques, they first needed to learn how to control their own bodies. If one could not even control their form properly, they could never control the weapons in their hands. Shi Feng's control over his body had long since reached a very high standard. Unfortunately, he had not reached a similar level with his control over his weapons. He could not reach a level where he could feel even a strand of hair fall onto his sword's edge. However, his compatibility with the Abyssal Blade now was practically perfect. It felt as if he had become one with the magic weapon, allowing his skill completion rate to reach new highs. At this moment, he surpassed all previous records with one of his basic skills, chop, achieving a 95% completion rate. If a skill's completion rate reached 95%, the skill would display 135% of its effects. In other words, Shi Feng's current chop dealt an additional 35% damage compared to his previous 85% completion rate. The increase in combat power was obvious after continuously using the newly improved Abyssal Blade for such a long time. Shi Feng had grown addicted to the sensation he received from the magic weapon and the pleasure he felt from his strength gradually rising with every passing moment. His heart ached to remain in this state forever after killing dozens of demonic hounds. Shifeng's hunger was unsated. He wanted to continue to utilize these demonic hounds to improve his completion rate. Unfortunately, time was of the essence. He needed to prioritize his quest for now. In the past, many of those who obtained magic weapons had told others not to involve themselves with these things as the magic weapon's power would devour them. So, it turns out that the power they had referred to was not a magic weapon's powerful attributes. Shifeng inwardly sighed as he looked at the abyssal blade in his hand. In the past, countless experts had trained arduously just so that they could increase their skill completion rate by just 1 more percentage. Some had even gone through all that effort for nothing. Yet, a magic weapon can achieve this feat easily. Moreover, as a magic weapon grows more powerful, this frightening compatibility rate will also intensify. This is the reason that players in the past had continued to upgrade their magic weapons, and as a result, drown themselves in this sea of skill completion rates, unable to pull themselves from the allure of this power thus far. Shifeng had only trained for half an hour or so, and already, his stagnant skill completion rates had improved massively. Moreover, Shifeng could clearly feel that he had yet to reach his limit. Such power was truly terrifying. This was a temptation that no expert could distance themselves from. After all, there was not a single expert that did not wish to further refine their own techniques, particularly in this virtual world that was filled with various chance encounters. Even Shifeng, someone who had played God's Domain for over a decade, hungered to upgrade the Abyssal Blade once more, improving the magic weapon's compatibility rate again. This way, he might be able to refine his skill completion rate further. Achieving a 95% completion rate had already increased his combat power by 35%. Every 1% past 90% could increase a skill's effect significantly, not to mention past 95%. At that time, just how terrifying would his skills become? It might even be possible to double his combat power. The impact of raising his skill completion rates was far more valuable than learning a single taboo skill. After all, a taboo skill was only one attack. Although its might surpassed skills of the same tier, what would happen the taboo skill's duration? In the end, he would return to his prior strength. Meanwhile, a player normally incorporated a variety of basic skills into their attacks when engaged in battle. If every skill could achieve a 100% completion rate, one could easily wipe the floor with a player that had learned a taboo skill of the same tier. This was the true power of a magic weapon. Its main purpose lay not in increasing its wielder's attributes, but rather, its main function was to improve the fundamentals of a player's techniques. Not even fragmented legendary weapons could offer such a devastating benefit, much less epic weapons. In the past, every player that wielded a magic weapon was undoubtedly a top-tier expert. Some even stood at God's Domain's peak. Shifeng finally understood that their achievements were all due to the intense compatibility rates that magic weapons offered. Of course, this improvement method was more of a form of diabolism. After all, most of the apex experts of God's Domain had attained their strength step by step. They had first trained their physical control to the very limit. They then focused on their control over their weapons. Apex experts like these possessed unshakable foundations. Even if they switched to new weapons and equipment, their strength would not decrease significantly and would soon recover. However, it was a different story for magic weapon wielders. For those who had obtained a magic weapon at the very start of the game, if they suddenly lost their magic weapons, their strength would plummet. Someone who had initially been an apex expert might instantly become a nobody. Hence, in the past, none of the wielders were willing to part with their magic weapons. As a result, their magic weapons eventually devoured them, and they were forced to start all over again. However, this inspired an idea in Shifeng. If he wanted to nurture experts quickly, it would be best to start with searching for weapons with high compatibility rates. If a player possessed weapons or piece of equipment that was highly compatible, their strength would skyrocket. Currently, Zero Wing had extremely few top-tier experts, and the standard of the guild's elite members was still relatively low. Meanwhile, dungeons required very high levels of personal strength. Zero Wing's advantage of raiding speed was only due to the equipment its team wore. In truth, they were far weaker than those teams that relied on personal combat techniques. The dungeon's final boss was particularly challenging for Zero Wing. There was practically no way to improve the equipment of Zero Wing's core members any further at the moment. If they wished to increase their combat power, they could only do so through skill completion rates. Unfortunately, until now, Zero Wing's members had only focused on finding ways to obtain better weapons and equipment to increase their attributes. They had mostly neglected to improve their skill completion rates. Currently, even Fire Dance, the most powerful melee fighter on Zero Wing's core team, could only achieve a maximum skill completion rate of 80%. She was still a great distance away from reaching 85% if he could improve Fire Dance and the others' compatibility rates with their weapons. The combat power of Zero Wing's core team would improve by leaps and bounds compatibility rate? Shi Feng pondered aloud. In fact, he did have a method that could improve one's compatibility rate. He could recruit a Master Forger into the guild. Although Master Forgers could not produce a weapon with a 100% compatibility rate with a player, if Zero Wing had a Master Forger, said Forger could, more or less, produce tailor-made weapons and equipment with slightly higher compatibility rates for some of the guild's members. This would help the guild's experts massively. Only nurturing a Master Forger was easier said than done. Shi Feng no longer wasted time as he sheathed the Abyssal Blade and made his way to Gloomy Valley. Grey mist shrouded Gloomy Valley all year round, limiting players' vision as they explored the area. Moreover, Shi Feng could feel the grey mist suppressing all 5 of his senses while he wandered the valley. It was as if he stood deep within the blood mist of the Demon Kin army's killing intent. Only, the suppression effects were much weaker here. The majority of the monsters inside Gloomy Valley were level 40 or above elite rank. There were also plenty of level 40 or above special elites roaming around. Even the outermost region of the valley was a challenge to get through. Meanwhile, in Gloomy Valley's inner region, the level 40 Great Lord Noya stood guard at the gate leading to the next map. If one wished to journey to the new map, they first needed to kill Noya. That's Noya? Sure enough, it's strong. Shi Feng hid in the forest as he observed the massive gargoyle in front of the valley's entrance. Noya, demonic Great Lord. Level 40. HP 10, 000, 000/10, 000, 000. Chapter 583. Suppressing a Great Lord. To current players, a level 40 demonic Great Lord was a nightmare. Noya was also a gargoyle among demonic creatures. Gargoyles ranked at the top in terms of magic resistance and defense. Worse, gargoyles possessed a massive pair of wings that enabled them to soar through the sky. If players encountered one, they would not even have the chance to escape. Gargoyles could also attack from the sky, leaving melee players at a great disadvantage. Only ranged classes posed any threat to gargoyles. A black slate tablet was embedded into the towering gate that Great Lord Noya protected. A faint gray barrier also prevented anyone from reaching the gate. Meanwhile, demonic power filled that black slate tablet. It was none other than the chapter of darkness that Shi Feng was trying to obtain. It was also the core energy source for the barrier protecting the stone gate. If one wanted to obtain the chapter of darkness, not only were they required to defend themselves against the gargoyles' attacks, but they also had to break the barrier. It was practically impossible for anyone to obtain the chapter of darkness without killing the Great Lord Noya. Only after defeating the gargoyle could one attempt to break the gray barrier. As Shi Feng approached the gate stealthily, he could faintly hear noise from nearby, and he turned to look for the source. Why are players here at such a time? Shi Feng was surprised. A short distance from the massive stone gate, a team of 100 players with levels ranging from 28 to 29 slowly approached, seemingly intending to raid the Great Lord. The sky grew darker by the minute, and it wouldn't be long before night arrived. To players, this was an extremely unfavorable situation. Ordinary players would normally hurry back to their respective shelters at this time of day. Are they planning to raid Noya now? Shi Feng could not help his shock at this moment. This team of 100 players had already spread out and moved into formation. It was obvious that they intended to raid Noya. Only, a level 40 field Great Lord was not an easy opponent. Even a 500-strong team would face one ending death. Otherwise, District 5 would not have joined hands with several other districts in an attempt to raid Noya. Meanwhile, the Crusading army, which several shelters had organized, consisted of 1,000 players. Of course, this did not mean that all 1,000 players would enter the battle simultaneously. Instead, they planned to use a rotational tactic. Taking turns to wear out the Great Lord. Field bosses would grow stronger depending on the number of players within their area of influence. For a Great Lord like Noya, when that number exceeded 100, its HP, defense, and attack power would increase significantly. Hence, when fighting a field Great Lord, it was ideal to send a team of 100 players or have several teams of 100 players rotate in and out of battle. This was also the method that guilds favored when dealing with field bosses. Watching the 100 players stand before Noya, one could easily tell that they were not ordinary players based on their levels. In District 5, level 28 or 29 players stood at the peak of the shelter, yet there were actually 100 such players here right now. However, against a level 40 Great Lord, this team was still far from enough. Go! As the leading elementalist shouted, the 12 elementalists that had surrounded the gargoyle promptly unfurled the magic scrolls in their hands and began chanting. These 12 magic scrolls seemed to be of one body as they formed a complex 12-star magic array. In the blink of an eye, this 12-star magic array enveloped the Great Lord Noya. Powerful elemental mana continuously suppressed the field boss, who stood in this array's center, causing the Great Lord to release an angry bellow. Humans. It's you damned humans again. I'll sacrifice you all to Lord Carlo. Despite the 12-star magic array, Noya still revealed a sinister smile. You can smile even in the face of death? The leading elementalist sneered. Everyone, attack. With the demon suppressing barrier in effect, it won't be able to display even 1/10 of its strength. The chapter of darkness is fated to belong to District 1 this time. Everyone nodded in agreement as they charged towards the Great Lord. The people from District 1 are insane. Shifeng silently clicked his tongue. Although he had heard that District 1 was the most powerful shelter in the Dark Den, trying to raid a Great Lord using such a brute force method was clearly not a wise move. Just like the leading elementalist had said, a demon-suppressing array formed by the power of 12 elementalists was indeed powerful. Even a peerless Great Lord could only display about 1/10 of its strength while contained in this barrier. With this, their MTs could definitely tank a level 40 Great Lord. However, the demon-suppressing array required 12 elementalists to maintain it. Moreover, the barrier took an immense toll on the elementalist's mana. If even one elementalist ran out of mana, the barrier would immediately crumble. Normally, only teams that were extremely confident in their DPS would attempt this method. After all, after one took into account the slots for MTs and healers, there were only 70 or so slots for DPS classes on a 100-player team. Losing another 12 core damage dealers would greatly affect the team's overall damage. Particularly, the abilities of the team's DPS were further put to the test when one considered the problem of the barrier's duration, following which the 6 MTs of District 1 took turns receiving the Noya's attacks. With the rear line healers healing them, the MTs managed to stop the gargoyle's fierce attacks easily. At the same time, the other DPS of the team also began to attack the Great Lord madly. Fireballs, frost arrows, arrows. All sorts of magical and physical attacks bombarded Noya. Although the Great Lord's strength had been suppressed, greatly weakening its attack power and defense, the players of District 1 could not inflict enough damage. The highest damage they dealt did not even exceed -1,000. Damn. Why does this monster have so much defense? The leading elementalist frowned. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, "Move on to Plan B." Immediately, a cursemancer began chanting an incantation. The spell this cursemancer used was one that Shifeng was very familiar with. It was none other than the Tier 1 curse that Iron Wrist's party had used, Dark Storm. Not only could it inflict large amounts of damage, but it could also heavily injure its target, greatly reducing the target's defense. When Dark Storm struck Noya, damages of over -3,000 points appeared above its head, one after another. The Tier 1 curse only dealt a total damage of around -10,000 points to the Great Lord. To Noya, who possessed 10 million HP, this was not even a scratch, following which, everyone's damage abruptly soared, and many dealt over -1,000 with their attacks. Unfortunately, the duration of Dark Storm's effect was limited. A short moment later, everyone's damage fell. Next, the leading elementalist shouted. Another cursemancer began chanting, similarly casting the Tier 1 curse, Dark Storm. In such a way, the team repeatedly cast Tier 1 curses at Noya. Eventually, the gargoyle's HP fell to 60%. What an amazing team. Not even Zero Wings' core team is capable of wearing out a level 40 Great Lord to such a degree. Shifeng was quite surprised as he watched this scene. However, he was also pleased. Initially, he had struggled to think of a way to break the Grey Barrier. However, now that someone pinned down the Great Lord for him, he could head over to the barrier and take his time researching it. Chapter 584. What can you do to me? While Shifeng slowly circled to the other side of the battlefield, Great Lord Noya's HP suddenly decreased rapidly. This decrease could clearly be seen with the naked eye. At this moment, Noya was losing 1% of its HP every second. This sudden decrease was even greater than the damage that the District 1 team managed to cause. Is it nighttime already? The leading elementalist lifted his head to look up at the gloomy sky. The moon had already emerged. As moonlight touched on the Great Lord, Noya began to change. Its originally massive 3-story tall body began to shrink rapidly, and its maximum HP fell from its original 10 million to 6 million. However, as the gargoyle's body shrunk, its strength continuously rose, the Great Lord's damage increasing as well. Initially, Noya had only dealt around -2,000 to -3,000 to District 1's MTs. Now, however, every attack dealt over -4,000 damage. The MTs receiving the Great Lord's attacks had more than 8,000 HP. Before, even if they were unlucky enough to receive a critical hit from the Great Lord, they would still live. Now, however, A critical hit would definitely kill an MT. Take turns activating your life-saving skills to tank the boss. Healers, concentrate on the lead MT. The leading elementalist commanded. He had long since prepared for this, following which, one of the shield warriors activated a tier 1 shield wall, reducing the damage he received by half for 20 seconds. The damage Noya dealt instantly fell from nearly -5,000 points to just over -2,000 points. Meanwhile, the healers at the rear began dumping heals on the shield warrior, easily replenishing the 2,000 plus HP the shield warrior lost. However, after 5 seconds or so, the shield warrior suddenly struggled to cope with the Great Lord's attacks. The damage Noya's attacks dealt suddenly increased from over -2,000 points to almost -4,000. If not for shield wall, the shield warrior might have lost his life instantly. Leader, Noya is more powerful than we thought. If its damage continues rising, our MTs won't last. A female cleric said hurriedly. Since the battle had begun, the healers had not struggled to keep the team's MTs alive. They had also specifically chosen this time to challenge Noya. Based on their previous observations, Noya's HP during daytime was simply too high. When the sun set, however, the gargoyle's HP fell from 10 million to 6 million, though its damage would soar in return. With their team's damage output, if Noya had 10 million HP, they could defeat the Great Lord within the demon-suppressing barrier's duration. So they could only give the 6 million HP Noya a try. Also, the longer Noya fought at night, the higher its damage became. Hence, they had chosen to challenge Noya near twilight. Only, the Great Lord's damage scaling exceeded their initial estimations. Damn. Its damage is increasing far too quickly. The leading elementalist glanced at his own remaining mana. At most, the demon-suppressing barrier would last a few more minutes. Currently, however, Noya still had more than 3 million HP. It was impossible for their team to deal that much damage in such a short time. Gritting his teeth, he yelled, "Retreat!" Soon, everyone began to back away from the gargoyle in an organized retreat. The lead MT also began retreating from the barrier one step at a time. Not only could the demon-suppressing barrier suppress demonic creatures, but it also limited a demon's range of activity. Only, while no one repelled Noya, the gargoyle was able to attack the barrier freely. The damage the barrier received rapidly depleted the 12 elementalists' mana. By the time everyone left the barrier, Noya's eyes narrowed as it revealed a cold smile. The gargoyle then roared suddenly. Noya's body cracked, some fragments falling from its body. These fragments then transformed into more than a dozen miniature Noyas that were as tall as a normal person. However, these miniature Noyas were no trivial monsters. Although each only had 200,000 HP, they were all level 40 chieftain-ranked monsters. Immediately, these monsters bombarded the demon-suppressing barrier with attacks, and in just 5 seconds, the 12 elementalists lost their remaining mana. As a result, the demon-suppressing barrier crumbled. These Lord-ranked Noyas then spread their wings, soaring into the air as they chased after the withdrawing players. For monsters capable of flight, it was child's play to chase players who fled on foot. After a short moment, the gargoyles caught up to the escaping players of District 1, engaging in a skirmish with one attack. These miniature Noyas dealt over -3,000 damage to the team's MTs. As for those who weren't plate armor classes, most were instantly killed. These miniature Noyas' damage practically rivaled Lord-ranked monsters. Damn. They're just chieftains. Why are their attacks so powerful? A guardian knight shouted, complaining as he was beaten to death by 3 miniature Noyas. Not even the team's healers could keep him alive. In just a moment, the team of 100 lost 7 of its members. Meanwhile, the Great Lord Noya simply remained in front of the massive stone gate, protecting the chapter of darkness while watching the members of District 1 die one by one. If a team of 100 had to face over a dozen chieftains, each with an attack power that could rival a Lord-ranked monster, the team had no chance of survival. This Great Lord is really powerful. It also knows the split skill. With this skill, there is no point in fighting a rotational battle. Shi Feng, who had been watching the battle from a short distance away, silently clicked his tongue. Split was a skill that allowed a monster to split into many weaker versions of itself. If players did not kill these doppelgangers in time, these doppelgangers would become nutrients for the main body, recovering large amounts of HP. It was one of the most annoying skills a boss could possess. If a great lord like Noya possessed this skill, a rotational battle would be useless. It was simply impossible for a team of 100 players to defeat so many chieftains in time. No matter how many players a team swapped, the result would not change. However, Split was not without a weakness. After using Split, Noya's main form would not be able to attack, making it a perfect chance to damage the Great Lord. However, The raid team needed to be able to annihilate all the doppelgangers in time. Otherwise, there was no point in attacking the main body, as Noya could recover the lost HP by absorbing its doppelgangers. Now that Noya's doppelgangers were chasing District 1's players, Shifeng dashed towards the gray barrier. Despicable human. You dare think of stealing the chapter of darkness? Noya bellowed as it discovered Shifeng standing before the gray barrier. Shifeng responded to the Great Lord with a sideways glance that said, "What can you do to me?" Following which, Shifeng ignored Noya as he began attacking the gray barrier. At this moment, Noya could only watch helplessly as long as its doppelgangers were still alive. Noya's main body was unable to move or attack. This was the rule of the split skill, and not even a Great Lord could break this rule. As Shifeng swung the Abyssal blade, multiple silver blades of light that could cut even space itself bombarded the gray barrier. Boom. 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 After over a dozen consecutive hits, cracks began to appear on the gray barrier. Unfortunately, these cracks began healing at a rate visible to the naked eye, taking only moments to disappear. Interesting. Shifeng's eyes glowed immediately. Shifeng launched a fierce assault on the barrier, his attack rate continuously increasing. There were two methods to break a barrier. One was through deciphering, while the other was through brute force. However, the latter method required a very high strength. Without having a certain amount of strength, all attacks against the barrier would be useless. It was simply impossible for players at Shifeng's level to force their way through this gray barrier. They could only think of a way to decipher it. However, Shifeng was different. Currently, the Abyssal blade was as strong as an epic weapon. Shifeng also possessed the fragmented legendary ranked Heavenly Dragon's Breath and the epic ranked 7 Luminaries Ring. Furthermore, he wore the Tier 1 set equipment for swordsman. His attributes far surpassed ordinary players of the same level. Despicable. Lowly ant, cease your actions. Noya's eyes turned crimson as it began to panic. However, as its doppelgangers were still around, it was unable to take action against Shifeng. It could only watch as Shifeng damaged the gray barrier. Despite the chapter of darkness supplying an endless stream of power, the barrier's self-repair speed could not keep up with Shifeng's damage. As a result, more and more cracks started appearing on the gray barrier as the cracks expanded and were about to cover the entire barrier. Human, you have truly angered me now. Noya released a frightening roar. In the next moment, the doppelgangers that had chased the members of District 1 collapsed. One after another. That's right, collapsed. Not absorbed. Noya cancelled split midway through the skill's duration. Leaping into the air, the gargoyle flew towards Shifeng. At this moment, a pitch-black scythe suddenly appeared in Noya's hand. Countless wraiths emitted ear-piercing screeches that echoed throughout the valley as they writhed on the snow-white blade of the scythe. Arriving before Shifeng, Noya swung its scythe towards a despicable little ant. The scythe transformed into a black fissure that was as fine as a hair. This fissure was a phenomenon caused due to the scythe's blade slicing apart space. It was as if space had been cut into two. This black fissure extended towards Shifeng. Chapter 585. Perfect Skill. Although Shifeng had bombarded the gray barrier all this time, his attention never once left the Great Lord. Noya high-ranking bosses in God's domain possessed very high intelligence. In a desperate situation, they were capable of carrying out actions that surpassed one's imaginations. Forcefully cancelling split caused a massive backlash initially. Noya still had over 3 million HP. Now, however, it only had over 2 million HP. Moreover, it was obvious that, overall, the gargoyle had weakened significantly. This Great Lord is simply insane. Cold sweat slid down Shifeng's back as he looked at the black fissure extending towards him. This move was the Tier 3 Taboo skill, Dark Annihilation, and it was a skill known for having the highest single-target attack power among all Tier 3 skills. Its might could rival even the Tier 4 skill, Dimensional Slash. It was a frightening skill that could only be dodged, not blocked. However, as Dark Annihilation was a very powerful skill, its user would also receive a strong backlash that would place them in a weakened state for a long time. Shifeng had not expected the Great Lord to be so decisive. First, it forcefully cancelled split. Now it even used a Tier 3 Taboo skill without hesitation. Shifeng immediately switched to the Aura of Earth and activated Absolute Defense, becoming invincible for 5 seconds. Immediately, a golden barrier appeared around Shifeng's body. The instant the black fissure collided with this barrier, the impact sent Shifeng flying. He felt as if he had just been struck by a truck. Shifeng flew over 20 yards through the air, his body slamming into a cliff. However, Noya was far from done with its attack. The gargoyle continued to brandish its scythe, sending a stream of black fissures striking at Shifeng, who was embedded inside the cliff. Dark Annihilation was not a one-off skill. Rather, the skill functioned to enhance its user's attacks for a certain amount of time. After suffering over a dozen attacks, the cliff collapsed, transforming into neatly cut gravel that exploded in all directions. This sensational scene stupefied the players of District 1, who currently watched from afar. Compared to their prior battle with Noya, Shifeng's battle with the Great Lord was on an entirely different level. If Noya had used this move against them, it would have wiped them out instantly. They would not have had a chance. Damn. That gargoyle had actually been toying with us. The leading elementalist tightly gripped his staff, feeling humiliated. Leader, this is weird. Why is Noya attacking a cliff instead of us? What's going on here? A level 29 shield warrior asked curiously. Has Noya gone insane? That's not it. I've already used Eagle Eyes to take a look. Noya is currently attacking a swordsman player, a ranger explained. This swordsman sure is dumb. He actually tried to steal the chapter of darkness while we fought Noya. Does he really think the gargoyle will let him steal the chapter so easily? If it were that simple, we would have done it long ago. Many players on the team began ridiculing Shifeng's foolish actions. Alright, that's enough. Let's hurry and retreat. If Noya comes after us again, we will truly be finished, the leading elementalist said. Everyone nodded silently before escaping the valley. Despite their ridicule, they still felt very grateful toward Shifeng. Just the brief battle against Noya's doppelgangers had reduced their numbers to less than 60. If things had dragged on, none of them would have walked out of here alive. As everyone turned to leave, the ranger who had previously used Eagle Eyes suddenly exclaimed, "Team leader Blue Frost, that swordsman is still alive." Alive? How can this be? Not even a shield warrior with protection blessing and shield wall can survive. How could a swordsman possibly live after that attack? The leading elementalist named Blue Frost could not bring himself to believe the ranger's words. It's true. If you don't believe me, you can ask the other rangers as well. The ranger replied, his shock clearly written all over his face. Curious. The other rangers also activated Eagle Eyes and looked towards the cliff. Immediately, they all found themselves tongue-tied. When Blue Frost saw the shocked expressions on the other rangers' faces, he had no choice but to believe it to be true. Who is that? Blue Frost could not help but ask. Against such an attack, their team of 100 could only embrace their deaths. It was simply impossible for them to block it. Yet, this mysterious swordsman had survived against that frightening power. In Blue Frost's memory, a person with such capabilities did not exist. Even those Mavericks he knew of were incapable of doing so at this moment. Shifeng slowly stepped away from the broken cliff, his HP holding steady at 100%. Such frightening power. Shifeng stretched, the bones all over his body cracking and popping after receiving over a dozen dark annihilation attacks. He felt as if his entire body was about to fall apart. If not for the invincible effect of absolute defense, he would be a dead man by now. In God's domain, attack and defense skills were not absolute. In front of absolute power, even invulnerability was useless. Fortunately, absolute defense was not a skill that current bosses could overcome. If he had chosen to use parry or defensive blade, he would most likely be dead. Seeing Shifeng still alive, Noya's anger burned even brighter. Ignoring its weakened body, the Great Lord swung its scythe toward Shifeng, adamant in reaping the swordsman's life. Yuri, still not giving up? Do you really think that I won't fight you? Shifeng frowned. Immediately, he activated Heavenly Dragon's power and Blade Liberation, jumping up to meet the gargoyle in battle. Even if the Great Lord were in peak condition, Shifeng would still be confident of putting up a good fight. Heavenly Dragon's power increased Shifeng's strength attribute by 100%, and defense and HP by 300%. Immediately, Shifeng's HP broke past 30,000. His defense climbed to more than double that of an MT of the same level. As for Blade Liberation, when the skill was used on the level 30 Abyssal Blade, Shifeng's strength increased by 90%. His agility also increased by 90%. Although Shifeng's body had not changed, the power within him right now resembled that of an ancient beast. The Abyssal Blade transformed into a streak of light as it struck the black scythe in Noya's hands. Boom. An explosion shook the air. Shifeng's attack grounded the level 40 Great Lord, forcing the gargoyle to retreat by 2 steps as it landed on the ground. The ground shattered with each step. In contrast, Shifeng managed to land effortlessly. Turning his feet slightly, he dashed towards the Great Lord after activating Heavenly Dragon's power and Blade Liberation. Shifeng's mind experienced serenity and clarity like never before. As he arrived before Noya, he activated Purgatory's power, increasing both his attack speed and damage once more. His arm that held onto the Abyssal Blade then reflexively used Chop. 3 full silver moons struck Noya's body from 3 different directions. The Abyssal Blade instantly pierced Noya's skin, which was harder than steel. The Great Lord released an anguished cry as the force of the attack threw it backward, frightening damages appearing above his head, one after another. 540, minus 8,346, dash 16, 650. The final strike of Chop was even a critical hit. In total, Chop devoured more than 30,000 HP from Noya's system. Chop completion rate 98%, resulting in 160% of skill's effect. Skill proficiency plus 4. Shifeng broke his previous record. Noya raged. It tried to counterattack, but unfortunately for the Great Lord, Shifeng had long since sensed its intentions. Shifting his body slightly, he easily dodged the gargoyle's claw. He then leaped into the air, tightening his grip on the abyssal blade. In the next moment, countless arcs of lightning and scorching flames emerged from the abyssal blade, which then transformed into a meteor that plummeted towards the Great Lord's head. Every movement had been fluid and natural. Shifeng felt as if he had gathered all his strength to a single point, the tip of his sword. The instant he swung the abyssal blade, he felt incomparable satisfaction. Although Noya tried to defend with its scythe, the spatial suppression of Thunderflame explosion caused the Great Lord's movements to turn sluggish. Noya could not keep up with the abyssal blade's descending speed at all. Boom! Fire and lightning consumed Noya. 36, 154. System: Thunderflame explosion completion rate 100%, resulting in 220% of skill's effect. Skill proficiency plus 4. Is he human? The District 1 players who watched from afar were stupefied. Shock filling their hearts. A player was actually capable of overwhelming a level 40 Great Lord all by himself. If others heard of this, nobody would believe such a tale. Yet, that was exactly the situation they had just witnessed. Chapter 586. Creating a Legend. Leader, who is that? The vice leader of the team, a beautiful level 29 female cleric named Evening Lotus, could not help but ask as she looked to Blue Frost. Blue Frost was the #1 player in District 1. Not only were his combat techniques excellent, but he also possessed plenty of contacts. He knew a lot of experts and even a few rarely seen Mavericks. Moreover, he had been a beta tester of God's Domain before the game had launched. Out of all of the players of the available shelters, nobody was more familiar with God's Domain than Blue Frosty wished to know that as well. Blue Frost replied, smiling bitterly as he shook his head. None of the experts I know of are capable of reaching such a standard. Just a single attack from Shifeng had managed to cause over minus 30,000 damage to Noya. Shifeng's damage could already rival the damage of their entire 100-man team. The difference between them was inconceivable. Blue Frost recognized himself as one of the players standing at the top of God's Domain. However, after experiencing Shifeng's power, he finally realized that there would always be a sky above the clouds. Would be great if we can befriend him. Such an expert will definitely be one of God's Domain's leading figures in the future. If we can become friends with him, it could massively help our District 1's shelter, Evening Lotus stated. Indeed. If we can recruit such an expert into our shelter, we will become one of the strongest shelters out there. Blue Frost nodded in agreement. Their District 1 was only considered the top shelter in this region. However, that was not the case when they included other regions. Currently, players could only travel to their desired destinations using their own 2 feet. Their range of activities could not extend past a single region. Hence, for now, exchanges between different regions were very inconvenient. However, that story would change once other forms of transportation appeared. When movement between regions became more convenient, more competition would certainly greet them. Naturally, their District 1 would no longer be the strongest shelter if they had an expert like Shifeng supporting them when such a time arrived. The position of their shelter could rise significantly. Leader, what are we going to do now? Leave. Or, Evening Lotus asked. Currently, Shifeng still fought an intense battle against Noya. If they joined the battlefield now, it would look like they were trying to take advantage of the situation. If that happened, rather than finding friendship with Shifeng, they would become enemies instead. Isn't it obvious? We wait, Blue Frost said very definitively. Wouldn't it be a pity if we lost the chance to befriend such an impressive expert? We have the perfect opportunity to do so right now. Although he is very powerful, he must have used some sort of berserk skill to achieve such strength. Such skills won't have a long duration. Sooner or later, he will have to escape. At that time, if we lend him a helping hand, won't it be easy to get acquainted with him? Evening Lotus nodded in agreement. After hearing these words, Mavericks were very arrogant. Normally, they did not bother with people like them. Hence, it was not easy to befriend a Maverick. However, if they sacrificed themselves to save Shifeng, Even a powerful Maverick like him would be willing to get to know them. Hearing Blue Frost's words, the other members of the team also expressed their agreement. It was not easy to earn the favor of a Maverick. It was especially true for a Maverick like Shi Feng. If they could get such an expert to owe them a favor, they would not mind suffering some deaths or injuries. Hence, everyone quickly started to prepare. As soon as Shi Feng turned to flee, they would move in to hinder the Great Lord. Currently, Shi Feng had no idea what was going on around him. He was already intoxicated with the feeling from his previous attack. Is this what a 100% completion rate feels like? Shi Feng looked at the abyssal blade in his hand in disbelief, his mind recalling the previous attack since he had begun playing God's Domain. This was the first time he had achieved a 100% skill completion rate. The sensation was simply wondrous. As a result of Thunderflame Explosion achieving a 100% completion rate, the skill displayed 220% of its effect. Although the skill's fainted effect was ineffective against the Great Lord, the gargoyle had received the movement speed reduction debuff in full. Moreover, due to Shi Feng achieving a 100% skill completion rate, Noya's speed, which originally would have reduced to 1/6 of its normal speed, had now reduced to 1/13 of its original. The debuff's duration also lasted over a dozen seconds. Even if the Great Lord were at its peak, having its speed reduced to only 1/13 of its original would slow it to a turtle's pace. Not to mention the current Noya, who had suffered 2 debuffs already. Noya's current attack and movement speeds were as effective as if it were in a fainted state. At this moment, even a level 1 could go up and give Noya a kick without dying. Shi Feng also knew that this was a great opportunity that would not be available a second time. Currently, Noya only had 2 million HP remaining. Not only was it suffering from 2 weakening debuffs, but it had also received a Thunderflame Explosion at 100% completion rate. Most importantly, Shi Feng was at his peak. Finish it. This thought suddenly emerged in Shi Feng's mind. Originally, Shi Feng had intended to drive off Noya temporarily before shifting his focus to breaking the Grey Barrier. However, the rare opportunity before him was simply too tempting. That was a Field Great Lord. Even the loot of an ordinary Field Lord was astounding, with fine gold equipment being the most common among the drops. If one were lucky, they could even obtain dark gold equipment. Meanwhile, High Lords had a very high possibility of dropping dark gold equipment. As for Great Lords, they would drop dark gold equipment with 100% certainty, and there was even a good chance of epic items dropping. Even if no epic items dropped, there would still be forging designs, recipes, and materials of equal value in the past. Even after sacrificing thousands of lives to kill a Great Lord of the same level, a guild would still profit. One could just imagine how frightening a Great Lord's value was currently. A greatly weakened level 40 Great Lord stood before him. How could he let such a golden opportunity go? Without hesitation, Shi Feng activated 9 Dragon Slash and Phantom Kill. He even activated Black Emperor, the trump card he had saved all this time. Blade Liberation's effect only lasted 20 seconds. After these 20 seconds, if he were still unable to kill Noya, he would have no choice but to give up and run. Hence, Shi Feng decided to use all of his available skills immediately. Shi Feng, his doppelganger, and the 12 Abyssal Blade Phantoms attacked Noya with its speed reduced. Noya was incapable of resisting the attacks. However, Shi Feng was still not satisfied. Pointing the Abyssal Blade towards the sky, he activated the magic weapon's newest skill, Abyssal Curse. Clouds of black mist suddenly covered the sky. These clouds then submerged themselves into Noya's body immediately. The gargoyle howled with anguish. Although a Great Lord possessed very high resistances, Abyssal Curse still managed to reduce 10% of Noya's attributes. As a result, not only did Noya's HP fall to 1,800,000, its defense also significantly decreased at the same time. The 12 Abyssal Blade Phantoms assaulted the Great Lord with a constant stream of attacks. Each phantom dealt over -1,500 damage, -3,000 damage if it were a critical hit. Fortunately, the Abyssal Blade had a critical chance of 50%. In total, the 12 Abyssal Blades were capable of dealing up to -30,000 damage every second. There was even less need to mention Shi Feng's doppelganger, who had activated Blade Liberation. Every casual attack from the doppelganger dealt over -3,000 damage, or over -6,000 damage if it was a critical hit. Including the damage from by various skills, the doppelganger's damage output was simply mind-blowing. The numerous critical hits allowed Shi Feng to accumulate 30 stacks of death auras quickly. He also continuously utilized the death auras to reduce his skills' cooldowns. Although the death auras could only be used to reduce the cooldown of skills he had learned, it was still a very powerful effect. Take the Tier 1 chop for example. Shi Feng could instantly remove the skill's cooldown by using a stack of death auras. As for skills such as Thunderflame Explosion and Thundering Flash, Shifeng could use them every 3 to 4 seconds. Every one of these skills could destroy more than 20,000 or 30,000 of Neuya's HP. Moreover, Shifeng continued to hack at the Great Lord with the Abyssal Blade, devouring HP as the magic weapon's passive attribute quickly accumulated a bonus of 20% damage as the recipient of these attacks. Neuya's remaining 1,800,000 HP decreased at a rate visible to the naked eye. In total, the Great Lord lost around 90,000 HP every second in 10 short seconds. Neuya's HP fell below 1,000,000. However, Blade Liberation's duration was reaching its end. During Shifeng's initial collision with Neuya, he had wasted nearly 1 second. Taking everything into account, he now had less than 9 seconds to finish Neuya off. Blade Liberation had a very powerful backlash. Once the skill's duration ended, Shifeng's attributes would instantly reduce by 80%. At that time, even if Neuya only had several tens of thousands of HP remaining, the Great Lord could easily kill him. Bring it on. Shifeng gritted his teeth. Right now, he was in a race against time. Suddenly, Shifeng sucked in a mouthful of air as he activated Dragon Breath. A white beam lanced through the Great Lord Neuya, causing critical damage of over -50,000 points. Shifeng immediately followed up with a firestorm with both Heavenly Dragon's power and Blade Liberation activated. Firestorm's power became even more frightening. Dragons of fire descended from the sky, one after another, completely devouring the level 40 gargoyle and turning the Great Lord's surroundings into a sea of flames. Meanwhile, damages of over -30,000, and even -60,000, points appeared on Neuya's head. Firestorm lasted a full 5 seconds. During this time, Shifeng continued his relentless assault on the Great Lord. When only 4 seconds were left on Blade Liberation, Neuya still had 500,000 HP. The final strike, Flame Burst. Shifeng shouted, the Abyssal Blade instantly transforming into a miniature sun. At this time, Shifeng's doppelganger had similarly activated Flame Burst. Shifeng then activated Divine Providence, a faint golden glow suddenly enveloping his body. Knowing that death was already on its doorstep, Neuya's eyes suddenly glowed a bloody red. It had actually managed to break free from the movement speed reduction debuff and brandished its scythe at Shifeng. Every strike from the scythe seemed capable of cutting apart space itself. This was also the last skill in Neuya's arsenal, the Tier 2 Taboo skill, Death's Tribute. This move was a domain skill, and it was capable of causing horrific amounts of damage to enemies within a certain range. Upon Death's Tribute's activation, the area 50 yards around Neuya turned deathly silent. Wraiths and evil spirits began to emerge from the ground. There were also dark blades moving through the area, and anything that came into contact with these blades immediately turned into sand and dirt. What kind of battle is this? Evening Lotus was shocked as she watched the battle from afar. On one side, there was the sun. On the other, the end of the world had arrived. If players like them participated in this battle, they would die instantly, without even ash remaining of their bodies die. At this moment, Shifeng couldn't care less what the Great Lord was trying to do. Without hesitation, he dove straight into Death Tribute's domain. If he did not fight now, once Blade Liberation's time was up, he would not be a match for the Great Lord. 24 consecutive strikes. One after another, miniature suns melded into the darkness of Death's Tribute. In the next moment, Shifeng and his doppelganger struck the Great Lord Neuya a total of 24 times, each strike accurately hitting Neuya's weak points. Every one of Shifeng's attacks dealt over -20,000 damage and -40,000 with a critical hit. As for the doppelganger, every one of its attacks dealt over -10,000 damage and -20,000 if it were a critical hit in the blink of an eye. 24 dazzling blades of light illuminated the gloomy valley. Neuya's remaining 500,000 HP plunged to zero, frustration filling the gargoyle's eyes as its body fell to the ground. At this moment, Shifeng also knelt. His complexion was deathly pale. Fresh blood covered his entire body as if he had just taken a dip in a gory pool. As for his remaining HP, he had less than 500. Chapter 587. Frightening Harvest of a Great Lord. He won? Blue Frost and the others, who had waited patiently for the time to save Shifeng, were dumbfounded. They could not bring themselves to believe what their eyes had just witnessed. A single player had actually defeated a level 40 Great Lord. Although they had seen other Mavericks defeat the monsters serving as gatekeepers to new maps, that was in the past. The monsters those Mavericks had gone up against had merely been lords. A Great Lord, on the other hand, was on a completely different level. This fact had been reinforced after they witnessed Neuya's ultimate move, Death's Tribute. Everything within 50 yards of the Great Lord had turned into sand and dirt. No living creature could survive in that domain. Ain't that person way too powerful? He actually survived the Great Lord's ultimate move. Just how high are his HP and defense? A level 29 shield warrior exclaimed back when the shield warrior had received Noya's normal attack. Despite having activated shield wall, he had still received over -4,000 damage. If he had not possessed shield wall's 50% damage reduction effect, he would have died on the spot. Shield warriors and guardian knights wielded shields. Not only could one's shield increase a player's defense, but they also possessed a block rate. It was why these two classes could serve as a team. However, Noya's Death's Tribute was not a normal attack. It was a powerful AoE skill, yet Shifeng had still managed to survive after receiving it. His defense and HP were inconceivable in reality. Shifeng was also rejoicing. He truly had not expected to survive Noya's last attack. The power of the Tier 2 Taboo skill, Death's Tribute, was no joke. Even against a player of the same level, their chances of survival were practically nil. It was the same even if said player was an MT who had activated a life-saving skill. Although Heavenly Dragon's power increased both his defense and HP by 300%, the might of a Tier 2 Taboo skill rivaled that of a Tier 3 skill. Defeating a mere Tier 1 player like himself would be child's play for Noya. Even a Tier 2 player would be badly crippled if they managed to survive with the remaining 30,000 HP he had at the time. He should have had no chance of surviving the ordeal. Shifeng could only think of one reason for his miraculous survival: magic resistance. Death's Tribute was an attack that combined both physical and magical damage, with magical damage as the main component. Meanwhile, his high magic resistance had negated a large amount of the Taboo skill's magical damage, and as a result, allowed him to survive. Leader, are we still going over to meet him? Evening Lotus asked after recovering from her stupor. Yes. Of course, we're going. He has just achieved such a feat, and we are the witnesses of this legend. How can we not go and congratulate him? At this moment, Blue Frost's eyes were filled with reverence as he looked at Shifeng. To them, a great lord was an immovable mountain. Blue Frost even had yet to hear of anyone throughout God's domain overcoming this mountain. Yet, the man before them had easily scaled it, achieving a miracle that nobody had managed until now. On the other side, Shifeng did not remain idle. After killing Noya, Shifeng's level instantly rose by 1, pushing him to level 33 and allowing him to recover significantly. Immediately after, Shifeng sent a few slashes at the Grey Barrier. Blade Liberation was still in effect, so it was the best chance for him to shatter the barrier around the gate. Previously, before Shifeng had used any of his berserk skills, the Grey Barrier barely defended against Shifeng's attacks. Now, however, it had only taken a few swings to shatter the Grey Barrier. Like a balloon being poked with a needle, the barrier released a pop. As it shattered completely, Shifeng then jumped up and retrieved the black slate tablet from the stone gate. Finally got it. Shifeng grinned at the chapter of darkness that was shrouded in a faint layer of demonic aura. Chapter of darkness. Dark gold rank item. The chapter of darkness brims with soul energy. You may pass it to a shelter's caretaker to enhance the shelter's power and activate a portion of the chapter of darkness's ability. Shifeng then stored the chapter of darkness away with satisfaction. Now that he had obtained the chapter of darkness, his task here was finally complete. What's left for him now was to collect the loot from Great Lord Noya. The moment Shifeng arrived before Noya's body, Blade Liberation's effect ended. Suddenly, his whole body lost strength, and his feet caught air. His attributes sharply reduced by 80% as well. At this moment, he was not even as powerful as an ordinary player. The after effects of using twofold berserk sure is severe. Even my mental power has nearly depleted. Shifeng suddenly felt a powerful migraine assaulting his head, and all he wanted was to lie down and sleep. If not for the Great Lord's enticing loot, he would have logged out to rest. That instant, Noya was as tall as a 3-story building. Despite Shifeng having activated Divine Providence before killing the gargoyle, a jackpot had not occurred. Loot had not covered the ground around Noya's body at all. On the contrary, Shifeng only saw 6 items beside Noya's body. Are the monsters in the dark den also stingy? Shifeng frowned. If he had killed a Great Lord outside the dark den, the monster would have dropped a minimum of 10 items. Although Shifeng had not hoped that Divine Providence would grant him a jackpot from a Great Lord, was there a need to be this shabby? After all the trouble he went through, he had only obtained 6 items. Shifeng then picked up one item after another. With each subsequent item Shifeng picked up, his heart grew increasingly colder. He had only managed to encounter such a heaven-sent opportunity after much difficulty, yet, in the end, this was all he got in return. Out of the 3 items he had already picked up, all 3 were pieces of level 40 dark gold equipment. None of these pieces were even set equipment, not to mention weapons. When Shifeng collected the 5th item, however, he was suddenly dumbfounded. Teleportation magic array design. When Shifeng saw this item, He began to have visions of mountains of gold. Players residing in the Dark Den might be unfamiliar with teleportation arrays as their only form of travel was by foot, but to players outside the Dark Den, they were quite familiar with the concept. After all, when players outside the Dark Den travel to faraway maps to grind monsters, they normally use teleportation arrays to save on travel time. However, teleportation arrays could not teleport a player to every corner of God's domain, as a majority of the locations in God's domain did not possess a teleportation array. For such locations, players could only teleport to the nearest map and run the rest of the way. Even then, they would still have to waste a large amount of time. Meanwhile, the teleportation magic array design could easily solve this problem as long as one paid a certain price and constructed a teleportation magic array at a grinding spot. Players could easily teleport to that location, of course, unlike the teleportation arrays one would normally find in the teleportation halls, which allowed teleportation between various large cities. The teleportation arrays one could construct with this forging design with a simplest version, a one-to-one teleportation array. These teleportation arrays only allowed teleportation between two locations. Even so, it was something many guilds dreamed of obtaining. Only teleportation magic array designs were not that easily obtainable normally. Great lords or above dropped them. Moreover, their drop rate was horrifically low. There was no guarantee one would obtain a design even after killing 100 great lords on the market. A single teleportation magic array design was worth more than 10 epic items. Its value was only less than fragmented legendary items. However, nobody would be so foolish as to sell the teleportation magic array designs they obtained. For such a strategic level item, not a single player would willingly trade it even if they were offered 20 or 30 epic items. Depending on the level of an epic item, there would come a time when it would lose its value. However, teleportation magic array designs would never have such a problem. In the past, even after God's domain had been in operation for over a decade, these forging designs were still incomparably valuable. These were better at maintaining their value than any other item in the game. Chapter 588. System Upgrade. My efforts weren't in vain. Shifeng sighed as he stored the teleportation magic array design. This single forging design made all of his efforts worth it. His trip to the Dark Den had not been wasted at all. While a piece of epic equipment might improve the combat power of a single player, a single teleportation magic array design could improve a guild as a whole. As players reached higher levels, the maps they would journey to would be much farther away from cities. Currently, players visiting leveling maps around level 30 could still reduce their travel time significantly by utilizing the teleportation arrays in cities. However, maps after level 35 practically had no available arrays. Players were required to run across at least one entire map to get to their desired destinations, even if players did not rest and did not encounter any monsters on their journey. With players' current levels, they would require at least 3 hours to cross a map. Moreover, the higher level the map was, the larger it would be, which would result in longer travel times. Hence, after players reached level 35, it was very normal to return to cities only once every 2 or 3 days. They would return only after they had exhausted their consumable items or when their equipment was in dire need of repair. With a teleportation array, Zero Wings members could return to the city or go out to the fields anytime they wished, saving plenty of time. They also wouldn't need to stay on guard throughout the night. They could easily return to the guild residence. With this, Zero Wings members could grind more efficiently, widening the gap between them and other guilds. Shifeng picked up the last item that Noya had dropped. The last item was a dark gold whistle decorated with many complex runes carved into its metal mount. Shifeng was shocked once more when he saw this whistle. Mounts were one of the means of transport in God's domain. After all, God's domain was massive. Not only was it laborious to travel from place to place constantly, but it would also take a huge toll on a player's body. This was where mounts came into play. Shifeng was no stranger to mounts. In the past, as the guild leader of a second-rate guild, he had plenty of mounts to choose from. However, the mount he just obtained was different from those in the past. This was a dark gold mount in God's domain. Like equipment, mounts were categorized into different ranks. There were common, bronze, mysterious iron, secret silver, fine gold, dark gold, epic, and even legendary rank. Mounts of different quality possessed varying abilities. Common mounts could only be used for transportation, and they provided an additional movement speed bonus of 100%. In other words, a journey that one would normally take 2 hours to complete would only take an hour, saving players plenty of time. As long as players reached a certain level, they could go to cities and purchase the most common mounts. Bronze mounts were slightly rarer, and not only could they be used as a means of transport, but they also possessed some offensive capabilities. They provided an additional movement speed bonus of 120%. Bronze mounts could not be purchased in cities and were only available through some high-level rare quests, large-scale team dungeons, or when a player's reputation with certain powers reached a specific level. It was extremely difficult for ordinary players to obtain bronze mounts as for mysterious iron mounts. Other than having significant improvements to their offensive capabilities, they could also carry items for players, having the same capacity as a player's mobile bag. The mounts also increased a player's movement speed by 150%. Such mounts could only be obtained through super rare quests or large-scale team dungeons with a low drop rate. Secret silver mounts were extremely rare. Not only did they possess strong offensive capabilities, but they also possessed some special skills that could be used to assist players. They could also carry more items than mysterious iron mounts, and the movement speed bonus they provided was 180%. They were even rarer than multiple pieces of dark gold equipment. Fine gold mounts were as rare as a phoenix feather. Not even the guild leader of a large guild would have one. A fine gold mount strength was the equivalent of a special elites of the same level, and it provided 220% movement speed bonus. A fine gold mount was no less rare than 2 or 3 epic items. Dark gold mounts were even more impressive. The mount itself was already the equivalent of a chieftain of the same level. In addition, it also had special skills that made it even stronger than an ordinary chieftain. As for the movement speed bonus, a dark gold mount provided 280% in the past. The best mount Shifeng had obtained was fine gold rank. He never expected that he would actually obtain a dark gold mount from killing a single great lord. His luck was inconceivable. Even grand lords have an extremely low chance of dropping dark gold mounts. The drop rate from great lords should be practically zero. This could be a system reward item for killing this great lord gatekeeper. Shifeng rejoiced as he examined the dark gold whistle in his hand. In God's domain, players could purchase mounts in cities once they reached level 40. Shifeng had originally planned to complete some rare quests to obtain a mysterious iron mount once he reached level 40. However, that was no longer necessary with a dark gold mount. He could move even faster than when he activated Windrider. Moreover, Windrider had a limited duration, whereas a dark gold mount had no such limitation. In addition, a dark gold mount possessed significant combat power and special skills. Overall, while out in the fields, a dark gold mount was far more useful than an epic item. Unfortunately, it will still be some time before I reach level 40. When Shifeng thought about how powerful a dark gold mount was, he looked forward to the day he could equip this mount. Of his mounts in God's domain were not static. They could become stronger if nurtured properly. In the beginning, bronze and mysterious iron mounts only possessed combat power equivalent to that of a common monster of the same level. However, through careful nurturing, it was not impossible to raise their combat power to the standard of an elite or special elite. Naturally, dark gold mounts had far greater potential. From the moment they were born, they were already as strong as a chieftain of the same level. After nurturing, they could easily become lords or even high lords. In the past, Shifeng had seen many wealthy players and upper echelons of first-rate guilds parade their lord-ranked mounts on the streets, attracting shock and awe of many players. Compared to luxury cars in the real world, these mounts were several times more impressive. Lord-ranked monsters were bosses in 20-man team dungeons. If one could ride such a monster, one could just imagine what kind of deterrent it would be. If Shifeng could nurture his dark gold mount to become a high lord quickly, it would significantly improve his combat power. Just as Shifeng stored away the dark gold whistle and was about to turn around and leave, the sound of a system notification suddenly rang out by his ear. System announcement. God's domain will be undergoing a system upgrade. The system upgrade will require 10 real-time hours. All players must log out of the game within 10 minutes. Why has the third evolution started so soon? Shifeng was momentarily speechless. Shouldn't it initiate only after players have conquered the first 100-man team dungeon? Did a team already manage to raid one? In the past, God's Domain's third evolution was one that affected the game the most. There were 2 reasons why Shifeng had not hurried to raid a 100-man team dungeon all this time. Firstly, he still lacked sufficient strength. Secondly, the impact of the third evolution was simply too massive. It was still not something that he could take advantage of at the moment. That's not right. It still shouldn't be possible for anyone to raid a 100-man team dungeon yet. The precondition for doing so is to have all players reach level 30, attain their Tier 1 classes, and achieve peak combat power of a Tier 1 class. However, even with these conditions fulfilled, the success rate of clearing a 100-man team dungeon is no more than 20%. At the very least, a team needed to be fully geared with the set equipment from the 50-man team dungeons to have even a 30% to 40% success rate. Shifeng shook his head, immediately denying this possibility. Currently, all of the various large guilds were still trying to conquer 50-man team dungeons. How could they possibly have raided a 100-man team dungeon successfully? Shi Feng had to admit that the system evolution this time would greatly impact his plans. Chapter 589. Era of God's Domain. I wonder how melancholic has been? Hopefully, she has collected a sufficient stock of mana crystals. Shi Feng muttered somewhat regrettably as he rubbed his forehead. While the third evolution of the main god system meant that the world of God's domain was going to become even more fleshed out and realistic, it also indicated the opening of a new door. This third evolution would send God's domain to a whole new peak. Not only would demand of mana crystals suddenly rise, but the real world would also undergo some changes initially. Shi Feng had not expected this change for at least another dozen days or so. The largest impact would be the focus shifting from an era of physical fitness to an era of God's domain after the second evolution. Everyone had a vague method of testing a player's skills through their skill completion rates. Players who could achieve a skill completion rate of 69% or below were basic players, whereas those above 70% were considered experts. As to what standard of an expert, nobody could accurately tell. However, after the third evolution of God's domain, this indicator would become very clear. After the third evolution of God's domain, the importance of skill completion rate would grow, especially in battles between players. Meanwhile, the style of combat available would also become more varied. There would be field battles, survival battles, and more. Those who pursued excitement and limits would not miss this opportunity, and these future battles would allow everyone to witness a realistic world that was completely different from the one everyone was familiar with. These battles were far more exciting than the actual fighting competitions in the real world. They were just like the real survival battle that caused a sensation to sweep across the world dozens of years ago. In order to satisfy some of the world's top figures, some of the major powers in the real world had secretly procured death row inmates, having them engage in battle in specified locations. The winner of such battles would not only obtain their freedom, but they would also receive a large sum of credits. In the end, this situation had resulted in many major powers nurturing their own experts in secret and forcing them into such survival battles. Despite major governments banning these battles on the surface, many were still conducted secretly throughout the world. Meanwhile, after God's domain underwent its third evolution and activated similar competitive battles, the game had immediately attracted a large number of players. In addition, due to God's domain's combat system reaching the peak of perfection, the game had managed to replace many of the popular fighting competitions in the real world. After all, not only were fights in God's domain without danger, but the fighters in these competitions could also improve their strength through these battles. In addition, many of those who were disabled in the real world could obtain a complete body in God's domain. Whether they were blind, deaf, or missing limbs, as long as one did not suffer from any brain damage or mental disabilities, they could enjoy life as experts in God's domain. Due to these changes, the entire world entered the era of God's domain. As for how one could become an expert, the main God system had provided a concrete answer. Skill completion rate. How could one go about increasing their skill completion rates? If one relied solely on hard work and constant training, they would not experience any significant improvements. The simplest method of increasing one's skill completion rate was to improve their control over their own body. Take a person's physical strength for example. In a test, an ordinary person might land a 50 kilograms hit on the first punch and 70 kilograms on the second punch. This was a very wide margin. Meanwhile, this margin would only grow wider in a fight against another person. However, if a person underwent training and often participated in matches against other people, the fluctuations in their strength would become practically negligible and stable. With a stable output of physical strength, one's body would not break form due to using too much or too little, thereby reducing the chances of creating weak points for one's opponent to exploit. Many experts were even capable of achieving a level of control with which they could exert as much strength and accuracy as they wanted. For example, if they wanted to send out a punch with 90 kilograms of force, they could do so. One could say that their physical control had already reached perfection. The usage of skills in God's domain had a very high requirement of the body's movements. Hence, such training was a must. As a result, many people began to study martial arts, learning how to control their bodies more efficiently. Due to this, places such as training centers and dojos became instantly popular again after the third evolution of God's domain. In the past, originally, Shi Feng had intended to optimize his training grounds further and secretly nurture plenty of God's domain experts. However, now that the third evolution of God's domain was being initiated, the other guilds and powers would definitely notice of the changes and immediately shift the core of their development towards martial arts dojos and training centers. Although these first-rate guilds and major powers had access to fully equipped training facilities of their own, these machines were all suited for daily exercises and maintaining physical fitness. The various powers had not particularly focused on training their members in martial arts. If they shifted their focus now, due to the inherent advantages these major powers possessed, one could just imagine how quickly they could nurture experts. Luckily, I secured the Big Dipper training center, obtaining a suitable training ground. I need Big Dipper to order some more of the latest equipment, Shifeng muttered silently, following which, Shifeng searched for a safe location and prepared to log out of the game. At this moment, the players of District 1 hurriedly ran over to him. Expert, please wait. Blue Frost hurriedly said as he dashed up to Shifeng. Shifeng glanced at Blue Frost and the others. This group had helped him significantly, forcing Noya to use Split and creating a golden opportunity for him to kill the Great Lord. Otherwise, he would have only been able to steal the Chapter of Darkness and would not have obtained a teleportation magic array. Design and a dark gold mount. Do you need something? Shifeng asked calmly. Brother Expert, please don't misunderstand. I am Blue Frost, the leader of District 1's first party. I have come here to congratulate you on your victory. Just now, I personally witnessed the moment you killed the Great Lord by yourself. You have truly earned my admiration, Blue Frost hurriedly explained, afraid that Shifeng would misunderstand his intentions. In truth, he too knew that abruptly showing himself could cause a misunderstanding. However, if Shifeng logged off, he would most likely lose the opportunity to befriend Shifeng in the future. You recalled Blue Frost? Shifeng could not help but ask curiously as he looked at the elementalist before him. Blue Frost. Shifeng had heard this name in the past. To be precise, Shifeng had heard plenty about this person before. In the past, Fantasy Extinguisher had a powerful general named Blue Frost. Back then, Blue Frost was a well-known Tier 5 Grand Wizard, and his strength was not one bit inferior to Fantasy Extinguisher himself. Particularly, Blue Frost had learned plenty of Tier 4 curses and large-scale destruction spells. He was the nightmare for many guilds. However, the current Blue Frost was somewhat different from the one Shifeng had encountered in the past. The Blue Frost he encountered back then always wore a cold expression as if he donned a mask constantly that hid his true self. On the other hand, the Blue Frost before him looked to be a bright and cheery person. His current personality was completely different from before. Yes, I am indeed Blue Frost. Has Brother Expert heard my name before? I'm really honored. Seeing that Shifeng seemed to have heard about him before, Blue Frost felt hope. May I know how I should address Brother Expert? Although their team had long since discovered Shifeng's name through identification skills, as a form of courtesy, it was proper to ask Yifeng, Shifeng replied straightforwardly. The fact that I was able to kill the Great Lord Noya is largely due to Brother Blue Frost's team forcing Noya to use Split. Otherwise, if Noya had not weakened itself by cancelling the skill, I would have had no chance of defeating it. No. It is because Brother Yifeng is awesome. If not for Brother Yifeng, our entire team would have been wiped out. If you don't mind, why don't we go get a drink? My treat. Our District 1's 100-berry wine is unmatched. Shifeng involuntarily swallowed a mouthful of saliva when he heard Blue Frost mention the 100-berry wine. This beverage was one of God's Domain's extremely famous wines. However, it was rare, and its source was unknown to everyone but its supplier. Even Shifeng had only tasted the wine twice in the past. He never expected that the 100-berry wine actually came from the Dark Den. Chapter 590. Improvement of Control. Shifeng promptly accepted Blue Frost's warm invitation. However, as the system was going to update soon, they could only reconvene after the upgrade completed. Shifeng and Blue Frost then added each other as friends. That way, they could contact each other at any time so long as both parties were online inside the Dark Den. Players could still communicate with other players. However, it was limited to players who also resided in the Dark Den. Communication with players outside of this area was still unavailable after logging off. Shifeng did not remain idle. He called Liang Jing over and had her purchase the latest training equipment available nowadays. With the current technology, some of the latest training facilities could even speed up the improvement of one's physical control. Only, these machines were useless to people who only sought to improve their strength and fitness. Moreover, they were extremely expensive. Each unit cost millions of credits. Hence, the various training centers had not bothered to buy them. Even martial arts dojos would only use some of the older models. Currently, the various powers that had invested in God's Domain had not taken note of this. If Shifeng did not purchase these facilities now, it would not be as easy to do so in the future. It was the same case with the virtual gaming cabins. Master Shifeng, the volume you wish to purchase is simply too large. The funds required to do so exceed your allocated budget. I will have to report this to the board of directors and ask them to approve your request. Liang Jing contained her shock when she heard that Shifeng wanted to buy over a dozen of the latest training machines. These training machines were meant to correct the way a person used and exerted their power with the help of AI. They also had various other functions available. Meanwhile, each unit cost 2 million credits. They were extremely expensive, and practically nobody would willingly buy them. Yet, Shifeng actually wanted her to purchase over a dozen units. This was simply a huge waste of money. There is no need to report to the board of directors. I'm buying these machines with my own money. You just need to find a fair seller and negotiate a price for me. Shifeng laughed when Liang Jing heard that Shifeng intended to buy so many training machines with his own funds. Her little mouth involuntarily parted as she became dazed. For quite some time she knew Shifeng's background. He was only a student who was about to graduate from university, and he was definitely not some young master from a wealthy family. If not for his identity as a martial arts master and his limitless potential, he would not have his current position. Hence, now that Shifeng had suddenly revealed several tens of millions of credits in order to purchase training machines, how could she not be shocked? All right, stop daydreaming. This matter needs to be completed immediately. You only need to focus on negotiating a price for me. If the price is low, I want to buy a few more units, Shifeng instructed. Hearing Shifeng saying so, Liang Jing was thoroughly stunned. She could not figure out just where Shifeng had managed to obtain so much money. She even started to wonder if Shifeng's identity and information were fake. He was actually treating a 2 million credit machine as some sort of cabbage that one could easily buy from the market. However, as Shifeng was spending his own money, Liang Jing could carry out his orders. She then left the training room and began to see to the necessary arrangements. Naturally, Shifeng recognized Liang Jing's shock. However, he would not explain his actions. These training machines might seem expensive right now, but once the various powers shifted their attention to a player's physical control, it would be impossible to purchase these top-of-the-line training machines in the past. If the major powers wanted to nurture experts, these training machines were a must-haves. Although these machines were not as effective as the tutelage of a martial arts master, the latter could not possibly spend their every waking moment guiding others. With these training machines, players could receive guidance and corrections any time. If they also factored in the tutelage of a martial arts master, they could very quickly nurture a group of experts. Hence, the training machines, which had not been particularly popular, instantly skyrocketed in price and demand. Moreover, these training machines were quite demanding of AI, resulting in a slow production speed. Only a limited number of units were produced each year. In the end, from its original price of 2 million, the price of each unit rose to 3 or 4 million credits. Even then, it was extremely difficult to obtain one. If Shifeng did not purchase his own now, he would not have the opportunity to do so in the future. During this period, due to Phoenix Rain secretly helping him, providing various contacts to sell the candlelight trading firm's equipment to, he had earned a lot of money. Moreover, the majority of his customers purchased the equipment with credits. After all, everybody was tight on coins at the moment. Hence, Shifeng now had plenty of credits on hand. After deducting the necessary expenditures, he still had a little over 50 million credits in the past. This would have been a massive sum of money to Shifeng. To the current Shifeng, however, this was nothing. Even Melancholic Smile was treating such a large sum as if it were nothing. After all, as the candlelight trading firm continued to develop, it would be very easy for them to earn several, or even dozens, of times more. After his morning training, Shifeng went on to guide Fire Dance and the others. In reality, he was simply teaching them how to use Void Steps. Void Steps was an advanced style of footwork in God's domain. Unlike other advanced styles, however, Void Steps placed a heavy burden on its user's mental power. Even in his current state, Shifeng did not dare use Void Steps in battle too often. On the bright side, although Void Steps mentally exhausted its user, this exhaustion gave one the opportunity to break past their mental limits and increase their brain's activity. This was also Shifeng's greatest discovery regarding Void Steps. Only the precondition for this was to possess S-rank nutrient fluids. However, it was not easy to learn Void Steps. Even Shifeng had only managed to grasp the technique recently. Whether Fire Dance and the others could successfully learn the footwork would depend on their efforts and natural talent. In the past, countless people would watch videos of experts' battles to explore and learn various bodily movements, styles of footwork, and attack techniques. However, the number of people who actually achieved success from doing so was very low. As for those who managed to learn advanced techniques, they were as rare as a phoenix's feathers. Meanwhile, Void Steps was a special technique that combined breathing, footwork, bodily movements, and various other subtle techniques. It was more difficult than ordinary advanced techniques, so it was typical for players to struggle or fail to learn it through Shifeng's teachings. Only Fire Dance and Violet Cloud had managed to obtain some clues. The others were still at a loss regarding his companion's situation. Shifeng was helpless as well. There would be no helping it if they were unable to learn Void Steps. Fortunately, it did not matter much if they could not learn it. Everyone had their own strengths and weaknesses. Also, Void Steps was a combination of a wide array of techniques. Even if Kola and the others failed to grasp Void Steps, the knowledge and experience they gained would still be very helpful when they went on to learn other techniques. Void Steps was especially useful in helping a player improve on their physical control, for example. Despite Fire Dance and Violet Cloud only gaining some clues to performing the advanced style of footwork, their control over their bodies had improved significantly. They were now only a thread away from reaching half a step into the refinement realm. Their skill completion rates also rose from 80% to around 83%. If they took half a step into the refinement realm, their skill completion rates would reach 85%, allowing them to display 100% of their skills' effects. With the top-tier equipment they wore, they would instantly become great experts that stood at Star Moon Kingdom's peak as night arrived. God's Domain finally finished updating. Drinking a bottle of S-rank nutrient fluid, Shifeng immediately lay within the virtual gaming cabin and began a new day in God's Domain. Chapter 591. New Changes. Just after Shifeng came online, he suddenly felt his body grow heavier. It's been quite some time since I experienced the gravitational system. It really is somewhat difficult to adapt to. Shifeng stretched and absorbed the sights, sounds, and smells of his surroundings. Based on what his senses experienced, the gravity in this region should be around 1.5 times that of normal gravity. After God's Domain evolved the third time, combat and environmental effects in the game had been optimized. Not only could players detect changes in temperature more acutely, but depending on the region one was in, they would also experience a gravitational shift. This change would easily throw players off balance, particularly in battle. This gravitational shift would significantly impact a player's display of their combat power. A weapon that initially weighed 5 kilograms might become lighter or heavier depending on the area's gravity. It would cause players, who had already grown accustomed to the weight of their weapons, to feel uncomfortable. This would cause deviations when these players activated their skills, resulting in significant declines in skill completion rates. Shortly after Shifeng logged into the game, the members of District 1 also began to load into the game, one after another. What's going on? Why do I suddenly feel sluggish? A shield warrior very quickly discovered that something was amiss. It's true. It feels somewhat awkward when I try to swing my greatsword. A berserker on the same team clearly felt the problem with his body as well. Although the other classes were similarly affected, the impact to their performance was not as significant as it was for the plate armor classes. The gravity must have changed. As one of the top-tier experts in District 1, Blue Frost immediately pinpointed the cause of their current predicament. Since gravity has changed, let's not move unnecessarily for now. We'll leave this place after we adapt. Everyone else on the team suddenly understood upon hearing Blue Frost's words, and they began to familiarize themselves with their new weight. Currently, it was still nighttime in the dark Denver. There were a lot of monsters hunting for food in the fields. Although Shifeng and the others had logged into the game in a safe location, a pack of level 40 elite-ranked demonic light jackals quickly discovered them. These light jackals maneuvered their way through the forest swiftly, rapidly approaching Shifeng and the District 1 team. Not good. A pack of jackals is approaching. A ranger with sharp senses shouted. Demonic light jackals were this area's tyrants. At night, these monsters usually moved in packs of 7 to 10. Moreover, a chieftain and multiple special elites usually led these packs. Facing such a group of monsters was normally extremely difficult. Even death was a possibility. Unfortunately, they were not only missing members, but the gravitational change also affected their combat power significantly. Fighting these demonic light jackals as they were would be a big problem. Prepare for battle. Blue Frost frowned. Hurriedly he said, "MTs, just focus on pinning down the jackals. Don't make any rash movements." The team from District 1 had not yet fully adapted to the gravitational shift. This sudden change greatly affected the plate armor classes in particular, and it would be quite challenging for them to serve as reliable combatants. The team could only rely on the magical classes for now. Yes, sir. Under Blue Frost's command, everyone on the team fell into formation, prepared to welcome the approaching battle. Sure enough, after the team took up their positions, demonic light jackals began to emerge from the dark forest, one after another. These jackals split up into groups of 3 to 5, each group setting their eyes on a single target. Meanwhile, among these groups of demonic light jackals, there were also the larger special elite-ranked demonic claw jackals and chieftain-ranked black demonic jackals. Demonic claw jackal, demonic creature, special elite. Level 40. HP 360. 000/360 000. Black Demonic Jackal, Demonic Creature, Chieftain Rank, Level 40. HP 1, 000 000/1 000 000. Our luck is really bad. There are 8 demonic claw jackals and 2 black demonic jackals in this group. Evening Lotus's expression turned grim when she saw the pack of jackals. Are there 2 packs here? Normally, each pack only had 1 chieftain and 3 to 5 special elites. Now, the numbers had doubled. All elementalists. Use Ice Wall. Try to split them up as much as possible and don't give them any chances to use group tactics. This was not the first time Blue Frost had fought these jackals, so he was very familiar with their attack methods. Upon receiving the command, the dozen or so elementalists in the team began chanting incantations, casting ice walls in an attempt to separate the jackals. Even if they could not separate them, they could still slow their movement speed should the jackals attempt to gang up on a player. The 2 black demonic jackals howled suddenly. The 80+ demonic light jackals began to take action under the command of the black demonic jackals. The demonic light jackals split into 2 groups. More than 30 mounted a frontal attack, while the remaining 50+ rounded to the side for a pincer attack. 4 of the demonic light jackals launched themselves towards one of the level 29 shield warriors simultaneously. Although he tried to defend himself with his shield, due to the change in gravity, his movements were somewhat slow. As a result, he suffered the bites of all 4 jackals, instantly losing more than half of his HP. The other melee players faced similar situations. Only the magical classes standing in the center of the team had an easier time. What's up with these jackals? Are they actually players in disguise? After fighting for some time, everyone quickly discovered that something was off. The demonic light jackals had actually torn a small hole in their formation, and the moment they did, the demonic claw jackals and black demonic jackals charged through that hole, dashing towards the team's healers using Fear Scale. One of the black demonic jackals instantly arrived before a Tier 1 oracle. Before this oracle could use Mantra Resist, the chieftain's attack sent him flying, his body transforming into particles of light. Something's wrong. These monsters have become smarter. Melees. Hold them off as much as possible. We're retreating immediately. Blue Frost's complexion paled. Even a fool could tell that these monsters had changed in the past. While players had pinned them down, these jackals had not bothered the healers in the rear line at all. Now the chieftain and special elite ranked jackals sent their underlings to keep the MTs busy, whereas they set their sights on the team's healers. To player teams, this sudden transformation was fatal. At this moment, one demonic light jackal had managed to locate a gap and pounced on Sure Feng. Demonic light jackal, demonic creature, elite rank. Level 40. HP 140. 000/140. 000. Just as this elite jackal's glistening claws were about to sink into Sure Feng's back, he suddenly took half a step to his left and tilted his body. As the jackal's claws glided past Sure Feng, the elite monster exposed its body. The demonic light jackal was as tall as a player, and pitch-black fur covered its entire body. There was also a horn on top of its head. Even if a player wore a mysterious iron breastplate, this horn could still easily penetrate the armor, breaking through the player's defense. These jackals were natural-born killers of the night. Sure Feng then unsheathed the abyssal blade, sending a Tier 1 chop at the jackal before him. 3 silver moons bloomed from the demonic light jackal's body. Immediately, the elite monster released an agonizing scream. Its body then slammed into a massive tree, frightening damages of -3076, -4622, and -9254 appearing above its head system. Chop completion rate 92%, resulting in 125% of skills effect. Skill proficiency +4 with just 1 skill. The demonic light jackal lost over 12% of its HP. Sure enough, the 1.5 times of gravity has caused my completion rate to drop significantly. Sure Feng frowned, disappointed with his attack. As for the increase in these monsters' intelligence, Sure Feng was not one bit surprised. As God's domain evolved, the monsters in the game would grow increasingly smarter. Currently, these jackals were only targeting the healers of a team. In the future, they would target the team's commander instead. However, Sure Feng had no intention of letting these jackals flaunt their arrogance in front of him. Adjusting his footwork, he transformed into a shadow as he dashed towards a level 40 black demonic jackal. Chapter 592. Player's Advantage. Destroy the leader, and the gang will collapse. This was a law of the war. The elite-ranked demonic light jackals were like soldiers on a battlefield. The chieftain-ranked black demonic jackals directed their actions completely. Hence, as long as Shifeng could defeat the black demonic jackals quickly, this pack's fierce assault would crumble. However, taking out the enemy commander in a field battle was a most difficult task as a chieftain-ranked monster. Beyond being the strongest among this pack of jackals, the black demonic jackal's sensitivity towards danger was also the highest. While Shifeng was still some distance behind one of the two level 40 black demonic jackals, the chieftain had already noticed Shifeng's presence. Immediately, it stopped attacking the District 1 healers and turned to face Shifeng. Baring its sharp fangs, the black demonic jackal released a low growl, seemingly issuing a command. After this black demonic jackal's growl, two of the nearby special elite-ranked demonic claw jackals moved to stand before the chieftain. The two jackals then pounced on Shifeng, brandishing their claws at the swordsman. The players a short distance away were stupefied when they witnessed the attack. In the past, these jackals had been bloodthirsty and reckless monsters. Back then, the chieftain-ranked black demonic jackal would usually be the first to dive into battle, tearing its enemies apart. Yet, now, it called upon its underlings to serve as its guards while the chieftain itself continued massacring their team's healers. Even an elite party of the same level would struggle against two demonic claw jackals with 360,000 HP, not to mention current players that were of much lower level than these jackals. Players could only rely on equipment with the ignore level attribute to have a fighting chance. Brother Yifeng, let me help you. Noticing the importance of killing the black demonic jackals as well, Blue Frost led two parties over to assist Shifeng. No. You guys handle these two special elites. I'll deal with the two black demonic jackals. Shifeng immediately countered. Under normal circumstances, with the strength of the District 1 members, a single party would be more than enough to deal with one black demonic jackal. However, due to the gravitational shift affecting their combat power, they would most likely require a very long time to defeat just one black demonic jackal. Hence, it would be far more efficient for these parties to deal with the demonic claw jackals first. But there are two black demonic jackals, Blue Frost said, slightly worried. However, when he recalled how Shifeng had defeated a great lord by himself, even if the gravitational shift affected the Maverick's combat power, he should have no problem pinning down two black demonic jackals. Immediately, Blue Frost said gratefully, I'll have to trouble Brother Yifeng then. Blue Frost then led his two parties to deal with the two demonic claw jackals using the footwork for void steps. Shifeng instantly disappeared. Even the special elite ranked jackals lost sight of him, surprise coloring their expressions as they searched for the swordsman. However, no matter how hard they tried, they simply could not discover any trace of Shifeng. What kind of skill is this? Don't tell me the swordsman class can actually turn invisible? The female cleric, Evening Lotus, stated in surprise. No, that's not a skill. Invisibility skills have a slight activation delay. Even an assassin's vanish skill is no exception to this rule. He must have used some sort of technique. Blue Frost was very knowledgeable, so he quickly realized that void steps was not a skill available in the game, but a technique. However, this technique is truly amazing. The Mavericks I've seen before have only wielded techniques that increased their attack or dodging speeds. This is the first time I have seen a technique that allows its user to vanish from everyone's sight. Both shock and admiration filled Blue Frost when he saw Shifeng's void step. Such a technique was practically a life-saving skill. Whether the technique was used to escape or assassinate, it could yield miraculous effects. With such strength and techniques, he is definitely not someone we should provoke or make an enemy of. At this moment, Blue Frost rejoiced over the fact that he had befriended Shifeng and had not become enemies with him. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Shortly after Shifeng disappeared, the nearby black demonic jackal howled painfully. "Ayo!" The black demonic jackal called out for the other black demonic jackal to help as it glowered at Shifeng, who had suddenly appeared beside it. At this moment, there was also a hint of fear within its eyes. Shifeng had suddenly appeared by its side, his sword easily cutting through its iron-like skin, leaving behind a very long gash. The wound still bled, although its defense is not as high as the dark magic serpent. Its reaction speed is truly frightening. It actually managed to react the instant I stopped using void steps. Shifeng was quite surprised as he observed the black demonic jackal's wound. Although there was a wide slice across the chieftain's body, the wound was not particularly deep. It would not affect the monster's mobility. After the third evolution of God's domain, not only had the gravitational system appear, but the monster combat system had also changed, making battles against monsters even more realistic. This also created a new weakness in the past. Monsters would only lose some HP after being wounded. Even when their vital points had been struck, the attack would only deal a little more damage than usual. Their movements had not been affected whatsoever. However, after the third system upgrade, monsters' injuries would affect their movements and attacks. Naturally, the same held true for players. However, unlike monsters, players had healers to help them recover from these injuries quickly, maintaining full HP. This was a huge advantage when the two black demonic jackals grouped up. Rather than pouncing on their enemy, they circled Shifeng, looking for his weak point to land a fatal hit. Even an MT of the same level would die instantly under the combination of a level 40 chieftain's attack power and a super high damage skill, not to mention Shifeng, who is only level 33 right now. The black demonic jackals were precisely chieftains with such skills. Unlike the dark magic serpent, which utilized its vicious venom skill to exhaust its enemies to death, the black demonic jackals used the horn on their heads to tear apart all enemies before them. The horn attack of a chieftain-ranked monster would even pierce secret silver equipment at this moment. The players of District 1 focused all of their attention on Shifeng and the two black demonic jackals. Every action this battle would determine the life and death of either side. Following the howl, the two black demonic jackals launched their attacks simultaneously. A large amount of wind mana also began to gather around their pitch-black horns. Immediately, the two chieftains transformed into miniature tornadoes as they flew towards Shifeng. Crap. Dodge it quickly. Blue Frost shouted anxiously. These miniature tornadoes were no trivial matter. If they struck a player, there was zero chance of survival. However, Shifeng did not bother to dodge the oncoming attacks. His lips curling up slightly, he activated Heavenly Dragon's power after logging out of the game for 10 hours. Not only had his weakened debuff worn off, but the cooldown for all his skills had also completed. Otherwise, he would have had to activate space movement in order to dodge the attacks. After activating Heavenly Dragon's power, Shifeng's strength doubled. He then met the black demonic jackal's attacks with a Thunderflame explosion system. Thunderflame explosion completion rate 91%, resulting in 120% of skill's effect. Skill proficiency +4. Although his completion rate was significantly lower than before, 120% of the skill's effect was still impressive. The Tier 1 Thunderflame explosion's effective range of 10 yards immediately increased to 12 yards. When lightning and fire made contact with the two black demonic jackals, the two chieftains' movement speed immediately and sharply dropped, becoming only 1/7 of their initial attribute. As a result, Shifeng easily dodged the two oncoming miniature tornadoes with a speed reduction of nearly 8 seconds. The two chieftain-ranked jackals could only receive a one-sided beating from Shifeng during these 8 seconds. Each black demonic jackal lost roughly 10% of their HP. Just as the movement speed reduction debuff was about to wear out, Shifeng swung the Abyssal blade and summoned his doppelganger. The doppelganger then followed up with its own Thunderflame explosion, instantly devouring over 10,000 HP from both chieftains and reducing their movement speeds once more, with the doppelganger assisting him with dealing damage. Shifeng's total damage output nearly doubled. Shifeng and his doppelganger then each fought one black demonic chieftain, significantly reducing the difficulty of the fight. Thundering Flash, Earth Splitter, Skywheel Sword, Firestorm, Flame Burst. When Shifeng activated Flame Burst, every one of his attacks dealt over -20,000 damage. His doppelganger also dealt over -10,000 damage with its attacks. In addition to the frequent critical hits, the two managed to destroy close to half the HP of one black demonic jackal in less than 20 seconds. One of the chieftains fell. The remaining black demonic jackal was also heavily injured, covered in such severe wounds that one could easily see bone. As a result, the chieftain's mobility was incredibly limited. Even without the doppelganger's assistance, with Heavenly Dragon's power's duration of 2 minutes, Shifeng finished off the last black demonic jackal very easily. This burst power is invincible. Evening Lotus's jaw dropped when she saw the two dead black demonic jackals. She was so shocked that she had even momentarily forgotten to heal her team's MTS. Although everyone had witnessed Shifeng defeat a great lord, watching two chieftains die in such a short time and at such a close distance still astounded them. They were still not used to Shifeng's terrifying damage. Chapter 593. Promising Newcomer. When the two chieftain-ranked black demonic jackals died, the entire pack suddenly fell into chaos, their attacks becoming monotonous. Moreover, after such a long battle, every jackal had received some form of injury. Those that were heavily injured had even lost a detrimental amount of mobility. In contrast, although Blue Frost's team had lost over a dozen players in this fight, as their team had healers to keep them alive, the survivors were all in perfect condition. Their combat power had not been affected at all. On the contrary, after fighting for a time, they had begun to adapt to the new gravity. Suddenly, The tides changed. Blue Frost's team immediately gained the advantage as they began killing off the elite and special elite jackals as expected of a team from District 1. Their members' capabilities are impressive. They can deal with these jackals so quickly. After Feng picked up the loot that the two black demonic jackals had dropped, he had not bothered to help Blue Frost and the others. He simply glanced at their intense battle currently. The melee players of the team had begun striking at the jackal's limbs, particularly the monster's powerful hind legs. That way, they could greatly hamper the monster's mobility, making the battle far easier at this point. The outcome of the battle was already clear. Feng began to arrange the drops he obtained from the two chieftains. He was already level 33. Despite having killed 2 level 40 chieftains, his experience bar had not increased by much. Meanwhile, after using Divine Providence, his harvest from the 2 black demonic jackals was very bountiful. The 2 chieftains had dropped a total of 6 soul crystals. Unfortunately, the other items were not worth mentioning. The rest was just a bunch of level 40 mysterious iron equipment and materials with 6 soul crystals. I should be able to trade them for a tier 1 taboo skill. Feng smiled with satisfaction. It was not easy for players outside of the Dark Den to obtain tier 1 taboo skills. If he could have every Zero Wing Corps member learn a tier 1 taboo skill, they would have no problems with conquering a 50-man large-scale team dungeon against a level 28 Great Lord ranked boss. Even if they could not kill it with one series of attacks, they could severely injure it. At that time, the team only needed to expend a little more effort to defeat the boss. After the battle ended, Blue Frost immediately walked up to Feng, gratefully saying, "Brother Feng, I really have to thank you for your help. If not for you, this might have been our team's grave today. If you need help with anything in the future, just tell me. Can you help me trade for some tier 1 taboo skills?" Feng had long since considered this request. Although Discipline Paradise was the leader of District 5's third party, he could only get his hands on a limited number of tier 1 taboo skills. On the other hand, as the leader of District 1's first party, Blue Frost definitely had access to plenty of taboo skills. It would be much easier for Feng to trade with Blue Frost. You want to obtain a taboo skill? Blue Frost could not help his surprise. With Feng's abilities, he should have long since obtained a tier 1 taboo skill for himself. However, although Blue Frost was curious, it would not be proper to ask about it. Immediately he nodded, saying, "That is a simple request. No need to trade. If Brother Feng wants a tier 1 taboo skill, I can just give you one." "I don't want just one taboo skill." Feng shook his head. "I wonder if Brother Frost can obtain 20 tier 1 taboo skills for me." 20? Initially, Blue Frost intended to agree with Feng immediately. However, upon hearing that Feng required 20, he was shocked. Laughing bitterly, he said, "Brother Feng, as a Maverick, you might not know this, but each tier 1 taboo skill requires about 5 soul crystals worth of contribution shares in trade. Even the first party of a shelter needs 4 soul crystals to trade for one. If they are for someone else, each skill book will cost an additional soul crystal. Moreover, I can only trade for 3 taboo skills per day. If it were in the past, I might have barely been able to trade for 20 taboo skills. However, after I purchased the demon suppressing barrier, the maximum number of taboo skills I can gain right now is 10. If Brother Feng wants them, I won't try to profit off you. 10 taboo skills for 50 soul crystals." 10. Feng was surprised. He had simply mentioned 20 to discover Blue Frost's bottom line. He had not expected that Blue Frost could purchase as many as 10 tier 1 taboo skills. Sure enough, the title of District 1's first party was well deserved. So be it. I want all of them. May I know when Brother Frost can obtain all 10? Feng did not particularly mind the issue of the soul crystals. He just needed to kill some level 40 chieftains to increase his stock. He can have them ready in a day. Blue Frost was shocked to hear Feng's decisive agreement. Even their first party required a long time to obtain 1 soul crystal. Currently, their party only had about a dozen or so in their warehouse. After including the contribution shares they had stocked up, Blue Frost still needed to borrow many soul crystals from other parties. Yet, a Maverick like Feng could spend 50 soul crystals so casually, following which, Feng followed Blue Frost to District 1 on the way back. The group had been ambushed by chieftain-ranked monsters many times. As a result, Feng had gained another 9 soul crystals by the time they reached District 1's shelter. The shelter Blue Frost and the others resided in occupied the heart of a high-level area. The monsters surrounding the shelter were all level 35 and above. That was 5 levels higher than the monsters surrounding District 5 currently. The monster assault on District 1 had ended. Corpses of level 35 monsters littered the surrounding area outside of the shelter's walls. There were over 10,000 dead monsters outside of the shelter. Among them, there was no lack of elite, and even chieftain-ranked monsters. One could just imagine how intense the battle must have been. Moreover, even after God's domain had undergone its third evolution, District 1 still managed to defend its shelter successfully. It went to show how strong a foundation the players of District 1 possessed. The moment Blue Frost and his team entered the shelter, the players inside immediately sent them reverent gazes. Many female players even shrieked when Blue Frost's glance swept over them in District 1. Blue Frost was practically a celebrity. He attracted attention wherever he went, and almost everyone in the shelter knew of him. Leader, you've returned. Did you finish off the Great Lord Noya? A skinny and youthful level 29 berserker asked excitedly as he ran up to Blue Frost. When Shifeng saw this skinny berserker, he involuntarily stiffened. He recognized this berserker. The youth's name was Wind Chaser. He was also one of the most powerful experts who had worked under Fantasy Extinguisher in the past. Back then, he had successfully learned a Tier 5 Taboo skill, and his strength was only inferior to those Tier 6 God-ranked players. Great Lords and High Lords are monsters on entirely different levels. It was useless, even with the demon-suppressing barrier, Blue Frost said, shaking his head. He could not help his fear as he remembered how powerful Noya had been. Fortunately, we had Brother Yifeng's help. Otherwise, we really wouldn't have returned with our lives. When Wind Chaser heard Blue Frost mention Shifeng, the berserker shifted his gaze towards Shifeng, his eyes containing a hint of awe and fighting spirit. Chaser, don't have any foolish ideas. Brother Yifeng is a guest that I've invited. Not to mention, in front of Brother Yifeng, those weak combat techniques of yours are not worth mentioning. If you want to fight, go look for Blue Bull. Blue Frost glared at Wind Chaser. He had personally witnessed how powerful Shifeng was, setting aside the fact that Shifeng had defeated the Great Lord Noya by himself. Just the number of chieftains Shifeng had killed on their way back had left him speechless. Wind Chaser most likely would not survive a single move against Shifeng. Meanwhile, Blue Bull, the person Blue Frost had mentioned, was none other than their District 1's #1 berserker. Blue Bull was extremely powerful, and within their first party, Blue Bull's position was only beneath his. However, as the operation against Noya had mainly relied on magical classes, and defending the shelter against the monster's assault was also very important, Blue Bull had not been selected to participate in the raid. Meanwhile, Wind Chaser often liked to test himself against Blue Bull. Although Wind Chaser lost terribly every time, the berserker never grew bored of challenging Blue Bull. After Blue Frost's reprimand, Wind Chaser was a little satisfied. However, after hearing his leader's suggestion, he immediately turned around, planning to look for Blue Bull to test his skills against him once again. At this time, however, Shifeng suddenly said, "No worries. It's good to be impulsive sometimes. As a guest of District 1, I have not prepared any gifts. I don't mind sparring with Wind Chaser to liven things up a little." Chapter 594. Powerful Secret. Hearing Shifeng accept Wind Chaser's challenge, those who knew just what kind of power Shifeng wielded were confounded. Although PvPs were frequent occurrences in shelters, these fights were usually meant to help each other improve. Take Blue Bull of First Party for example. If not for his notice of Wind Chaser's potential, he would not have bothered sparring with the youth, offering pointers of how the other berserker could improve his techniques. Not to mention, Shifeng was a Maverick that had zero relations with their District 1 at all. Since Brother Yifeng is willing to give Chaser a few pointers, this could not have worked out better. Blue Frost was naturally quite pleased with Shifeng's offer. He turned to his subordinate, immediately instructing, "Lotus, go to the Lion's Bar and make the arrangements, particularly for the 100-berry wine. Today, we're reserving all of it. Consider it done." Hearing Blue Frost's command, Evening Lotus turned and ran towards the Lion's Bar. However, this scene had left many of those who had come forth to greet Blue Frost speechless. Who is this Yifeng? Leader Blue Frost is actually being so generous, renting out the entire Lion's Bar. I recall that renting out the Lion's Bar costs 3 gold. You think coins alone are sufficient? You also need plenty of contribution shares to rent out the Lion's Bar. Moreover, the cost only a trivial matter compared to the 100-berry wine. Not only does each bottle cost 1 gold, but it also requires 200 contributions. I have to complete 10 contribution quests just to collect 200 contribution shares. Also, only 20 bottles of 100-berry wine are available each day. That's a total of 20 gold and 4,000 contribution shares. This is worth far more than 1 soul crystal. Everyone shifted their gaze towards Shifeng, Awe and curiosity filling their hearts, the Lion's Bar was the best bar available in District 1's shelter. Even Blue Frost's first party would feel a sting from their wallets when they visited the bar. Not to mention renting out the entire place and spoiling everyone with 100-berry wine. Not even the visiting first-party leaders of other shelters would warrant such a grand welcome, following which, Blue Frost led Shifeng on a stroll towards the Lion's Bar, introducing him to District 1's situation. On their way, Wind Chaser tagged along in high spirits. He really wanted to know just how powerful Shifeng was to earn such high respect from Blue Frost. Shifeng's 5 senses were far superior to ordinary players. Naturally, he could detect Wind Chaser's fiery fighting spirit. His personality is still the same as it was then, constantly challenging every powerhouse he met. It was no wonder he becomes someone who was only inferior to Tier 6 classes in the past. Shifeng inwardly sighed. In the past, both Blue Frost and Wind Chaser had become extremely famous experts throughout God's Domain. Fantasy Shrine, Fantasy Extinguisher's first-rate guild, had only surpassed a powerful guild like Ouroboros due to these experts in this life. However, Fantasy Extinguisher would not have the chance to receive the epic quest Darkness Descends, so it could not lead him here where he could recruit these people. Instead, that opportunity had fallen into Shifeng's hands in this life. If he could recruit Blue Frost and his team, Zero Wing would certainly grow more powerful for it soon. Shifeng and the others arrived before the Lion's Bar. Lion's Bar was different than other bars in the shelter. This bar that could only be constructed once a shelter had developed up to a certain degree. The NPCs guarding the bar were extremely powerful, with the weakest at level 150, the bouncers being level 180 Tier 2 NPCs, and the proprietress was a level 200 Tier 3 NPC. These NPCs even qualified to guard a small city. Even if monsters invaded the shelter, the Lion's Bar would not fall aside from consuming alcohol at the Lion's Bar. Players could also engage in PvP battles inside. The PvP battles here operated in a similar fashion to the battles held in the underground arenas found in the outside world, in that other players were allowed to place bets on the fights. Hence, many players of District 1 frequented the Lion's Bar. At this moment, however, Blue Frost had reserved the entire establishment, so not many players occupied the 3-story tall bar right now. Upon entering the Lion's Bar, Shifeng discovered that the place resembled the Colosseum of ancient Rome. There was an arena in the establishment center. There were also spectator stands surrounding the arena that allowed players to consume alcohol while watching the matches. When Shifeng arrived before a large private room, he discovered that the room already held plenty of players. Every one of these players possessed frightening auras, and they all wore dazzling equipment. The lowest-leveled player among them was level 28, and one could easily tell that they were not ordinary players. Brother Yifeng, let me introduce you. These people are the party leaders and vice leaders of our District 1's top 10 parties. They have heard about your arrival, so they wish to make your acquaintance. Blue Frost began introducing Theses leaders, one after another. Hello, I am the party leader of second party, Best Reincarnation. Hello, Big Brother Yifeng. I am the leader of third party, Shallow Moon. These players did not even show a hint of arrogance as they introduced themselves to Shifeng. On the contrary, they treated Shifeng as if he were an old friend. In truth, even without any introduction, Shifeng already knew who they were in the past. Every one of these players had been upper managers of Fantasy Shrine. Encountering Blue Frost and Wind Chaser had already surprised Shifeng. Now, even the many upper managers of Fantasy Shrine appeared before him. Shifeng began to suspect whether or not District 1 had been Fantasy Shrine's main headquarters. After exchanging pleasantries, Shifeng finally understood why Blue Frost had invited all of these players. Unlike the other shelters, the parties of District 1 were fiercely ambitious. They did not care about holding the title of District 1 in this region. Rather, they hoped to step out of this region and become the #1 shelter in all regions. Hence, the parties in District 1 were all united. Unlike the parties in other shelters, which treated each other as enemies rather than allies, it was also due to this that the shelter in District 1 had managed to construct the Lion's Bar so quickly. On the other hand, the other shelters in this region had yet to construct a single advanced establishment like the Lion's Bar. As the conversation continued, Blue Frost also revealed Shifeng's victory over the Great Lord Noya and his slaughter of the many chieftains they had encountered on their way back, shocking everyone present. The various parties present had all been helpless against Noya. Only the first party had a small chance of defeating the Great Lord. They had not expected to hear that Shifeng had actually defeated Noya by himself. Even though the Great Lord had been weakened, it was still an astonishing feat. Brother Frost, you are too insincere. You did not record a video for us to take a look. That's right. This will definitely become a legend throughout God's domain. Everyone voiced their complaints, greatly disappointed that they had not personally witnessed Shifeng's performance. At the same time, their reverence of Shifeng grew even more intense. Haha. I had been completely stupefied by Brother Yifeng's performance. By the time I thought of it, the battle was already over. Blue Frost scratched his head in embarrassment. However, you are not without a chance to watch him fight. In a moment, Brother Yifeng is going to give Chaser a few pointers, so you guys will get to see how powerful Brother Yifeng is. Leader, can I drink a bottle of the 100-berry wine before the match begins? Wind Chaser hurriedly asked Blue Frost in embarrassment. Initially, he had thought Shifeng was only an ordinary Maverick. He never expected that Shifeng was actually capable of defeating a great lord by himself. Immediately, Wind Chaser had treated Shifeng as if the swordsman were the strongest expert he had ever encountered. If you were sparring against anyone else today, I wouldn't let you waste a bottle. Here, take this. Blue Frost laughed as he shook his head. He then took a cyan bottle of wind and handed it to Wind Chaser. Thank you, leader. Wind Chaser hurriedly accepted the 100-berry wind. The youthful berserker was like a hungry wolf looking at fresh meat when he saw the bottle of berry wine in his hands. With just a few gulps, he emptied the entire bottle. Wind Chaser's cheeks suddenly flushed, clearly having become drunk already. Ha ha ha. He's drunk after just one bottle. It seems that Chaser still needs training. The others could not help but laugh. Although Wind Chaser had gotten himself drunk, Shifeng could clearly tell that the feeling the berserker gave off had changed. If he had been an unsheathed blade before drinking the wine, he was now a hidden blade. The blade might seem harmless while sheathed, but once it was revealed, it would definitely take its target's life. Though everyone else had similarly detected the change in Wind Chaser, it did not surprise them whatsoever. On the contrary, they all thought it was natural. What's going on here? Shifeng could not help his surprise. Is this related to the 100-berry wine? Chapter 595. Frightening Wine. Shifeng glanced at the bottle of 100-berry wine on the table, confirming that it was identical to the one he had drunk in the past. However, when he had enjoyed the 100-berry wine, he had not experienced any particular changes to his body like Wind Chaser had. He only considered it incredibly delicious, so much so that it was hard to stop drinking. Yet, seeing Wind Chaser's sudden transformation, it was obvious that the 100-berry wine had some hidden effect. Does the 100-berry wine possess some sort of effect that I do not know of? The more Shifeng thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. Aside from satisfying thirst and hunger, some food and beverages in God's domain could increase a player's attributes or provide some other temporary benefits. Take the black steel beer for example. Players that consumed it could gain the ignore levels effect, allowing them to challenge monsters of a higher level without suffering any penalties. Although one could ignore more levels as they consumed more bottles of black steel beer, there were also side effects. One side effect was the drunken effect. With this debuff, one's vision would turn blurry, and their senses would numb, resulting in a decrease in combat power. One might even lose the ability to fight at all if they consumed too many black steel beers. Meanwhile, the 100-berry wine clearly possessed a similar effect in the past. I only drank a cup of 100-berry wine at a time. On the other hand, Wind Chaser drank the entire bottle at once. These changes must only happen after a player drinks an entire bottle. Shifeng's interest in the 100-berry wine grew. He then jumped onto the arena. Smiling at the drunken Wind Chaser, he said, "Let's get this started." Shifeng intended to test Wind Chaser properly. The 100-berry wine's effect should not be limited to increasing a player's attributes. If it was able to cause a person's aura to change to such a degree, the PvP battles held in the Lion's Bar's arena were slightly different. Most arenas would not usually limit a player's attributes. The Lion's Bar's PvP arena, on the other hand, would adjust both parties' attributes to be on equal footing. Hence, items that increased attributes were useless in this arena, making the fight a competition of techniques. Only as the countdown timer above the arena began to tick down, Blue Frost and the others, who watched from the spectator stands, revealed smiles, though the intentions hidden behind each smile were different. Brother Frost, who do you think will win? The Oracle, Shallow Moon, asked. Smiling, she continued, in this match, both sides possess equal attributes. However, while Big Brother Yifeng is a swordsman, Wind Chaser is a berserker. In terms of classes, berserkers possess an innate advantage over swordsmen. Moreover, Wind Chaser drank a bottle of 100-berry wine, increasing his combat power significantly. Even Big Brother Blue Bull would struggle against Wind Chaser with these conditions. Although I believe that Brother Yifeng is very strong, while both of them possess the same attributes, Wind Chaser should have a higher chance of victory, right? After all, he did drink the 100-berry wine, a Guardian Knight commented. Everyone nodded. Agreeing with this Guardian Knight's estimation, everyone present was quite familiar with Wind Chaser's techniques. Among the melee classes in the first party, other than Blue Bull, no one could defeat Wind Chaser in terms of techniques. Meanwhile, against a Great Lord, players relied more on attributes rather than techniques. Despite Blue Frost's mention of how mysterious and godlike Shifeng was, in their opinion, they only thought of Shifeng as just someone who was slightly stronger than Blue Bull. On the other hand, when Wind Chaser consumed a bottle of 100-berry wine, not even Blue Bull could win against the youthful berserker. Naturally, Shifeng would not fare any better. Since none of you have a high opinion of Brother Yifeng, why don't we place a bet? Blue Frost suggested. This is my favorite part. What are we betting? Best Reincarnation, the leader of second party, suddenly grew interested. Simple. We'll bet on the outcome of the battle. The wager will be soul crystals, and I'll be the bookkeeper. If Brother Yifeng wins, the payout ratio will be 1-2, while Wind Chaser will be 1-1. You may only bet on one player. Blue Frost could tell that everyone doubted Shifeng's strength. After all, without having witnessed the battles personally, even he would find it unbelievable. Now, it just so happened he could take advantage of the situation to make a little profit, making up for the cost of the feast that he hosted. Okay, I'll bet 2 soul crystals on Wind Chaser. That brat has improved quite a lot recently. Brother Frost, you better not regret your decision. I'll bet 1 soul crystal on Wind Chaser as well. In a short moment, the various party leaders and vice leaders had all placed bets on Wind Chaser winning this match. One could tell just how little trust everyone had in Shifeng's strength. Only the cleric, Evening Lotus, had bet on Shifeng winning leader. Can I use credit on this bet? I only have 2 soul crystals with me, but I wish to bet 10 crystals on Big Brother Yifeng, Evening Lotus asked as she gave Blue Frost a pitiful look. Immediately, Blue Frost rolled his eyes at his party's cleric. Resolutely he said, no. If he allowed Evening Lotus to use credit, he wouldn't make any profit. As the battle in the arena began, everyone's gazes locked on Shifeng and Wind Chaser. The moment the battle began, Wind Chaser instantly used charge. Like an agile and powerful cheetah, the berserker dashed towards Shifeng. However, despite this, Shifeng did not try to evade Wind Chaser's attack, allowing the youth's charge skill to connect. He isn't using parry. When Wind Chaser was only 5 yards away from Shifeng, he noticed that Shifeng had still not moved, the swordsman seemingly having no intentions of defending against his charge. Wind Chaser then abruptly swung his greatsword at almost the same moment as his body crashed into Shifeng's. His silver greatsword also struck Shifeng's head. Wind Chaser's actions were both simple and swift. The silver greatsword sliced through Shifeng's body and smashed into the ground, creating a long and deep crevice and afterimage. Sensing that something was amiss, Wind Chaser used Whirlwind Slash, a skill capable of causing massive damage to enemies within a 3-yard radius. The silver greatsword was like a wooden pole in Wind Chaser's hand. With little effort, the berserker transformed into a silver tornado that engulfed everything in its wake. Boom. As Wind Chaser used Whirlwind Slash, a loud boom echoed throughout the arena, followed by a figure flying away from the berserker. Close 1. Wind Chaser could not help but sigh with relief when he saw that the figure he had sent flying was none other than Shifeng. If he had not used Whirlwind Slash at the first sign of danger, the sword in Shifeng's hand would have bitten into his body by now. Such impressive dodging speed. I couldn't even see what he did just now. The level 29 shield warrior, best reincarnation, exclaimed in shock. It is no wonder why Leader Frost praised Brother Yifeng so highly. With such an amazing dodging speed, it will be very difficult for Chaser to land a hit, though an assassin might have a chance. Everyone was similarly shocked by the skill Shifeng had displayed. Although a few among them could similarly produce an afterimage, they definitely could not achieve it as silently as Shifeng. Only after Wind Chaser's great sword landed had everyone realized that he had missed. This is only the tip of the iceberg. Big Brother Yifeng hasn't even warmed up yet. Evening Lotus giggled on their way back to the shelter. Shifeng had frequently used void steps to kill chieftains. That mysterious style of footwork of his was simply unstoppable. In comparison, the technique of using an afterimage to dodge an attack was a trifling matter. The others began laughing when they heard Evening Lotus's words. Nobody believed her at all. In the arena, Wind Chaser finally became serious. Every one of his attacks began targeting Shifeng's vital points or blind spots. Of the berserker's many attacks, his skills contained the most power. Wind Chaser was also extremely proficient in using his skills in conjunction with his ordinary attacks. It was as if the berserker's skills had been tailored for Wind Chaser. So, that's the case. I didn't think that the 100-berry wine possessed such a wonderful effect. It is no wonder the drink is so rare. While Shifeng dodged Wind Chaser's attacks, he also carefully observed the Berserker's every action. Although Wind Chaser did have significant physical control, he should still not be able to use his skills so smoothly. In Zero Wing, only Fire Dance and Violet Cloud had achieved this standard. The two were only a thread away from taking half a step into the refinement realm. On the other hand, Wind Chaser was still far from reaching that level. The only explanation Shifeng could come up with was that the 100-berry wine increased a player's compatibility rate with their weapons. Thinking up to this point, Shifeng involuntarily shivered, improving compatibility rate. This was something that countless experts dreamed of. Otherwise, nobody would bother wasting so much effort to obtain weapons and equipment that fit their styles. Chapter 596. Unbalanced Fight. After seeing the 100-berry wine's true function, Shifeng finally understood why Blue Frost and the others could achieve such high skill completion rates. Unfortunately, the wine supply was simply too low, lowering the number of potential experts who could be nurtured with it. At most, there was just enough for everyone present. Any more and there wouldn't be enough of the beverage to go around for the next 3 minutes or so. Wind Chaser continued hacking and slashing his great sword at Shifeng. The more Wind Chaser fought Shifeng, the more he grew frightened. Aside from his first whirlwind slash, none of his other attacks had touched Shifeng. Every time he thought that his great sword was about to connect with Shifeng's body, his weapon was always off its mark just slightly. After a dozen or so times, he could chalk it up to a coincidence. However, if over 100 attacks had the same result, there was definitely no coincidence. Just what is going on? Why can't I hit him? This was the first time Wind Chaser had encountered such a situation in his past PvP battles. Both sides had always suffered some form of damage. It was only a matter of how much or how little damage each side suffered. The side with the better techniques would naturally deal more damage, and as the battle dragged on, they would become the victor. However, this battle, in which he could not even hit his opponent, was simply driving him to madness. Is the gap between us really that big? Wind Chaser had already used all of the skills he could, yet, no matter what he did, he could not even scratch the corner of Shifeng's armor. This failure dealt him a huge psychological blow. Big brother Yifeng's dodging techniques are brilliant. This is my first time seeing such techniques. Shallow Moon, the leader of District 1's third party, grew excited as she watched the battle between Shifeng and Wind Chaser progress. She desperately tried to absorb whatever information she could regarding Shifeng's dodging techniques. Shallow Moon wasn't the only person with such thoughts. The other leaders also wore stern expressions as they focused on Shifeng's every action. They even recorded the battle for future reference. If I can grasp just half of brother Yifeng's dodging techniques, it will become much easier to kill Lord-ranked monsters in the future. Best reincarnation side, you don't say? Lords have extremely high attack power. If an MT can evade 50% of a Lord's attacks, this will significantly reduce the burden on healers. Unfortunately, nobody within our District 1 has managed to reach such a standard yet. As a cleric, Evening Lotus had the most say on this matter. She was the #1 cleric on District 1's first party. Every time the party's MT tanked a lord, the MT's HP would fall as quickly as flowing water. As a result, Evening Lotus was forced to heal their party's MT constantly. If she were not careful, she could easily draw the lord's aggro. It really makes you wonder just how brother Yifeng learned such techniques. If the melee players in our parties can learn from him, our District 1's first shelter can unlock the next stage very quickly. As long as their melee players could grasp this brilliant technique, they could easily hunt chieftains and lords out in the field. Their soul crystal farming efficiency would also rise significantly. At that time, they could upgrade their shelter swiftly and catch up to the several large shelters in other regions. Although District 1 was the top shelter in the Evil Ghost domain, it was only a medium shelter. Although their shelter was the only medium shelter among the Evil Ghost domain's districts, other domains already possessed large shelters. Their strength was several times greater than District 1's. The gap between them would only widen further as more time passed. Leader Frost, is there no way to convince brother Yifeng to join our District 1? Blue Bull asked. Although Blue Bull was the first party's #1 berserker, Shifeng's techniques left a deep impact. These techniques shattered the concept of their past combat methods. If they could persuade Yifeng to join District 1 and become one of the shelter's residents, it could lift the shelter to a whole different level. Hearing Blue Bull's suggestion, the other party leaders also turned to Blue Frost. You guys. Blue Frost was rendered speechless. Although I want that as well, brother Yifeng is a maverick. You all know how mavericks behave, right? It really is a pity. The others sighed dejectedly when they recalled Maverick's play styles. The shelter was like their home. Naturally, they wanted to see their shelter grow stronger. Unfortunately, Mavericks did not like restrictions as the conversation came to an end. Shifeng stopped dodging Wind Chaser's attacks. I have most of the information that I need. Let's end this match. Shifeng had already obtained a thorough understanding of Wind Chaser's strength and the 100 berry wine's effect. There was no reason to prolong this battle. Immediately, he used void steps and vanished before everyone's eyes. He disappeared. Wind Chaser gaped at his surroundings in disbelief. Looking to his left, right, and even above him, he could not find any trace of Shifeng. Where is he? Wind Chaser could not even sense Shifeng's presence normally. When an assassin snuck up to him, even if he could not see the assassin, he could, more or less, sense that someone was nearby. Now, he could not detect even the slightest indication of Shifeng's presence. The swordsman's technique was far more powerful than an assassin's stealth. Everyone in the spectator stands was similarly stupefied. A live human had actually vanished into thin air. No swordsman should possess any stealth-related skills. Once a match began, players could only exit the arena after a victor had been determined. The victor's portrait would also be displayed above the arena after the match ended. If one of the fighters suddenly logged out of the game, the system would automatically determine them as the loser, thereby concluding the match. However, the system had yet to declare the outcome of this match. Thus, the only possibility was that they were really unable to see Shifeng. However, before everyone could recover from their shock, Shifeng appeared beside Wind Chaser. He then swung his sword, sending 3 silver moons towards the berserker's body, intersecting as they struck such a fast attack. Although Wind Chaser tried to defend himself with his great sword, Shifeng's sword was simply too fast. The attack landed before he could even react. The force behind Shifeng's chop sent Wind Chaser flying backward. Although they both possessed the same attributes, Shifeng's chop had achieved a 95% completion rate. The skill effect he displayed instantly extinguished over 50% of the youthful berserker's HP. Is he really a swordsman? Wind Chaser was terrified when he saw how much HP he had lost. When he had fought other swordsmen with the same attributes as his own in the past, their chop only managed to devour close to 20% of his HP. Now, however, Shifeng's chop had obliterated over half of his HP. This disparity was insane. Wind Chaser even wondered if the system had made a mistake. What Wind Chaser did not know, however, was that the abyssal blade Shifeng wielded had a 50% chance to deal 200% damage. Adding in his 95% skill completion rate, his total damage was astounding. It's over. Shifeng looked at Wind Chaser, who he had thrown backward, and used Dragon Breath. Dragon Breath was a skill he had gained from a fragmented legendary item. Not only did the skill possess frightening power, but it also required no casting time. The skill's attack speed was also extremely high. In the next moment, a green ray of light devoured Wind Chaser, inflicting 6 times Shifeng's damage. Dragon Breath depleted Wind Chaser's HP to 0. It's over? The spectating crowd was dumbfounded. Although they had long since realized that Shifeng could defeat Wind Chaser easily, they had not expected him to be capable of finishing off the youthful berserker instantly. How was it possible for a swordsman to instantly kill a plate armor class? Chapter 597. Zero Wing Guild Branch. Even if everyone found it inconceivable, the appearance of Shifeng's portrait above the arena was irrefutable proof that he had won this match. If he can defeat Wind Chaser so easily, despite having the same attributes, it is no wonder how he can solo a great lord. Best Reincarnation and the others were shocked with their standards. Even if they fought an ordinary player with the same attributes, it was impossible for them to defeat their opponent instantly. Shifeng was fully capable of exactly that. The gap between them was simply unimaginable. If before they had treated Shifeng as an expert, now, they treated him like a monster. They were people living in completely different worlds. Meanwhile, Wind Chaser, who had revived below the arena, was still stuck in a daze. Chaser, didn't I tell you earlier? With your weak skills, you are simply flaunting your incompetence before an expert. Why haven't you thanked Brother Yifeng for his pointers yet? Blue Frost laughed when he saw Wind Chaser's stunned expression. He was the slightest bit surprised by Wind Chaser's crushing defeat compared to the battle with the great Lord Noya. This match was child's play to Shifeng. Hearing Blue Frost's words, Wind Chaser hurriedly thanked Shifeng. After this match, Wind Chaser finally understood the extent of his strength, following which, the leaders also turned to ask Shifeng for advice on their combat techniques. Bombarded with questions, Feng's response to the situation was not miserly, graciously teaching them, one after another. Before anyone knew it, 3 hours had passed. Even so, none of them could get enough of Shifeng. His guidance was targeted towards improving everyone's individual weaknesses, allowing them to see immediate improvements to their combat power. This result furthered everyone's admiration of Shifeng. Not only did Shifeng possess monster-like strength, but his teaching skills were also on point in reality, though Shifeng had only made a few suggestions to remedy their bad combat habits and teach them how to control their foundations. They were unlike Fire Dance and the others, who Lei Bao had personally trained to control their bodies properly. May I know if Brother Frost would be willing to sell me 100-berry wine for the long term? The 100-berry wine sorely tempted Shifeng. Although the residents of District 1 had the 100-berry wine to improve their compatibility rates, they did not possess the foundations necessary to display its full effects. If he had some of the wine for Fire Dance and the others to consume, they would most likely see massive improvements immediately. Brother Yifeng, you should know that the 100-berry wine is a specialty of the Lion's Bar, and its supply is very limited. If it is only a few dozen bottles, I have no problems with giving them to you. However, you saw the 100-berry wine's effects for yourself. It can help us improve our skill completion rates, making it easier for us to understand our skills. If we sell it long-term, it will weaken our shelter's players significantly, Blue Frost explained. I understand this, of course. However, what if I have a different method to improve the shelter's strength? Shifeng smiled. Improve the shelter's strength? Everyone present was suddenly interested. The competition between shelters was very intense. Moreover, as players reached higher levels, the intensity would only grow as fewer high-level maps and resources would be available. Naturally, the areas where players could station shelters would also decrease naturally. Those with sufficient strength would have priority over the high-resource locations, whereas weaker players would be chased away. Their District 1 had already competed with other shelters many times in higher-leveled maps. However, the shelters they had to compete with would become more numerous and powerful. So upgrading their shelter's strength was of utmost importance. Join my guild, Zero Wing, Shifeng said. Join your guild? Everyone was stunned. They all knew what a guild was. There were countless guilds in the virtual gaming world. In fact, members of guilds had formed many of the shelters. Only, as there was no guild system available in their location, nobody could officially establish a guild here. Rather than joining a guild, it was more like joining a guild's forces. Many shelters that lacked strength would usually choose to subordinate themselves to a guild's influence, gaining protection and assistance from said guild forces. In return, however, these shelters were required to supply various resources and money to these guilds. Every guild force they knew of was extremely powerful with a plethora of experts. For example, all large shelters were a part of a guild force. Medium shelters, like District 1, stood no chance against them. These guild forces also had plenty of funds and consisted mostly of professional gamers. After considering it for a moment, Blue Frost said, if we join you, what can Brother Yifeng's guild provide? How are you going to help us increase the shelter's strength? In truth, Blue Frost had thought of joining a guild force before. Many guild forces had come to recruit their District 1. However, if they joined one, it would have to be a formidable guild force. That way, they could strive for much more resources for themselves. Otherwise, they would be better off running the shelter without a guild. If you join Zero Wing, we will provide you with teleportation magic arrays so that you can save on travel time. Zero Wing will also provide you with funding and equipment and will train you all to be true experts. Shifeng said. Teleportation magic arrays. You guys actually managed to obtain that kind of item? Shock swept through the small crowd as they stared at Shifeng, their jaws practically hitting the floor. As far as they knew, teleportation arrays weren't available in this area. Even large shelters didn't have any. If their shelter had teleportation arrays, they could save so much time. With that advantage, it'd be difficult for their shelter not to grow stronger, even if they tried. Brother Yifeng, are you telling us the truth? Blue Frost asked excitedly. Don't believe me? Shifeng laughed. He then retrieved the teleportation magic array design from his bag, placing it on the table for all to see. Here, have a look at it yourselves. Wah! It's really a teleportation magic array design. Evening Lotus's eyes shone as she examined the forging design on the table. This item was more tempting than any weapon or piece of equipment. You've seen it for yourselves now. If you all are willing to join Zero Wing, we will provide your shelter with teleportation arrays. At that time, your shelter will develop at never-before-seen speeds. Becoming an advanced shelter will become possible, not to mention a large shelter, Shifeng said confidently. Just like the towns and cities in the outside world, the shelters in the Dark Den were categorized into ranks. There were small shelters, medium shelters, large shelters, advanced shelters, and more. As a shelter climbed the ranks, they would have access to more functions. However, it was not easy to upgrade a shelter's rank, as doing so required a large number of soul crystals. I understand. Since Brother Yifeng has such an optimistic view of District 1's shelter, my first party will join Zero Wing, Blue Frost said after considering the opportunity for a long moment. Since Blue Frost has agreed, my second party will join as well, Best Reincarnation said as he nodded. My third party will also join. Shallow Moon agreed. In just a short moment, the top 10 parties of District 1 all agreed to join Zero Wing. They were not fools, to put it simply. Teleportation arrays were like strategic weapons to a shelter. If news of this got out, countless shelters would vie to join Zero Wing. Moreover, after seeing how powerful Shifeng was, they realized that the guild behind him would not be any ordinary existence. Chapter 598. Gaining control over District 1. After gaining everyone's agreement, Shifeng handed out contracts to each party leader and vice leader. Not one of them was an ordinary player. They all were players at the top of District 1. Naturally, they would not join Zero Wing as normal members, but middle managers at the very least. And since they were going to become Zero Wing's middle managers, they needed to sign contracts. By the time Shifeng had arrived at the shelter, he had already considered establishing a Zero Wing guild branch here. The Dark Den was different from the outside world. Players here had a much easier time obtaining gemstones and Tier 1 taboo skills, as well as the specialties unique to various shelters. It was especially true for District 1's 100-berry wine. This was an extremely rare item that could help improve a player's compatibility rate. If this beverage were introduced to the outside world, it would help Zero Wing immensely in the future. Correspondingly, the development of life classes within the Dark Den was very slow. There were practically no players producing advanced products here. Particularly, consumables that players normally required to survive out in the fields were extremely hard to come by. These advanced consumables would certainly bolster the shelter's strength if he could supply them. The reason Fantasy Shrine had been able to develop so quickly in the past must be due to their trades with the shelter. Shifeng suddenly thought about the first-rate guild, Fantasy Shrine, which was located in the Black Dragon Empire in the past. Fantasy Extinguisher had accepted this epic quest and turned Fantasy Shrine into one of the Black Dragon Empire's giants. Back then, even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's branch guild could not afford to provoke Fantasy Shrine casually. One could just imagine how helpful the trades between the two were to a guild. After everyone had looked over the contracts Shifeng had provided, surprise colored their expressions. This Zero Wing sure is rich. It's offering a wage that's twice what other guilds offer. Just what kind of guild is this? Blue Frost had encountered many guild forces before. He had also heard of these guilds' reputations, and many of them were second-rate guilds. Unfortunately, although the wages these guilds offered District 1's top 10 parties were tempting, they required far too many soul crystals in return. Submitting to these guilds would only hinder their shelter's development. In the end, they rejected all the offers they had received. In comparison, not only was Shifeng offering wages that would allow them to play God's domain full-time, but he also intended to supply various advanced products to hasten their development. Most importantly, he did not require any soul crystals at all. This was astounding. Soul crystals were the foundation of shelters. It was one of the resources required that players required to grow stronger. If they could gain so many benefits without having to contribute any soul crystals, they'd willingly join as normal members. Much less middle managers. If there aren't any issues, you can sign the contract. Shifeng involuntarily laughed as he saw everyone's dazed expressions. He had written this contract after taking into account the best interests of Blue Frost and the others. Not a single guild force could afford such an offer. Soul crystals might be important to Blue Frost and the others, but to Shifeng, these items held no value whatsoever. After Shifeng's reminder, everyone hurriedly signed their contracts. With the top 10 parties of District 1 joining Zero Wing, his guild would have control over the entire shelter. Previously, Shifeng had learned about shelter's development model. The top 10 parties of every shelter had special privileges. Aside from being able to purchase the shelter's specialties, these parties also had a say in the shelter's construction. They had the right to vote on which establishments they wanted to construct first. Take the Lion's Bar for example. Over half of the top 10 parties needed to agree before the Lion's Bar could be constructed. Meanwhile, in order to construct special buildings such as the Lion's Bar, players would have to use the soul crystals accumulated by the shelter. These accumulated soul crystals were what players normally exchanged for contribution shares. Hence, taking control of the top 10 parties of a shelter was the equivalent to taking control of the entire shelter. With District 1 as the center, Shifeng could then popularize the Candlelight Trading Firm's products to other shelters. Soon, the entire Evil Ghost domain would become Zero Wing's resource warehouse. At that time, Zero Wing's development speed would soar. Brother Frost, as the leader of First Party, you should be the most familiar with the shelter. Do you know of any methods to increase the 100-berry wine's production? Shifeng asked as he turned to Blue Frost. In the past, although the 100-berry wine had been extremely rare, Shifeng had still managed to procure some for himself. However, if District 1 could only produce 20 bottles per day, how could Fantasy Shrine have possibly afforded to sell it? The only possibility was that the supply of the 100-berry wine was not limited to this amount. However, the specialties available to every shelter were random. It was extremely rare for a shelter to obtain a specialty such as the 100-berry wine. Moreover, even with 10 shelters producing them, the total still wouldn't be enough to sate a single first-rate guild's demands, much less others' demands. I do know of a way to increase the 100-berry wine's production. Currently, the Lion's Bar is only a 1-star bar. If we promote it to a 2-star bar, then the production will increase to 50 bottles a day. 100 bottles a day if we can upgrade the bar to 3 stars. However, that will require a lot of soul crystals. With our shelter's current stock, it is impossible for us to promote the Lion's Bar. Blue Frost also wanted to increase the 100-berry wine's production. However, the soul crystal requirement was staggering. I see. It seems that it won't be possible in a short time. Shifeng frowned slightly. In truth, there is another method, Blue Frost suddenly said. Only, this method is very costly, and nobody is willing to do it. Let me hear it, Shifeng said. The Lion's Bar independent promotion. Through this method, the number of soul crystals required will decrease significantly. However, that would require spending your own money for everyone else's benefit. Also, the soul crystals spent will not gain you any contribution shares, Blue Frost explained. If we use the soul crystals that everyone has contributed, we will need 10,000 crystals to upgrade the Lion's Bar to 2-star status. Independently, only 500 will be required. However, even combining the soul crystals of all 10 parties, we still don't have 500 crystals. How many are you guys missing? Shifeng asked after giving the situation some thought. Based on our previous calculations, our parties only have slightly more than 300 soul crystals right now. We are short by almost 200, Blue Frost said, smiling bitterly. That's quite a lot. However, it is not an impossible task. Shifeng nodded and continued. Let's do it this way. Frost, you try to buy as many soul crystals as possible for now. I'll try to obtain some myself as well. It is of utmost importance that we upgrade the Lion's Bar to 2 stars. Okay. I'll try my best. In truth, Blue Frost had considered upgrading the Lion's Bar independently as well. Only before today, the 10 parties had not been of one mind. There would still be a few among them who would hold back some of their crystals, afraid that they would suffer if they lost too many. However, now that the top 10 parties of District 1 had become members of Zero Wing, they had become a family. With this, it would be much easier to do things like this from this point onward. District 1's shelter would truly be united. After Shifeng finished arranging the matters relating to District 1's shelter, he departed from District 1, heading towards District 5. Chapter 599. Great Demon. It had only been a day since Shifeng had left District 5. However, when Shifeng arrived at District 5's shelter once more, a massive change had occurred. What happened to the shelter? Shifeng was shocked when he saw the sight before him. The originally flourishing shelter of District 5 had become a pile of ruins. The tall walls which had surrounded the shelter were no more, and collapsed houses littered the area within what little walls remained. He could find no sign of anyone inside the shelter. The rotting corpses of various monsters decorated the spacious streets. Moreover, these monsters were all level 40 or above, far exceeding the level of this region. Among these monsters, a majority were elites. There were also plenty of special elites and chieftains as well. Lord. After entering District 5 shelter, on the second street Shifeng crossed, he discovered the corpse of a 3-story tall black bear nightmare bear, demonic creature, Lord rank. Level 40. HP 0/2. 800. 000. Even in the evil ghost domain, Lord-ranked monsters were extremely rare. Based on Shifeng's understanding, the monster armies that assaulted shelters every night almost never had any lords. The strongest monsters in these assaults were usually chieftains. Yet, right before him, Shifeng could see the corpses of 4 lords on the street. One could just imagine how intense this monster assault on District 5 had been. Just what happened here? Even after running down several streets, Shifeng still failed to discover any other players. It was as if District 5 had become a ghost city overnight. Normally, even when a shelter had been invaded, players would not retreat from the region so quickly. When Shifeng arrived at District 5 Central Street, players' screams reached his ears. This was not the first time Shifeng had heard such screams of pain. However, he had only heard them in the past. This was his first time hearing such a desperate and painful wail in this life. Shifeng then activated Windwalk and dashed towards the source of the cries. However, When Shifeng was 200 yards away from the source, his body suddenly felt extremely heavy. It was as if he had just jumped into a quagmire crap. This is a domain. Shifeng immediately jumped backward, retreating from the domain's range domain. It was something only high-tiered creatures were capable of using. Take Weissman, who was the magistrate of White River City and a Tier 4 Great Wizard, for example. He was capable of summoning a magic domain that would empower himself and suppress his enemies. If someone without a domain faced someone with one, unless they were far stronger than the latter, escape and death were the only available options. Meanwhile, one had to be at least Tier 4 to use a domain. In other words, there was at least a Tier 4 monster at the heart of this screaming. Since it was a player screaming, one could easily conclude that the Tier 4 creature was an enemy. Why would a Tier 4 creature be here? Shifeng was greatly surprised. Based on players' current levels, encountering such a creature should be impossible. Not to mention in such a low-level region. Shifeng hurriedly jumped onto a collapsed rooftop and looked towards the origin of the screams. At this moment, 3 players were still alive on the central street. Discipline Paradise, someone Shifeng was familiar with, stood in the lead. The other 2 were a level 28 assassin and a level 28 berserker. At this moment, however, all 3 of their HPs were very low. All sorts of level 40 monsters surrounded them, making escape impossible. Worst of all, a pitch-black demon with bat-like wings and blood-red eyes hovered high above them. Nettle, demonic creature, great demon. Level 60. HP 50, 000, 000/50, 000, 000. What is a Tier 4 great demon doing here? Shifeng was astonished when he saw nettle demons were enemies to the human race. As long as a demon appeared within God's domain, the armies of various countries throughout the continent would set out to exterminate them immediately. Hence, encountering a demon was rare. Not to mention a great demon. Although Nettle was only a level 60 great demon, to current players, he was invincible. He was something players simply could not afford to provoke. Despicable human. I'll give you one last chance to live. Surrender the Moloch's ring that you stole and submit. Nettle glared down at Discipline Paradise and said coldly, "Otherwise, I will give you a taste of soul fire, destroying your soul just like your companions." Shifeng immediately sucked in a breath of cold air when he heard Nettle's words to players. Their souls were very important, and damage would bring about severe consequences. It was just like when Shifeng collected the immortal souls of players he killed, and as a result, said players were unable to log into God's domain for a short time. However, what he collected was only a small portion of a player's immortal soul. If soul fire burned a player's soul completely, the consequences would be unimaginable. This penalty would not be limited to being unable to play the game for a few days. If a player's soul were burned by soul fire, their account would be crippled. They would have no choice but to restart an account and obtain a new immortal soul. Just what kind of quest did Discipline Paradise take on for it to have such a frightening penalty? Shifeng's heart skipped a beat when he saw the black flame in the great demon's hand. Tier 4 creatures, particularly a Tier 4 great demon like Nettle, would not come here for no good reason. The only explanation Shifeng could come up with was a quest. Meanwhile, Discipline Paradise must have failed to complete this quest on time, and as a result, incurred such a punishment. This penalty was similar to the penalty of Shifeng's epic quest. Darkness descends. You want me to submit? Not in a million years. I'll fight you to the end. Discipline Paradise shouted as he threw his shield at the great demon Nettle before the golden shield hit Nettle. However, the great demon effortlessly caught the flying shield with a single hand. Nettle lightly clenched his fist palm. With just a squeeze, a level 25 fine gold shield was crushed. To a Tier 4 creature, it was an easy task to destroy fine gold equipment. Only dark gold equipment could withstand its power for some time. The 2 players standing by Discipline Paradise's sides were immediately terrified. Since you aren't willing to become my servant, you can die. Nettle sneered. With a light wave of his hand, black flames rained down on Discipline Paradise. Discipline Paradise's group of 3 had no hope of defending against the rain of soul fire. Not only did their HPs rapidly deplete, but they also released agonizing wails due to the burning pain. The black flames devoured the trio for over a dozen seconds. Only when all 3 had turned to ash did the black flames disappear. This is going to be troublesome. A headache began to plague Shifeng. He had only managed to obtain the Chapter of Darkness after much difficulty. Yet, now, Discipline Paradise had accepted a horrible quest that was impossible to complete and was even forced to recreate his account. How was he supposed to go to the Dark Den right now? Ha! What's that? With his extraordinary vision, Shi Feng discovered a flashing black light amidst Discipline Paradise's ashes. A ring! Suddenly, Shi Feng recalled the Morlock's ring that the great demon Nettle had previously mentioned. That ring should be an item that would trigger a quest. Since it was a quest item, it naturally would not disappear with Discipline Paradise. Instead, it would remain and wait for the next player to come along. Is that ring somehow related to the Dark Den? Shi Feng could not help but wonder. Before this, he had asked Blue Frost about the Dark Denver. However, Blue Frost did not know anything. He had not known that the chapter of darkness could open the gate leading to the Dark Den either. No matter how one looked at it, it was impossible for the leading figure of District 1 to possess less information than Discipline Paradise. The only explanation was that Discipline Paradise had obtained this information through some special means. Moreover, Discipline Paradise had been very eager to get his hands on the chapter of darkness now. A great demon had appeared to retrieve a ring. If one were to claim that the ring and the chapter of darkness were unrelated, who would believe it? I can only give it a try. Shi Feng gritted his teeth. He then dashed forward towards the ring with intense speed. Chapter 600, Ring of Legends. After Shi Feng crossed about a dozen yards or so, the great demon Nettle sensed his presence. Why is there still an ant? Go, finish him off. Nettle, who hovered in the air, commanded 5 level 40 chieftains to deal with Shi Feng in the great demon's eyes. A tier 1 player like Shi Feng meant too little for him to take action personally. Had only killed Discipline Paradise personally due to the Moloch's ring. Otherwise, he would have let his subordinates finish off the Guardian Knight and the others. When 100 yards stood between Shi Feng and the Moloch's ring, 5 massive black demonic bears surrounded him just in time. Shi Feng smiled faintly. He then used silent steps on one of the demonic bears. Shi Feng crossed a distance of 20 yards instantly. He then activated the Aura of Wind's activatable skill, Wind Rider, his speed abruptly increasing by 220%. Transforming into a fierce gale, he easily shook off the 5 black demonic bears and continued his way towards the Moloch's ring. Not bad for a little ant. Nettle frowned. He stretched out his left hand. A ball of black flame bloomed in Nettle's black-scaled palm. Although this ball of black flame did not radiate any scorching heat, Shi Feng could clearly feel how formidable it was. If the flame so much as touched him, he would instantly lose his life. You should feel honored to die by the great demon Nettle's hand. Nettle then lightly waved his hand at Shi Feng. Suddenly, a tidal wave of black flame washed down from the sky. Agonizing screams tore from the throats of any monster that encountered these black flames. The raging fire turned them into nothingness in the blink of an eye. Not daring to be careless, Shi Feng soared into the sky, avoiding the black flames by the skin of his teeth. Despicable ant, you actually to dare dodge my attack? Nettle bellowed. In the next moment, countless black arcs of lightning appeared in his hand. Each arc was as thick as a person's thigh. The great demon then pointed at Shi Feng, shouting, "Turn to ash." Immediately, the arcs of lightning formed a giant web that flew towards Shi Feng faster than when he had Wind Rider activated. This was the Tier 4 skill the great demon Nettle was most proficient with, Dark Vortex. Not even a Tier 4 NPC could dodge this skill. They could only attempt to block it. As for players, they would die instantly. Is there a need to be this serious? Shi Feng was rendered speechless as he saw the black electric net that had already surrounded him. I have to use my trump card. Shi Feng no longer tried to dodge the black lightning, opting to charge towards it instead. Trying to kill yourself now that you know escape is impossible? Nettle smiled with satisfaction as he watched Shi Feng's suicidal action. Boom. A thundering explosion occurred as Shi Feng collided with the black electric net. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. Not even a level 40 chieftain could survive such a frightening attack. Just as the great demon was about to turn away, he suddenly discovered that something was amiss. A golden figure flew towards him. How is he still alive? Nettle stared at the unscathed Shi Feng while the great demon was surprised. Shi Feng arrived at Discipline Paradise's ashes. His hand snatched Moloch's ring swiftly and placed the item in his bag. Despicable thief. You have truly angered me this time. A cold glint flashed in Nettle's crimson eyes. Suddenly, a blood-red battle-axe with a thorn-covered handle appeared in Nettle's hands. With a flap of his wings, the great demon instantly appeared in front of Shi Feng, swinging his battle-axe down at the swordsman. Explosions shook the air as the axe descended. It was as if Nettle's powerful attack shattered space itself, and not even Shi Feng could dodge or defend against the attack in time. Boom. When the blood-red axe struck Shi Feng's body, he suddenly felt disembodied. After a fraction of a pause, the attack sent him crashing into a 4-story building over 30 yards away. What strength and speed! Shi Feng exclaimed as he climbed out of the rubble. The great demon Nettle's strength was definitely at upper rank Tier 4. If he had not switched the aura of wind to the aura of earth and activated absolute defense in time, even if he were a level 60 tier 2 swordmaster, that single hit would have obliterated him currently. Although Shifeng had not received any damage, his entire body was numb. Even moving was difficult for him. The strength of a tier 4 great demon was simply too terrifying. Moreover, Nettle's strength wasn't just limited to his attributes. His techniques were similarly frightening. Nettle's simple swing had not contained any excess movements at all. The demon was operating at the same level as a top-tier expert against an opponent who possessed the attributes of a tier 4 class and the skills of a top-tier expert. Even in his prime, Shifeng could only turn tail and run. Nettle could not help his surprise when he discovered that Shifeng was actually still alive. A tiny little ant had actually survived 3 of his moves. He had never encountered this in the past. Before the great demon could recover from his shock, Shifeng activated Phantom Kill. Suddenly, he turned and fled at maximum speed. You want to escape? Do you really think you can run from me, the great demon Nettle? Nettle revealed a malevolent smile. To the prideful great demon, the fact that Shifeng had provoked it repeatedly was humiliating. If others heard of this, he, the great demon Nettle, would watch his reputation in the dark den wither. Spreading his wings, Nettle transformed into a black streak of light as he chased after Shifeng so fast. As expected of a winged tier 4 great demon. Glancing at the rapidly approaching great demon, Shifeng inwardly prayed that it would not discover his plan. Wind Rider only had a duration of 24 seconds. From the time he had activated Wind Rider until now, nearly 7 seconds had passed. He had also used up absolute defense already. If he wished to escape from the tier 4 great demon, his could only rely on diversions at this moment. Shifeng's doppelganger hurriedly activated Blade Liberation and Windwalk. The doppelganger then dashed in the opposite direction of Shifeng. None of the surrounding level 40 chieftains could keep up with the doppelganger's speed. In just a short moment, the doppelganger had shaken off all its pursuers. Roughly 5 seconds later, Nettle also caught up with Shifeng. Despicable human, I admit that you are very skilled. A little tier 1 swordsman like you has actually forced me, the great demon Nettle, to expend so much effort to deal with you. As a reward, I will grant you endless torture. You will become my puppet for the rest of eternity. Nettle shouted, a ferocious grin appearing on his face as he watched the currently motionless Shifeng. Oh really? You'll have to catch me first, Shifeng replied disdainfully. Catch you? The great demon Nettle's expression sank as he suddenly discovered that the Shifeng before him had changed. Although the Shifeng before him had become stronger, his eyes were that of a puppet's. There was not the slightest sign of anger within those eyes. Damn! It's a doppelganger. Saying so, Nettle abruptly jumped into the air and returned to District 5. However, roughly 4 seconds after the great demon Nettle turned to fly back to the shelter, the originally emotionless Shifeng suddenly wore an angry expression. Shifeng had swapped positions with his doppelganger. Once more, the Abyssal Blade's Phantom skill could be an extremely powerful life-saving skill. As long as his doppelganger was still alive, Shifeng could swap positions with it indefinitely. With this move, even a tier 4 great demon should not think of killing him easily. Shifeng then changed directions and flew towards District 1. Even after Wind Rider's duration ended, the great demon could not find any trace of Shifeng. Finally safe. Shifeng, who currently hid in a forest, breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the great demon does not know my trump card. Otherwise, I really would have died. Hopefully, this Moloch's ring is worth all I went through to get it. Shifeng carefully retrieved the pitch-black ring, which was engraved with innumerable inscriptions, from his bag. Omniscient eyes. Shifeng examined Moloch's ring. Immediately, a shocked expression appeared on his face. Impossible. At this moment, even Shifeng did not dare believe his own eyes. Moloch's ring was actually a legendary item. Chapter 601. Legendary Quest. Even after a long look, Shifeng still did not dare believe that what he was seeing was real. Legendary items were as rare as a phoenix's feather in God's domain, and not even tier 5 players would necessarily possess one. Any player who owned a legendary item had the power to challenge opponents of a higher tier. Take Shifeng's fragmented legendary ranked Heavenly Dragon's Breath for example. When he activated Heavenly Dragon's power, he could contend with a lord, which was the equivalent of a tier 2 class. For a short time, if he possessed a legendary item, he could definitely contend with a high lord. A lord-ranked monster was merely the boss of a 20-man hard mode team dungeon. Meanwhile, a high lord was the boss of a 50-man hard mode team dungeon. The difference in power was immense. If he could equip a legendary item now, not to mention a 50-man hard mode team dungeon, he could even lead a team in a 50-man hell mode team dungeon. He could even give a 100-man hard mode team dungeon a try. A team dungeon tested the overall strength of a team, while a legendary item was capable of increasing the overall strength of a team significantly. This was the why legendary items were so frightening. They could break the limits of conventional strength unfortunately. Although the information Shifeng had obtained regarding the Moloch's ring stated that it was a legendary item, it turned out that the ring was sealed Moloch's ring, legendary rank. Sealed by the Lord of Balrog's. Legend has it that this ring contains all of the Lord of Balrog's secrets and power. By wearing this ring, one can obtain this power. After Moloch's ring had been sealed away, the Great Demon Nettle stood guard over the item. The ring holds the Great Demon Nettle's mark, allowing the Great Demon to sense its location periodically. System. Legendary Quest, Lord of Balrog's Fall, activated quest details. Lift the seal on Moloch's ring. Quest rewards, unknown. A legendary quest. Shifeng smiled bitterly. No wonder the penalty Discipline Paradise received was so severe. Just the penalty for failing an epic quest could half cripple a player's character. Not to mention a legendary quest. However, I've never heard of this legendary quest before. The clues the quest provides are so limited, too. It says that I need to lift the seal on the ring, but it doesn't tell me how to do that. The ring doesn't provide any clues, either. It is no wonder Discipline Paradise failed the quest. Shifeng knew very well just how frightening a legendary quest was. A single epic quest had already given Shifeng such a huge headache. Not to mention a legendary quest. However, God's domain was fair in all regards. If he could complete this legendary quest, the reward he could obtain would definitely be incredible. In God's domain, if a player wished to obtain a legendary item, they would have to do so by completing a legendary quest. However, a majority of the players that took this path normally ended up plunging themselves into a dark abyss. This was also why legendary items were so rare. If possible, Shifeng would rather not accept a legendary quest right now. After going through so much to get this ring, in the end, it still doesn't help me get to the Dark Denver. Shifeng sighed. Currently, as long as he held on to this ring, a great demon would hunt him. Moreover, there was no definite time as to when the Great Demon Nettle would make his appearance again. This was far more dangerous than his epic quest, which provided a clear time limit. Shifeng stored Moloch's ring in his bag. Right now, completing the Darkness Descends quest was of the utmost priority. Just as Shifeng was about to leave his hiding spot, the sound of a system notification reached his ear. System. Moloch's ring has detected the presence of the power of darkness. Do you want Moloch's ring to devour the power of darkness? Devour the power of darkness? Shifeng was stunned. Giving it some thought, he could not recall there being anything important in his bag. He then clicked, agree. In the next moment, the dozen or so soul crystals inside his bag disappeared. Meanwhile, due to having devoured the soul crystals, the inscriptions on Moloch's ring glowed slightly. System. First seal on Moloch's ring lifted. It's lifted, just like that? The sudden development rendered Shifeng speechless. He then examined Moloch's ring again. Moloch's ring, legendary rank. Sealed by the Lord of Balrog's. Legend has it that this ring contains all of the Lord of Balrog's secrets and power. By wearing this ring, one can obtain this power. After Moloch's ring had been sealed away, the Great Demon Nettle stood guard over the item. The ring holds the Great Demon Nettle's mark, allowing the Great Demon to sense its location periodically. First seal lifted. A fragment of its power has been released. Power of Darkness required to lift the second seal, 6/100. All attributes plus 10%. Fire resistance plus 30. Additional skill dash. Gate of Darkness. Opens a teleportation gate to the central area of the Dark Den. Duration, 10 minutes. Cooldown, 24 hours. Sure enough, the Dark Den and this ring are related, Shifeng stated, laughing. With this, I can head to the central area of the Dark Denver. After Shifeng equipped Moloch's ring, he activated Gate of Darkness. Boom. The ground suddenly trembled as dark smoke slowly emerged from the forest floor. After a moment, the black smoke formed a pair of gates that was over 5 meters tall. There were countless golden runes engraved on the gates, radiating a frightening pressure so powerful. This pressure can rival even that of a Tier 5 NPC. At this moment, Shifeng even found it difficult to breathe. He felt as if he were only an ant in front of these gates. However, when Shifeng tried to push apart open the gates, he suddenly discovered that they were locked. Rather, he noticed a small groove in the center of the gates. It seemed like a keyhole. So that's the case. Originally, Shifeng had thought Discipline Paradise had been trying to trick him. Now, however, it would seem that he really did need the Chapter of Darkness to enter the Dark Denva. He then placed the chapter of darkness into the groove. When Shi Feng placed the black slate tablet into the groove, the golden runes on the gates suddenly linked with each other, releasing a golden brilliance. The gates began to open slowly. The instant the gates opened, Shi Feng felt as if something were emerging from within the gates. His body suddenly felt incredibly heavy, and even taking a step forward was an extremely difficult task. Just what kind of place is this dark den? The pressure from behind these gates alone is enough to suppress my combat power to 1/10. Shi Feng had not felt such fear when he was in the god's grave. Is there a god on the other side? However, Shi Feng couldn't care less. Gritting his teeth, he gradually pushed his body forward, advancing to the other side of the gate of darkness. He did not have much time left. If he did not complete his quest soon, only a dead end awaited him. After Shi Feng entered the gate of darkness, it seemed as if he had entered an entirely different space. A mountain, so tall that he could not even see its peak, loomed before him. He could also see many magnificent temples on the mountainside. These temples grew larger as one approached the top of the mountain. The temples at the foot of the mountain were merely 10 meters in height. The largest temple that Shi Feng could see was over 100 meters in height. Other than their massive sizes, these temples also radiated a powerful divine might. While Shi Feng was still overwhelmed by the sight before him, a figure suddenly flew down from the peak of the mountain. The figure descended with lightning speed, and in the blink of an eye, it appeared before Shi Feng. My luck can't be that rotten, right? It's actually a Tier 5 fallen angel. Dread gripped Shi Feng's heart as looked up at the enchanting woman, who had 3 pairs of pitch-black wings on her back, hovering above his head. Chapter 602. Time Limit. Fallen angels were considered higher beings in God's domain, and they were born far stronger than ordinary beings. They were also known to be invincible against ordinary beings of the same tier. Even a Tier 5 expert with a Tier 5 taboo skill could only run when facing a Tier 5 fallen angel. I'm dead for sure. This time Shi Feng could only reveal a bitter smile as he looked at the fallen angel hovering in the sky. He might have been able to escape a Tier 4 great demon, but against a Tier 5 fallen angel, he had no hope of resistance. Within a domain established by a Tier 5 being, even the 7 luminaries ring space movement would be useless, not to mention his other skills. As for competing in terms of speed, if he was not even a match for a Tier 4 great demon, how was he supposed to outmatch a Tier 5 fallen angel? In front of a Tier 5 fallen angel, even the Tier 4 great demon Nettle was an insignificant speck of dust. Human, it seems that you are quite courageous. Despite being only a Tier 1 swordsman, you have actually dared to steal Moloch's ring from Nettle, the fallen angel said, wearing a mischievous expression. She looked like a child who had just gained a new toy to play with. Before Shi Feng could react, the fallen angel disappeared from the sky. By the time Shi Feng realized what had happened, the charming fallen angel stood before him, her flawless white hand piercing Shi Feng's heart instantly. Shi Feng's HP, which was over 10,000, fell to 0. Is this the power of a Tier 5 fallen angel? Shi Feng stared at his rapidly decreasing HP, shock filling his heart regarding both speed and power. The fallen angel was far more powerful than any Tier 5 player Shi Feng had ever encountered. However, the fallen angel's combat standards were by far the most frightening. They were impeccable. There was not the slightest excess movement her actions. It was no wonder many experts in the past had paled whenever they spoke about fallen angels. Although Shi Feng had already reached the flowing water realm, the second stage of the refinement realm, he was still far from reaching a state of perfection with his physical control. Only when he achieved a domain could he strive for such perfection. However, just how many players could achieve a domain in God's domain? At this moment, Shi Feng felt quite fortunate as the fallen angel had not used any special moves to kill him. Rather, she had only needed an ordinary attack to finish him off. With this, he would only lose 1 level and some skill proficiency at most. Moreover, other than some items that would drop upon death, players would not drop any of their equipment when killed by monsters. What's going on here? When Shi Feng opened his eyes, he discovered that he was still in the dark den after coming back to life. However, he had revived much further away from the towering mountain. If he wanted to head towards the mountain, he would have to run for more than half an hour normally. When a player died in a special map, they would revive back in a city. Since the Tier 5 fallen angel had killed him, logically, that should have been where he revived, in a city. Yet he had revived out in the field. Shi Feng then hurriedly called up his attribute panel, checking his attributes and the contents of his bag. Good. I only lost a level and some skill proficiency. Shi Feng released a sigh of relief. Regardless if he were level 33 or level 32, it did not matter too much to Shi Feng. Just what is going on? Looking around, Shi Feng suddenly discovered a golden avenue paved through the endless plains. There were also countless monsters moving along this avenue towards the towering mountain. The monsters' levels varied greatly, with the lowest being level 10 and the highest being over level 100. A single glance told Shi Feng that there were tens of thousands of monsters moving along the Golden Avenue. Moreover, these monsters consisted of a wide variety of races. The majority were not linked to the forces of darkness. Shi Feng even spotted human NPCs. These NPCs also did not belong to the dark forces, and they looked more like adventurers. Like the monsters, the NPCs' levels ranged from level 10 to over level 100. Why are there so many human NPCs here? Shi Feng was shocked. However, his shock did not stop him from quietly approaching the Golden Avenue. As a precaution, Shi Feng activated Phantom Kill, sending his doppelganger ahead of him surprisingly. However, even after these monsters and NPCs noticed Shi Feng's doppelganger, they showed no signs of aggression. When the doppelganger stepped onto the Golden Avenue, Shi Feng received a system notification stating that he could not attack anyone while inside this region. There was no danger with this. Shi Feng relaxed. He then advanced towards the towering mountain along the Golden Avenue as well. He had only arrived at the Dark Den Central region after much difficulty. There was more than an 80% possibility of the Bible of Darkness being somewhere on the mountain. Shi Feng had completed quite a few epic quests before the Tier 5 Fallen Angel had only killed him with a normal attack. This proved that he had yet to fail the quest. It was possible that he had only incurred a punishment because he had used an incorrect method to enter the Dark Den. Otherwise, he would have truly been finished if a Tier 5 Fallen Angel were guarding the Bible of Darkness. Unless he were a Tier 6 God-ranked player, completing this epic quest would be impossible. Moreover, the fact that Fantasy Extinguisher had managed to complete this quest in the past proved that there was definitely some other way to scale the mountain and steal the Bible of Darkness. Arriving at the foot of the mountain, Shi Feng discovered that the Golden Avenue led towards a massive altar. Above the altar, countless monsters fought viciously, tearing each other apart. Occasionally, victors would emerge from the ceaseless battles, holding a golden key. These victors would then scale the mountain, reaching Shi Feng's original arrival point. Sure enough, my entry was flawed. After watching the situation for a while, Shi Feng did not discover any high-tiered monsters guarding the mountain. There were also no Tier 5 Fallen Angels patrolling the sky. Very quickly, Shi Feng arrived before the altar. The instant he set foot onto the altar, a system notification sounded out by his ear system. Defeat all enemies before you, and you will be given entry into the World Summit system. You will gain 1 minute for every common monster killed, 10 minutes for every elite monster killed, 30 minutes for special elites, 100 minutes for chieftains, and 500 minutes for Lord system. You may choose 10 monsters to serve as your opponent. If you fail to defeat all of your opponents, you will die. System. You have 19 minutes to decide. Failure to do so will result in automatic forfeiture. You will die if you forfeit. I see. There is a restriction for entering the World Summit. It seems that I'll have to choose who my opponents carefully. Shi Feng finally understood the gameplay here. However, if I only kill 10 common monsters, 10 minutes won't be long enough to explore all of the World Summit. I will most likely run out of time after traveling a short distance. No matter how he looked at it, an item like the Bible of Darkness would not be easy to find. It might even be at the very top of the mountain. He would not reach the top of the mountain even if he spent 10 hours traveling. However, if he chose monsters that were too powerful, he'd be at a disadvantage. On the off chance that he could not kill the opponents he selected, he would have truly dug his own grave. A lord was equivalent to 50 special elites or 5 chieftains. However, although a lord provided the most time, it was also the most difficult monster to take down. Moreover, if he had to face more than one lord simultaneously, the difficulty of the challenge would increase manifold. Yet, if he did not challenge high-ranking monsters, he would not have enough time to explore the World Summit while standing on the massive altar. Shi Feng pondered for a very long time. System. You have 1 minute to consider. Please make your decision as soon as possible. Chapter 603. S Rank. Time passed quickly, and Shi Feng's head was spinning. This was a test meant to determine a player's understanding of themselves and their abilities. If a player overestimated their strength and skills, they might bring about their own deaths due to choosing monsters that were too strong. On the other hand, if they chose monsters that were overly weak, they might fail their quest due to having insufficient time. In other words, the more a player understood of their own strength, the more benefits they could obtain through this test with berserk skills such as Heavenly Dragon's Power and Blade Liberation. Although it was possible for Shi Feng to kill a lord of the same level, the same did not true for a group of lords. Hence, Shi Feng could not make this decision lightly. System. You have 30 seconds to consider. Please make your decision as soon as possible. I choose 1 lord and 9 chieftains, Shi Feng said, finally deciding. System. Opponents confirmed. Based on the analysis of your combat power, this test's difficulty is A rank. Once victorious, you will obtain a key that can be used to open shrine gates that are dark gold rank or lower. Do you wish to confirm your choice? Dark gold rank? Shifeng immediately felt that something was amiss. Hurriedly he said, I wish to change my selection to 2 lords and 8 chieftains. His quest was epic rank. It was clear that he would not be able to obtain the Bible of Darkness if he could only visit dark gold shrines. He needed to be able to enter epic shrines. Otherwise, even if he won this battle, he would still fail his quest system. Opponents confirmed. Based on the analysis of your combat power, this test's difficulty is A rank. Once victorious, you will obtain a key that can be used to open shrine gates that are dark gold rank or lower. Do you wish to confirm your choice? Crap. Even with 2 lords, it still hasn't reached S rank? Shifeng inwardly cursed. Change my selection to 3 lords and 7 chieftains. Shifeng should be at his limit with 2 lords. There was only a 50% chance that he would emerge victorious from such a battle. If he faced 3 lords, based on his estimations, his success rate would be less than 20% system. Opponents confirmed. Based on the analysis of your combat power, this test's difficulty is S rank. Once victorious, you will obtain a key that can be used to open shrine gates that are epic rank or lower. Do you wish to confirm your choice? Confirm. Shifeng shouted, gritting his teeth. Hopefully, the lineup of these lords won't be too powerful. A moment later, 10 monsters appeared before Shifeng on the altar. 3 of them were lords, and 7 were chieftains. All 10 monsters were combat puppets of the same shape and size as an average player. In terms of attributes, however, they were leaps and bounds above Shifeng Golden Puppet, Lord rank. Level 32. HP 1, 600, 000/1, 600, 000. Silver Puppet, Chieftain rank. Level 32. HP 550, 000/550, 000. Good. My luck isn't that rotten after all. These puppets are all melees, and their HPs are quite low as well. I shouldn't have too many issues if I fight them from a distance. Shifeng released a sigh of relief when the battle started. The 10 puppets began moving. Step by step, they slowly approached Shifeng, lacking the dexterity of a living creature. However, Shifeng did not dare to be careless. Immediately, he activated Heavenly Dragon's power, increasing his strength by 100% and defense and HP by 300%. Instantly, Shifeng's HP broke through the 30,000 threshold. Sure enough, lords were not that easy to deal with. The instant Shifeng activated Heavenly Dragon's power, the combat puppets dashed towards him, much faster than an ordinary chieftain and lord. The 10 combat puppets crossed the distance of 50 yards in the blink of an eye. The first to attack were the silver puppets, who thrust their spears at Shifeng. Following closely, the golden puppets unsheathed the twin swords slung over their backs without hesitation. Shifeng activated the ice blue devil flame and black emperor, holding nothing back. Deep blue flames covered Shifeng's entire body, raising his fire and ice damage by 40%. Shifeng then used Sky Wheel Sword, sealing the movements of all 10 combat puppets within a fixed perimeter. He followed up with a firestorm. Ice blue flames devoured the 10 combat puppets, dealing over -20,000 damage, or -40,000 damage with a critical hit, to all 10 puppets every second for 5 seconds. When the spell's duration ended, the 10 combat puppets had received over -100,000 damage each. Shifeng fully displayed the devastating might of the large-scale destruction spell. Meanwhile, Shifeng collected 30 stacks of death aura from the single attack. I'll get rid of one of you first. Shifeng then took out a bottle of 100-berry wine from his bag, drinking it. Instantly, his compatibility rate with his sword soared. Moving towards a silver puppet with less than 300,000 HP remaining, he used Phantom Kill, followed by Flame Burst. 24 consecutive strikes. 24 swords of light illuminated the altar. The silver puppet faded out of existence. Although Shifeng killed 1 silver puppet, the remaining 6 silver puppets and 3 golden puppets caught him in a pincer attack with his most powerful burst skill. Exhausted, Shifeng used Thunderflame Explosion to slow the remaining combat puppets, as well as deal over -10,000 damage to each. Due to his compatibility rate rising, he managed to achieve a 95% completion rate on Thunderflame Explosion, reducing the movement speed of these combat puppets for over 10 seconds. Following which, he switched to the Aura of Wind, turning around and fleeing with his doppelganger. Facing two lords at the same time was already enough to overwhelm Shifeng, not to mention 3 lords and 6 chieftains simultaneously. With the aura of Wind's movement speed increase and Thunderflame Explosion's movement speed reduction, the silver puppets were unable to catch up with Shifeng. As for the golden puppets, although their speed allowed them to keep up with Shifeng, their occasional attacks caused their speed to drop sharply as well. As a result, it became impossible for them to surround Shifeng. Meanwhile, Shifeng activated 9 Dragon Slash, the 12 Abyssal Blade Phantoms constantly assaulting the distant silver puppets. From time to time, Shifeng would also attack with the Blazing Meteor. Although damage from his ranged attacks caused was not as high as the Abyssal Blade, each attack still dealt around -2,000 to -3,000 damage. Occasionally, Shifeng would also use Thundering Flash to inflict the damage amplification effect on the remaining 9 combat puppets. Shifeng also constantly expended the death auras he accumulated to reduce the cooldown of Thunderflame Explosion, Thundering Flash, and other skills. Among them, he reduced the cooldown of Flame Burst the Most in such a way. Shifeng reduced the movement speed of all combat puppets while exterminating the silver puppets. From time to time, he would use Flame Burst to instant kill a silver puppet in less than 2 minutes. Shifeng had annihilated all of the silver puppets. Only 3 golden puppets remained. However, these 3 golden puppets were inseparable. Shifeng could not find a chance to take them on one-on-one. Moreover, even though so much time had passed since the battle began, the 3 golden puppets were still at full HP thanks to their battle recovery. Even when Shifeng activated Wind Rider and managed to single out one of the golden puppets with his overwhelming speed, the remaining 2 would quickly catch up. As a result, Shifeng could only land a few hits before he was forced to retreat. This is troublesome. Although the golden puppets do not have any skills, the 3 of them are like a single entity, attacking and defending as one. Shifeng, who hovered in the air, frowned at the 3 golden puppets. The golden puppets were too powerful when working together. Moreover, the heavenly dragon's power's duration would end soon. At that time, even a battle of attrition would be difficult against the 3 golden puppets. Do I have no other choice? Shifeng muttered as he reluctantly retrieved an aqua-blue magic scroll from his bag. This was his greatest trump card, one that he never thought of using. Watching the remaining seconds of the heavenly dragon's power's duration tick by, Shifeng had no choice but to unfurl the aqua-blue magic scroll. Chapter 604. Time is Money. Shifeng had prepared extensively to obtain the Bible of Darkness. His preparations included this aqua-blue magic scroll. Although lords were powerful, in the end, they were only Tier 2 monsters. It was only their high HP and damage, which were far superior to ordinary players, that made them so difficult to deal with. When Shifeng activated Heavenly Dragon's power, his attributes were no longer below that of a lord of the same level. With his superior dodging techniques and powerful skills, he could easily defeat a lord of the same level. However, with 3 golden puppets working seamlessly together, all Shifeng could do was dodge. As Shifeng unfurled the aqua-blue magic scroll, the surrounding water mana surged towards the paper. In a moment, the mana formed a massive, 6-star magic array. Go! Shifeng pointed at the 3 golden puppets. Suddenly, water surged from the 6-star magic array and swept over the bodies of the 3 golden puppets. In the blink of an eye, a small lake formed within an area of 50 yards. Although the water only reached the golden puppets' knees, the lake itself seemed to possess life as it formed dozens of water whips to bind the 3 lords. The 3 golden puppets desperately struggled to break free of these water whips. Facing a lord's power, these water whips snapped easily. However, the whips were seemingly endless. The moment one broke, another would immediately rise from the lake to take its place. As a result, it became extremely difficult for these golden puppets to move. Give it up. You guys are only lords. Against a Tier 2 domain skill, Binding Current, you don't stand a chance, Shifeng growled, annoyed at the loss of the Tier 2 magic scroll. Zero Wing possessed quite a few Tier 2 magic scrolls. Yet, even among them, Binding Current was somewhat special. Binding Current was a domain skill, far rarer than even large-scale destruction spells. Although the skill did not have any attack power, it was capable of restricting enemies. Shifeng only possessed one such magic scroll. Once it was used, it would be very difficult to obtain another. Binding Current had a duration of 10 minutes. During these 10 minutes, all enemies within the domain would be bound by water currents, their movements greatly affected. Even Lord's strength would be significantly restricted while inside this domain. Shifeng immediately struck a golden puppet with the endless currents. The 3 golden puppets could no longer work in sync. This allowed Shifeng to focus his attacks on a single golden puppet safely. Chop. Thunder Flame Explosion. Thundering Flash. Feng used one skill after another on the golden puppet. Due to Black Emperor, Feng could decrease his skill's cooldown significantly. Feng's chop was practically without a cooldown. In addition, Feng the bottle of 100-berry wine allowed his skill completion rates to remain above 95%. Every time Feng used chop, he obliterated nearly 30,000 HP from the golden puppet. As a result, the golden puppet's 1,600,000 HP decreased at a rate visible to the naked eye. When the golden puppet's HP fell to 30%. Feng suddenly sensed danger. Hurriedly, he retreated by several steps. Boom. After backing up, a powerful impact slammed into Feng, sending him flying over a dozen yards backward. This is absolute domain. Feng was shocked at this moment. A faint gray membrane surrounded the golden puppet with only 30% of its HP remaining. When the countless water whips collided with his gray membrane, they were immediately repelled. Unable to enter the domain without the currents binding it, the golden puppet recovered its speed fully. In the blink of an eye, the golden puppet arrived before Feng and brandished its twin swords. The puppet's swords were like whips as they viciously assailed Feng just in time. Feng involuntarily smiled. As if he had long since seen through the golden puppet's intentions, he nimbly bent his body, allowing the whip-like swords to move over his body unhindered. The puppet's swords slid against Feng's body as they passed. However, they did not truly connect with Feng flowing water realm. Feng was like flowing water as he received the golden puppet's barrage, evading the countless sword lights smoothly. He would also occasionally strike back at the golden puppet, his attacks targeting the monster's joints. If the puppet were capable of using any other skills, Feng might really be in a predicament. However, since it could only use Absolute Domain, a skill that dispelled all control skills targeting its user, the golden puppet was no threat at all. In terms of power, he was not one bit inferior to a lord. As for speed, although he was slower than the golden puppet, he could make up for the gap with his dodging techniques. Moreover, even in the event that dodging was not possible, he could confront the puppet directly. He was not afraid of facing the lord in melee combat. After roughly a dozen seconds, Feng finally defeated one of the golden puppets. With the death of one golden puppet, Feng's concerns had gone out the window. His chances of victory instantly increased to more than 50%. He then proceeded to deal with the second golden puppet. When Heavenly Dragon's power's duration finally ended, Feng used the Tier 2 magic scroll, Scorching Saber, to finish off the second golden puppet. Feng glanced at Flame Burst's cooldown before shifting his gaze towards the final golden puppet. Smiling faintly, he muttered, "I can finally end this." After roughly 2 minutes of exhausting battle, Feng finally managed to wear down the golden puppet's HP to 1,000,000. Not wanting to waste any more time, Feng activated Blade Liberation, increasing both his strength and agility attributes by 90%. He then proceeded to torture the last golden puppet to death. Compared to when he had activated Heavenly Dragon's power, his attacks dealt slightly less damage. However, due to his increased attack speed, his total damage was higher than before. When the golden puppet was about to activate its absolute domain, Feng activated his ultimate skills, Flame Burst and Dragon Breath, killing the golden puppet, which only had 30% HP remaining. Instantly when the battle ended, the sound of a system notification rang out by Feng's ear system. "You have completed the S-rank difficulty test. Rewarding Epic Shrine Key. You have received 2,200 minutes." After the test ended, Feng did not rush towards the mountain. Instead, he chose to rest for a moment. When Blade Liberation ended, he would enter a weakened state for 3 minutes. Moreover, he had no idea of what to expect on the mountain. Since he had already qualified to enter the World Summit and was not in a hurry, he could take the chance to recover his mental state. After all, high-intensity battles were very taxing on the mind. He could also take this opportunity to wait for the Heavenly Dragon's power's cooldown to end. This test alone has forced me to use so many of my hidden cards. Just what awaits me on the mountain? Feng could not help but shudder whenever he recalled the Tier 5 fallen angel that had appeared before him. 3 hours passed quickly. Holding the purple gold key, Feng arrived before the gates to the World Summit. The moment Feng set foot on the World Summit, the time he had obtained through the test began to count down. No monsters? Feng muttered. Confused, he was not in a hurry. Examining his surroundings, other than the 10-meter-tall shrines, nothing hindered his path. Feng then activated Windwalk and ran towards the nearest 10-meter-tall shrine. The stone doors in front of the dazzling golden shrine were shut tightly. When Feng touched the stone doors, the sound of a system notification reached his ear system. Epic Shrine Key detected. You are qualified to open the doors of this bronze shrine. Do you wish to spend 50 minutes to open them? Crap. Opening the shrines requires time? Originally, Shifeng thought he would have sufficient time to search for the Bible of Darkness. With this new development, however, that notion had changed. Shifeng had no idea as to what was inside these shrines. He needed a better understanding so that he could face any future developments. Open the doors, Shifeng said, gritting his teeth. Chapter 605, Player's Paradise. After Shifeng confirmed his decision, the heavy stone doors slowly parted. Meanwhile, Shifeng's remaining time in the World Summit instantly decreased by 50 minutes. When he entered the shrine, he was greeted by a staircase that led to the top of the shrine. Engraved runes and pictures decorated the staircase's walls. Among them, there were even images of gods before the Great Destruction. Shifeng ascended the shrine staircase, step by step. In the beginning, Shifeng had not felt anything out of the ordinary. However, by the time he was halfway to the top, he felt something off. Why has the gravity here increased? Shifeng's physical control was quite strong. As he took another step up, he felt the gravity increase by 10%. Although the gravity had only increased from 1 to 1g, this small change would affect his skill completion rates, resulting in a decrease in his combat power. However, since Shifeng had already entered the shrine, he had no intentions of leaving. If he could not even overcome a single bronze shrine, obtaining the Bible of Darkness would be a pipe dream. Shifeng continued to ascend, step by step. However, he was no longer as fast as before, as with every 10 steps, the gravity increased. And with each change, Shifeng needed some time to adapt. By the time Shifeng reached the top of the shrine, the gravity had shifted to 2. Exposed to such an intense shift, even Shifeng was significantly affected. The room at the top of the shrine was not large. It was roughly the size of a basketball court. Aside from a black stone coffin in the room's center, the area was empty. Shifeng approached the center of the room. When he was 10 yards away from the stone coffin, golden runes suddenly emerged on its black surface. A moment later, a golden magic array began to expand from the stone coffin, enveloping Shifeng with a barrier. Shifeng glanced at his surroundings. Golden, translucent walls enclosed the area around him, trapping him with the stone coffin. Just as Shifeng considered his escape options, a semi-transparent figure materialized inside the barrier. This figure was actually Shifeng himself. Both the figure's appearance and apparel were exactly like his own shrine guard. Level 32. HP 20. 000/20. 000. Am I supposed to defeat him? Shifeng frowned at the shrine guard, his expression becoming somewhat solemn. Shifeng only required one critical hit to finish off the shrine guard's 20,000 HP. However, he did not dare to casually approach the shrine guard because currently, his intuition warned him that, should he approach the guard, only death awaited him. Shifeng was a player that was capable of defeating a lord by himself, yet, against this shrine guard, who only had 20,000 HP, he was utterly helpless. Are you too scared to approach me? The shrine guard asked. Laughing, Shifeng could not help his shock when he heard the shrine guard's human-like speech and behavior in his memories. Only high-tiered NPCs were capable of such performances. He had never heard of a common monster behaving like this. It was obvious that the shrine guard was an extraordinary existence. I don't have a death wish. Shifeng shook his head, growing more certain of his intuition's warning. Not bad. You have actually discerned the gap in strength between us. However, rest assured, since you have already made it here, there is no danger. On the contrary, I have a reward for you, the shrine guard said, laughing. Reward? What kind of reward? Shifeng did not think that an NPC would trick him, and there was no need to do so. This NPC was certainly far stronger than himself. The shrine guard could simply kill him if he wanted. Toy will help you become stronger. The shrine guard then explained, I can offer you guidance on one swordsman skill. How much you learn depends on you, of course. However, you don't have much time left. You only have 49 minutes remaining. Guidance on a swordsman's skill. Shifeng was surprised. When he thought back to the price required to enter the bronze shrine, he immediately understood. Hurriedly he said, I would like you to give me pointers on chop. Shifeng had plenty of swordsman skills. However, there were some he used frequently and some he only used occasionally. Among them, he used chop most often. Although his magic weapon had allowed his skill completion rate to rise significantly, he was still far from achieving a 100% skill completion rate. UVE made a wise decision. Watch me carefully then. The shrine guard nodded. He then began to flow through the motions of chop. The shrine guard's body leaned forward and swung the abyssal blade in his hand. The abyssal blade then began to blur. In the next moment, it was as if the space in front of the shrine guard broke as a faint spatial crack appeared. The shrine guard's chop was completely different than Shifeng's. How is this possible? Shifeng was at a loss for words. His skill completion rate with chop was over 95%, and he was extremely close to reaching perfection. However, whenever he used chop, it always appeared in the form of 3 sword lights resembling full moons that gathered at a single point. However, these 3 sword lights did not appear when the shrine guard used chop. From the beginning, there had only been a single sword light. Moreover, the shrine guard's swing had not been particularly fast, so Shifeng could see the skill being executed very clearly. However, the most frightening aspect was the power the shrine guard's chop had displayed. Shifeng could sense that the shrine guard's strength and constitution and his own were exactly the same. The only difference was that the shrine guard had slightly more HP. Yet, the shrine guard's chop could tear apart space itself. Although the spatial crack that had formed seemed very small, the might it contained was sufficient to kill him instantly. Despite the shrine guard's speed and power being ordinary, he was actually able to display such frightening power. Confused? The shrine guard asked, smiling. Shifeng nodded and admitted shamelessly no matter what was said or done, he was a top-tier expert in God's domain who had reached the flowing water realm. Although he still could not compete with those apex experts in the past, he was not that far away from reaching their level. Yet, the chop the shrine guard had executed shattered his conception of the skill known as chop. If you don't understand, I will display the skill a few more times. You can also experience it for yourself. Rest assured, while inside this barrier, you will not receive any damage. The shrine guard spoke like a teacher who guided his student carefully. Hearing this, Shifeng quickly sought the shrine guard's guidance. If one wished to improve on their techniques, the fastest way to do so was through actual combat. Previously, he had kept a distance between himself and the shrine guard, worried that the NPC would kill him. Now that he knew the NPC intended to help him improve his ability with the skill, he would not hold back. Immediately, he displayed his best chop and began battling the shrine guard. Since Shifeng attacked him, the shrine guard replied with a chop of his own. When the 2 swords collided, sparks flew into the air around them. Peng. In one moment, Shifeng sent a chop at the shrine guard, and in the next moment, his body left an imprint on the barrier's wall. There was even a faint spatial crack lingering in Shifeng's original position. Is this a super perfect skill? Shifeng stared at the shrine guard with a stupefied expression. His mind replayed the shrine guard's sword swing. Regarding speed, Shifeng was definitely the victor. Moreover, he had prepared to dodge the NPC's attack beforehand. However, before he had any chance to dodge, the shrine guard's sword had collided with his own. He instantly felt a tremendous power flow into his hand. In the next moment, he had been thrown backward. Shifeng was still badly shaken by the shrine guard's attack. Fortunately, this was only a lecture. Otherwise, the NPC's attack might have really killed him. He and the shrine guard were worlds apart from each other. Perfect? The shrine guard laughed. Nothing is perfect in this world. It is only because your vision is limited, and you are confined to your own world. Nothing is perfect? Shifeng thought about the skill completion rate's limit of 100%. Yet, the shrine guard had said that nothing was perfect. Could the skill completion rate possibly exceed 100%? The more Shifeng thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. Otherwise, why would his chop, which neared a 100% completion rate, be so inferior to the shrine guard's? Following which, Shifeng faced off against the shrine guard again and again. Although every exchange ended in Shifeng's utter defeat, the more Shifeng fought, the more his excitement grew. He felt as if he had caught on to something that he had never noticed before. He had placed too much importance on his body, trying too hard to replicate a skill's template motions that had been provided by the system. He had forgotten to think outside of the box. As Shifeng traded blows with the shrine guard, his skill completion rate continued to rise. 96%. 97%. 98%. It should feel like. Shifeng leaned forward. He no longer pursued ultimate speed as he swung his sword along the air's resistance. Suddenly, a spatial crack appeared before him. Chop's skill completion rate reached 101%. Chapter 606. Epic Shrine. This is a really wonderful feeling. When Shifeng looked at the black fissure before him, he could not help but recall the sensation he felt when he drew his sword before. Unfortunately, he had only achieved this super-perfect completion rate accidentally. Trying to grasp this feeling was akin to trying to catch a dream. Just as Shifeng was about to commence another bout with the shrine guard, The sound of a system notification suddenly entered his ear system. Active duration of the shrine has ended. Player will be sent out of the shrine in 3 seconds. Time's up already? Feng could not help his surprise. He felt as if he had fought against the shrine guard for only a short while. He still had many questions he wished to gain answers to. Yet, before he realized it, 50 minutes had already elapsed by the time Feng snapped out of his daze. He was already back outside the gates of the bronze shrine. Feng still wanted to enter the shrine again. However, the system notified him that he had already opened this shrine once before, and that he would have to wait another 7 days before he could open it again. Truly a pity. If I were to practice there for a few more hours, I might be able to grab a hold of that feeling. Feng silently lamented. In God's domain, whether it be a player's combat techniques or skill usage, both were learned through self-experimentation. There was no teacher to guide players on these topics. The system only provided a holographic video of the template motions of a skill. The rest was up to the players themselves to experiment and practice. Having someone specially teaching them how to use their skills was definitely a heaven-sent opportunity after all. Having a guide was far more efficient than groping for answers in the dark. The learning speed would definitely be more than 10 times faster. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many players who couldn't achieve a 100% skill completion rate. I wonder what kind of rewards the other shrines have? Expectations welled up inside Feng. Just a single bronze shrine had provided him with such a guidance reward. What would the mysterious iron, secret silver, fine gold, dark gold, and epic rank shrines have in store for him? Thinking up to this point, Feng no longer wasted any more time. He immediately activated Windwalk and dashed towards the peak of the world summit. Feng could determine the rank of a shrine based on its location on the world summit. The higher the rank of a shrine, the closer to the pinnacle it lay. However, the world summit was simply too massive. It was many times larger than White River City. Despite continually alternating between Windwalk, Windrider, and Speed Scrolls, Feng had reached only the middle section of the world summit after running for 3 full hours. He still couldn't see the peak of the mountain from where he stood. On the other hand, the shrines at the foot of the mountain were no more than little dots in his eyes now. I have managed to reach the area of the fine gold shrines only after 3 hours. That's 6 special elite kills gone. Even if an expert player were to come here, they would not be able to obtain the reward of the fine gold shrines. Feng had tried checking one of the fine gold shrines earlier, and it required him to spend 200 minutes just to open it. Should be known that the current elite players of God's domain were only capable of contending against an elite monster of the same level, while ordinary experts were capable of opposing up to a special elite of the same level. Only first-rate experts could fight a chieftain of the same level. As for top-tier experts, they were capable of contending against a lord of the same level. In order to arrive at this place and open the doors of a fine gold shrine, a player would need to defeat 2 chieftains and 8 special elites, obtaining 440 minutes, at the very least. In other words, an extremely powerful first-rate expert would barely be able to open the doors of a fine gold shrine and obtain the rewards stored within it. I have only reached the middle section of the mountain. Just how long do I have to continue running to reach the epic rank section? Feng grew somewhat worried. Feng discovered that the distance between shrines also grew wider the further up he went. He had only reached the edge of the fine gold shrine area right now. He still had to traverse the dark gold area to arrive at the epic area. He also had to spend time searching for the right epic shrine. Moreover, he had obtained the epic shrine key by the skin of his teeth. He had no idea how much time was required to open the doors of an epic shrine. In the off chance that he did not have enough. This place really is damnable. I can't use the aura of space's spatial movement here. Only the aura of wind speed increase and Windrider are of some help. The rules of the World Summit were thoroughly exasperating. If Feng could use spatial movement here, he could travel a distance of 400,000 yards in just 1 second, saving him hours in travel time. Time passed by quickly. After running for another 5 hours, Feng finally arrived before a shrine that was over 300 meters in height. The shrines around this area were completely different from the ones he had seen before. This is an epic shrine? Feng muttered as he looked at the mountain-like shrine. The shrines he encountered before were all inanimate objects. On the other hand, the epic shrines here had frightening auras. Feng even began to wonder whether terrifying monsters lived in these shrines. Done admiring the shrine before him, Feng walked up and touched its door system. Epic shrine key detected. You are qualified to open the doors of the epic shrine. Do you wish to spend 1,000 minutes to open them? 1,000 minutes? Feng breathed out a sigh of relief. I still have slightly more than 1,600 minutes right now. I will have plenty of time remaining even after I open an epic shrine. I should be able to locate the shrine storing the Bible of Darkness within 600 minutes. The World Summit had a large number of shrines, and the same held true even for epic shrines. Shifeng counted 9 epic shrines just within his range of vision. There were also plenty more up above. He guessed that the total number of epic shrines on the World Summit exceeded 100. These shrines were different from each other. There was a huge difference just in terms of the elemental mana surrounding these shrines. Some shrines released bright and dazzling elemental mana, and others released flaming elemental mana. Even shrines that released the same type of mana would have different images engraved on their doors. Images of angels, demons, and many other races. Some shrine doors even depicted gods. Hence, Shifeng would not have difficulty looking for the shrine that contained the Bible of Darkness. So long as he had sufficient time, the Bible of Darkness is a treasure of the demon race. It should be stored in one of the demonic shrines of the darkness element. Although Shifeng had little understanding of the World Summit, he knew quite a lot regarding mana. A curse was categorized as a darkness skill. Since it was a great demon who had cursed him, the great demon knew how to cast darkness spells. This meant that the Bible of Darkness had to be related to a shrine of the darkness element with a target in mind. Shifeng quickly began his search. Very easily, he had managed to locate 5 darkness shrines. Among them, only 2 belonged to the demon race. Meanwhile, of these 2 shrines, one belonged to the Lord of Destruction, while the other belonged to the Lord of Nightmares. The Bible of Darkness was a descriptive record of all demons written by the Lord of Destruction. Rumor had it that as long as one managed to control the Bible of Darkness, they would become the Lord of Demons, with all demons obedient to their commands without hesitation. Shifeng opened the Lord of Destruction's shrine when the black stone doors parted. An ancient aura washed over him. Shifeng could feel the origin of destruction contained within this aura. The pressure he felt coming from within the shrine was far more powerful than what he had felt from the Tier 5 fallen angel he encountered before. Amazing. It is only a shrine. There is clearly no living being inside, yet it gives off such an overwhelming pressure. As expected of the Lord of Destruction's shrine, Shifeng exclaimed. Heavenly Dragon's power, activate. The immense pressure made even walking a difficult task for Shifeng. However, after activating Heavenly Dragon's power, the weight pressing down on him lessened significantly. He was then able to enter the shrine with relative ease. Chapter 607. Magic Device. The moment Shifeng stepped into the shrine, it was as if he had arrived in another world. He could hear the chirping of birds and smell the fragrance of flowers. Verdant trees and grass filled his vision. Instead of a shrine, this place looked more like a garden fallen angel. Inside the garden, Shifeng immediately discovered the fallen angel that had killed him previously. 3 pairs of pitch-black wings, a perfect, enchanting body, long and slender legs, as well as that jade-white skin and flawless face. Of all the women Shifeng knew, only the great divine official Charlene was a match for this fallen angel. Any other woman standing before her would simply pale in comparison. Human, you sure are fast. The Tier 5 fallen angel giggled as she looked at Shifeng with her aquamarine eyes. You adventurers are truly blessed by the heavens, being born with an immortal soul. Even we would find it difficult to thoroughly kill you adventurers. Even until now, Shifeng still got chills whenever he thought back to how the fallen angel had killed him instantly. Most likely, only a few players throughout the entire God's domain could rival that near-perfect combat technique. If he had not known that only rewards, and no punishments, awaited him inside these shrines, he would have long since fled this shrine. My name is Serena. Come over. You entered the World Summit normally this time, so I won't kill you. Serena laughed as she beckoned Shifeng with her hand. Since you've managed to make it to this place, it shows that you indeed possess some ability. I can give you 2 options. 2 options? Shifeng asked curiously. Though I say options, in reality, they are just 2 reward methods. Serena nodded lightly. The first option is obtaining the Bible of Darkness that is stored in this place directly. The second option is undertaking a small test. Through the second option, you will not only obtain the Bible of Darkness but also have a chance to win these items. Serena waved her hand lightly. Suddenly, 3 rainbow treasure chests appeared in midair. The first rainbow treasure chest contained a large number of soul crystals. A simple glance told Shifeng that there were over 100 crystals at the very minimum in the dark den. The soul crystal was the foundation of all development. A sudden infusion of more than 100 soul crystals would definitely increase a shelter's strength significantly. The second rainbow treasure chest contained a black stone tablet that looked similar to the Chapter of Darkness. However, the name displayed was Chapter of Shelter. It could be used to immediately promote a shelter by a single rank, up to a maximum of large shelter. There's such a good item available as well? Sure enough, the rewards of an epic shrine are astonishing. Shifeng grew very excited when he saw these two rewards. Promoting the shelters found inside the dark den was extremely difficult. Besides the astronomical number of soul crystals required, players also needed to complete a series of quests in order to promote a shelter. The manpower and resources necessary to do so were extremely daunting. Even the shelter at District 1 had yet to be promoted to a large shelter until now. One could just imagine how difficult a feat it was. Only a shelter supported by a large guild was capable of becoming a large shelter after amassing all the resources collected by the multiple shelters controlled by said guild. Once he obtained the chapter of shelter, he could immediately upgrade a medium shelter to a large shelter. This would be of immense help for District 1's shelter, which was under Zero Wing's control. However, when Serena opened the third rainbow treasure chest, Shifeng was thoroughly stupefied. Magic device forging design. Shifeng's eyes turned bloodshot as he looked at the dilapidated design inside the treasure chest. He could not help but wish he could snatch it up right away. Oh? I did not think that a human like you would know about this item. Since you know about magic devices, then you must know what a magic device forging design represents. Its value is only slightly lower than the Bible of Darknesses. You humans, however, would probably appraise the design more highly. The fallen angel Serena smiled in satisfaction upon seeing Shifeng's reaction. Say it then. Which reward do you choose? At these words, Shifeng fell silent. A product of God's domain's magical civilization when it was at its peak. The magic device represented the pinnacle of alchemy, forging, and engineering combined, as well as the end of the era of the gods. Even the lowest-ranked bronze magic device boosted a player's strength to a whole new level, not to mention a magic device forging design. Even the lowest-ranked bronze magic device forging design could provoke a war between guilds in the past. When a mysterious iron magic device forging design had appeared, over a dozen countries and more than 100 guilds had fought over it. Multiple super guilds had also participated. The death toll for that war was innumerable. A rough estimation had pegged it at 5 million. In the end, a super guild had emerged victorious. As for Shadow, which had been a second-rate guild back then, it had not dared to even participate in the war. It could only stand on the sidelines and watch. Now that a magic device forging design appeared right in front of him, how could Shifeng not grow excited? Magic devices were similar to the mana armor kits. In the magic device's case, however, it did not increase any basic attributes. Instead, it was mounted on a weapon to increase the weapon's strength. Every weapon could only mount one magic device after God's domain underwent its third evolution. Whether it was a battle against players or against monsters, an injury would reduce a player's combat power. And while players could rely on heals to recover from their injuries, the deterioration of their weapons was inevitable. It was especially true when players fought against high-ranking monsters. Unless one's weapon was of high quality, players would have great difficulty injuring a lord and reducing its combat power, since lords had skin that was as hard as steel. Meanwhile, a magic device could be used to strengthen a weapon. Not only could it make a weapon sharper, but it could also bestow special effects such as reduced weight, increased weight, hardness, mirage, paralysis, and other effects that could improve a player's combat power significantly. Most importantly, magic devices were not consumable items. Like inlaid gemstones, they could be taken off the weapons they were mounted on. Whether it was a level 1 common weapon or a level 200 epic weapon, players could freely transfer their magic devices between them. This was the reason why players were so attracted to magic devices. However, magic devices were extremely difficult to produce. Hence, production volumes were very low. Even after reaching level 100, most players still did not have their own magic devices. In the past, as the guild leader of a second-rate guild, Shifeng owned only a mysterious iron magic device, even after he was over level 100. As for other independent experts, they possessed only bronze magic devices. If he could obtain a magic device forging design right now, it would definitely become one of Zero Wing's trump cards. Have you come to a decision? Serena asked, smiling as she flourished the magic device forging design in her hand. Time waits for no one. You only have 3 minutes to decide. If you do not give me an answer, I will take it as you picking the first option, and you may leave once you obtain the Bible of Darkness. To hell with it. Shifeng looked at the fallen angel, a passionate flame burning in his heart. I choose the second option. Both the chapter of shelter and the magic device forging design were items that were not easily acquired. The difficulty of obtaining the magic device forging design was even above that for an epic item. Otherwise, magic devices wouldn't have been so rare in the past. Good. I knew you were a smart man. Let's begin, then. Serena smiled in satisfaction. She then waved her hand. The entire garden promptly vanished, and replacing it was a volcanic hell. Molten magma surrounded a 40-yard area of solid ground. The ambient temperature was scorching hot. Any ordinary player would most likely broil to death slowly. Only someone like Shi Feng, who possessed high fire resistance, could stay in this place for long periods of time. Meanwhile, the gravity here had also increased to 3G, which would greatly affect a player's mobility. Then. If you can defeat me, you win, Serena said, smiling as she looked down at Shi Feng from midair. Chapter 608. Tier 2 Taboo Skill. Originally, Serena had anticipated seeing a look of horror on Shi Feng's face. However, even after she had revealed the contents of the test, Shi Feng did not evince any shock. On the contrary, it seemed as if he felt that the test was totally reasonable. Don't you feel surprised that the final test actually requires you to defeat me? Serena asked, a perplexed expression on her face as she looked at Shi Feng. A Tier 1 human against a Tier 5 fallen angel with such a massive gap. Even a person with a stable mentality would feel despair. And if not despair, then at the very least, anger, as this was obviously not a fair contest. Shi Feng remained unfazed by this revelation, so how could she not be surprised? Since the rewards are so bountiful, I naturally prepared for the worst. Not to mention, I really don't have a choice, do I? Shi Feng laughed, a helpless smile on his face. There were no free lunches in God's domain. Not to mention, the rewards of the test were of such a frightening caliber. It seems that you understand the rules of the world quite well, so it wasn't just luck that prompted you to pick the second option. Serena squinted her aquamarine eyes slightly as she looked at Shi Feng. At this moment, she no longer looked down at the human before her. Curling her blood-red lips into a seductive smile, she continued, if you had chosen the first option, then the Bible of Darkness you would have received would have been a replica. As for the second option, while you may fail the test, you will still obtain the real Bible of Darkness regardless. Although Shi Feng had guessed that this was the case, he inwardly felt relieved to hear these words directly from the fallen angel herself. When all was said and done, the Bible of Darkness was a treasure left behind by the Lord of Destruction. How could it possibly be that easy for players to acquire it? Since you are already clear on the situation, I will explain the rules of the test. Serena raised her brows slightly and continued in a low tone. The rules are very simple. You will not die while inside this area. Both our strengths will also be suppressed to Tier 1. It will be your win as long as you are able to defeat me in the remaining time you possess. Both suppressed to the standard of a Tier 1? Shi Feng frowned. Although both their strengths would be suppressed to the standard of a Tier 1 class in the upcoming test, fallen angels were higher beings. Not only were they born much stronger than other beings, but they also wielded many more skills. Even at Tier 1, Serena's combat power would most likely be at the peak of an ordinary Tier 2 class or above. She was stronger than even a High Lord of the same level. There was actually a possibility that her combat power approached that of a Great Lord. If there are no problems, you may begin attacking as much as you want. Serena smiled faintly as she sent Shi Feng a teasing look. Rest assured, I'll make sure to hold back plenty. I also won't use any Tier 3 or Tier 4 skills. Despite Serena's reassurance, Shi Feng had no intention of attacking her just yet. Even without using Tier 3 or Tier 4 skills, a Tier 1 fallen angel can still kill me easily using Tier 2 skills. He smiled bitterly as he took in Serena's leisurely attitude. Shi Feng had a very clear understanding of his own strength. Although he had grasped plenty of powerful skills, they were all Tier 1 skills. As for Tier 2 magic scrolls, while he had quite a few on him right now, his opponent had Tier 2 skills, which she could use indefinitely. The only trump card he had was twofold Berserk. If he activated Heavenly Dragon's power and Blade Liberation simultaneously, he would gain the ability to contend against a High Lord for a short period of time. However, engaging a Tier 1 fallen angel in melee combat was simply suicidal. I have close to 10 hours left. It would be pointless to charge into battle right now. My only option is to wait for the cooldown of Dragon's power to end. Shi Feng was in no hurry. He then sat on the ground, resting as he quietly observed the fallen angel before him. Earlier, when he was entering the shrine, he was forced to use Heavenly Dragon's power to resist the intense pressure. If he fought Serena, a fallen angel who had the attributes of a High Lord, without twofold Berserk, he would just be seeking his own death. Fortunately, the condition to clear the test was only to defeat Serena, not to kill her. There was a massive difference between these two conditions. Defeat meant that he was only required to cause a certain amount of damage to Serena. After all, even if Serena simply stood still and allowed him to attack her freely, he would not be able to kill her within 20 seconds. Currently, although Serena was only level 32, she had a total of 5 million HP. Tier 1 skills are definitely useless against Serena. In terms of combat techniques, she is also far superior to me. If I wish to defeat her, my only option is to rely on Tier 2 magic scrolls. Although Shi Feng had his ultimate skill, Flame Burst, this skill was meaningless if his weapon could not connect with his opponent. Not to mention, in a direct clash of power, Serena would trounce him. Having thought up to this point, Shi Feng suddenly stood up. He then replaced the aura of wind with the aura of fire and cast Firestorm at Serena. The platform he currently stood on only had an area of 40 yards. Firestorm certainly covered most of it. At level 7, Firestorm's might could easily rival a Tier 2 large-scale destruction spell. A tsunami of flames descended from the sky. However, just as the flames were about to engulf Serena, her finger suddenly moved. In the blink of an eye, she had finished writing the runes required to cast Frost Storm, a Tier 2 large-scale destruction spell. In the next moment, fire and ice clashed, filling the space around the platform with steam. Meanwhile, Shi Feng's Firestorm did not even manage to touch the fallen angel. Fallen angels with high intelligence are really difficult to handle. Shi Feng was not surprised. In the virtual reality games of the past, there would only be two possible outcomes when a player used a skill. Either the skill hit or missed. There was no third possibility. In God's domain, however, one would encounter various scenarios when attacking using a skill. Aside from hitting or missing, it was also possible for the skill to be blocked, offset, or unraveled. Blocking a skill would result in one taking a small amount of damage, and normally, this was an action that most lords were capable of. However, offsetting or unraveling a skill was a feat that was doable only for high-tiered monsters and NPCs. Meanwhile, the method Serena had used to deal with Shi Feng's Firestorm was to offset it using a skill of her own. When one successfully offset a skill, they would not receive any damage whatsoever. If even Firestorm is useless against her, my Tier 2 magic scrolls would most likely yield similar results. Shi Feng felt a huge headache when he looked at Serena, who was currently hovering in midair. It would be great if Kite were here right now. Kite was a dark gold ranked personal guard. With his strength as a Tier 2 swordmaster, he could not overcome a great lord, which was equivalent to a Tier 3 class, but he could still pin it down for some time. His strength should not be below that of the Tier 1 fallen angel. Serena invincible within the same tier? A sudden inspiration came to Shi Feng as he looked at Serena's smiling face. Taboo skill. Taboo skills possessed the power to transcend tiers. Meanwhile, although Serena's strength was currently suppressed to Tier 1, her frightening basic attributes and arsenal of Tier 2 skills made her invincible even against ordinary Tier 2 classes. However, if a Tier 2 player managed to grasp a Tier 2 taboo skill, they would similarly become an invincible existence among other Tier 2 classes. Thank goodness I did not store Instant Strike inside my warehouse. As long as I manage to learn it, even if I cannot kill Serena, I still have a chance to defeat her. Shi Feng's eyes glowed. Immediately, he retrieved the skill book of the Tier 2 taboo skill from his bag and began poring over it carefully. After half an hour passed, Shi Feng felt that he was ready if he wanted to learn the Tier 2 taboo skill Instant Strike. The first way to do so was to collect 100 thunder crystals, which was obviously impossible. The second option was to achieve a 100% skill completion rate. Previously, it had indeed been impossible for him to achieve a 100% completion rate for Instant Strike. However, after the Abyssal Blade was upgraded, his compatibility with the magic weapon had increased significantly. With the help of the 100-berry wine, which he had obtained from Blue Frost, he definitely had a chance to achieve a 100% skill completion rate right now. Hence, Shi Feng drank a bottle of 100-berry wine and began rehearsing the Tier 2 taboo skill Instant Strike. Trying to learn a Tier 2 taboo skill? Serena revealed a faint smile. Not a bad idea. Unfortunately, the time you have left isn't enough for you to do so. Taboo skills required long periods of bitter training. There were no shortcuts available. Even a gifted person would require several days or over a dozen days to learn a Tier 2 taboo skill. Shi Feng did not have much time left. It was simply impossible for him to succeed in learning the taboo skill in such a short period of time. Chapter 609. Instant Strike. While Shi Feng was continuously rehearsing the Tier 2 taboo skill Instant Strike, a great upheaval rocked the evil ghost domain. The entire District 5 was destroyed overnight, and over half of the district's players had disappeared. To the players in the evil ghost domain, this was an inconceivable situation. Just what could actually wipe out the evil ghost domain's 5th-ranking shelter? Not a single shelter in the evil ghost domain would be capable of going up against such a frightening power suddenly. A strong sense of crisis filled the air of the entire evil ghost domain. District 1's shelter leader Frost. What are we supposed to do now? Best Reincarnation, the leader of the second party, asked worriedly. Based on the information we discovered, it seems that the assault on District 5 comprised of a large number of powerful monsters, all level 40 and above. There were actually numerous lords participating in the monster assault as well. However, this is still not the scariest part. When our players went to investigate the situation at District 5, they encountered some survivors from the shelter. According to the survivors, the ones responsible for annihilating their District 5 were not actually those lords. Instead, it was the doing of a much more powerful monster. However, as they had been too far from the monster at the time, they did not get a clear look at what that monster was. They only know that that monster had annihilated hundreds of players with just a wave of its hand using black flames. It instantly killed even District 5's strongest player. Punishment Day. If we remain in this area, it is quite likely that we will encounter that monster as well. Although District 1 is a lot stronger than District 5, against that rank of monster, we simply stand no chance at all. Everyone present fell silent at Best Reincarnation's words. The enemy that obliterated District 5 was just too terrifying. Had not been easy for them to raise their shelter to the rank it had today. If it was destroyed, then their shelter's rank would also fall by 1, dropping from a medium shelter to a small shelter. If that happened, the advantage of the 100-berry wine they had possessed all this time would vanish as well. There was also no telling whether they would be able to obtain the 100-berry wine again the next time they upgraded their shelter to a medium shelter yet. If they moved their shelter to a low-level area, the distance they had to travel every day would be extremely long and time-consuming. They would most likely have to spend the entire day running just to commute between their leveling spots and the shelter. This would greatly impact the development of the shelter. Everyone, listen to me. This is an opportunity for our District 1, Blue Frost said after pondering for some time, an excited smile on his face. Opportunity? What opportunity? Everyone could not understand what was going through Blue Frost's mind. Believe that you guys have heard of this as well. After the incident with District 5, many shelters that previously refused to join a guild force began changing their minds one after another. They are all trying to gain the protection of shelters run by guild forces. In the worst-case scenario, they can also migrate directly to the large shelters of the guild forces and develop themselves there, Blue Frost said. Meanwhile, our District 1 has also joined Zero Wing. However, unlike the other shelters, the guild we joined is very strong. You guys must have seen the teleportation magic array design for yourselves. Brother Yifeng has also stated that, so long as we manage to gather the necessary materials, he will construct a teleportation magic array for our shelter. If we manage to annex the other shelters right now, our position in Zero Wing will also rise. I believe that nobody present wishes to remain as just the party leader of a shelter, right? All the party leaders expressed their agreement with Blue Frost's words. The things Zero Wing had revealed so far were already enough to show just how powerful the guild was. Particularly the frightening combat power Shifeng had displayed as well as the funds that he had transferred to them. Zero Wing had even provided them with a training facility. As long as they made contributions to Zero Wing and raised their positions within the guild, they would be able to head to Jianghu City's Big Dipper Training Center and undergo special training for their combat techniques. Every city had their own martial arts dojos and training centers. If one wanted to improve their combat techniques, it was definitely better to have someone guiding them. They had previously conducted some investigations in the real world regarding the Big Dipper Training Center. The moment they checked, however, they were shocked. The Big Dipper Training Center actually had a martial arts master overseeing it. Currently, the Big Dipper was already a famous training center, and many professional fighters from the surrounding cities had gone there to train. It was no longer a place that ordinary people could enter. Moreover, the amount one had to pay in order to become a member there was also not something ordinary people could afford. Although their knowledge regarding first-rate guilds was lacking, they knew full well just how precious a martial arts master was. A martial arts master was the ultimate force of humans. If they could receive pointers from a martial arts master, their combat techniques in God's domain would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Meanwhile, Zero Wing would allow them to undergo special training directly at the Big Dipper. The guild's financial prowess and influence had thoroughly shattered their perception of ordinary gaming guilds. Although they had earned quite a lot of money from playing God's domain, they were still far from being able to afford establishments like the Big Dipper Training Center. If they could climb their way up to Zero Wing's upper management, they would not have to worry about earning enough to support themselves in the future. I'm sure everyone clearly understands what a teleportation magic array represents. What we need to do now is annex the other shelters and obtain the materials required for the teleportation magic array as soon as possible. Even if we retreat from this area, We can simply rely on the teleportation array to return here in the future. After listening to Blue Frost's explanation, everyone nodded in agreement one after another previously. They had found it simply too difficult to gain control over the other shelters in the evil ghost domain. However, that changed after the incident with District 5. If they had a teleportation array, the amount of money and resources they could earn would be endless. Hence, the various party leaders began arranging workforces to collect the materials required for the teleportation magic array. At the same time, they also tried persuading the other shelters to subordinate themselves to District 1's shelter. That way, the members of these shelters would get to use the teleportation array of District 1. Inside the Darkness Shrine, Shifeng had already been rehearsing Instant Strike for 5 hours continuously now. After just 5 hours of practice, it was as if Shifeng was a veteran who had been practicing Instant Strike for many years. His movements when executing the Taboo skill were practically the same as the holographic video provided by the skill book. I am still off by a little. Sure enough, a Tier 2 Taboo skill is not that easy to master. Although Shifeng had already given his all to trying to raise his completion rate, his best record was 95%. Right now, he could not increase it by even an additional percent. Moreover, he had only managed to achieve this result because of the Abyssal Blade and the 100-berry wine. Otherwise, he would have taken several days to reach a 95% skill completion rate with Instant Strike. He did not have much time left to practice. Each bottle of 100-berry wine lasted only 1 hour. And he had just 3 more bottles on hand. They would not last him till the very end. Human, you should give up. The might of a Tier 2 Taboo skill is simply too immense. It is not that I am trying to look down on you. However, if you wish to grasp a Tier 2 Taboo skill, you will need another 10 days of hard work at the very least. Serena could discern Shifeng's current progress in a single glance. Presently, you have already grasped the motions of the Taboo skill completely. Unfortunately, your comprehension of the skill is lacking. With the remaining 5 hours you have, you would be fortunate to raise your completion rate by even just another 1%. Lacking comprehension? Shifeng thought so as well. It was just like when he had achieved a 101% completion rate with Chop. That feeling had gone by in a flash, and he could not grab hold of it even if he wanted to. Comprehension? Compatibility. Does the comprehension Serena is speaking of refer to compatibility? Shifeng did not give it too much thought. He did not have much time left, not enough to wait out the 10-day cooldown to challenge the World Summit again. He then took out all the 100-berry wine in his bag and consumed all 3 bottles in rapid succession. Even with Shifeng's willpower and mental power, he still grew dizzy. The 100-berry wine was just like the black steel beer. The more one drank, the better the effect. Correspondingly, however, the side effects also grew stronger. It was best if players drank just 1 bottle at a time to maintain a clear mind, as players could steadily improve their completion rates and look for any shortcomings in their movements throughout the beverage's effective duration. Consuming too many bottles at once could result in players losing themselves to the alcohol. Now, Shifeng downed 3 bottles in one go. His compatibility rate instantly soared. This feeling is really great at this moment. Shifeng felt as if he had become one with his sword. When he drew the Abyssal Blade and executed Instant Strike, each and every one of his movements felt light and natural. There was no excess power in any of his actions at all. Then, Shifeng's initially smooth movements suddenly changed. The afterimages of the Abyssal Blade, which were originally created due to Shifeng's overly fast speed, suddenly vanished. The Abyssal Blade in Shifeng's hand also became clear and visible. In the next moment, faint blue electric arcs manifested around Shifeng's body, filling the air with crackling sounds. The places these electric arcs touched also charged. System. Instant Strike skill completion rate 100%. Chapter 610, Higher Realm. Arcs of electricity continuously sparked around Shifeng. Although the electric arcs were tiny, the destructive power they contained was practically equivalent to a Tier 2 lightning spell. He actually succeeded. A shocked expression appeared on Serena's beautiful face. Learning a Taboo skill was an enormous challenge. It was the same for both players and NPCs with high intelligence. In order to learn a Taboo skill, one had to go through long periods of arduous training as well as achieve a certain degree of comprehension regarding the Taboo skill. Serena wasn't the only one who was shocked by this result. Even Shifeng himself was quite shocked. It was extremely difficult for a Tier 1 class to learn a Tier 1 Taboo skill, not to mention a Tier 2 Taboo skill. Moreover, Instant Strike's requirements were exceedingly high. Even for a Tier 2 Taboo skill, achieving 100% completion rate on a Taboo skill was a feat Shifeng had never managed. Despite having been a Tier 3 Sword King in the past in this life, however, He had actually done so while he was still a Tier 1 class. This was simply a dream. 99 more times to go. I need to hurry up. Although Shifeng was currently somewhat drunk, he was still able to maintain a relatively clear consciousness. To make sure he did not forget the feeling from before, he hurriedly continued with his rehearsal. Unfortunately, none of his next 3 tries managed to achieve a 100% completion rate at all. The highest he reached was 97%, he had only managed to achieve the 100% completion rate before due to luck. On this point, Shifeng was very certain, however. Now that there was a first, achieving 100% again would become much easier, following which, Shifeng continuously tried to recall the feeling he had felt before. His skill completion rate gradually increased as well, and soon after, he managed to maintain a stable 99%. He was only a thread away from 100%. Not only do I have to control my own body, but I also have to learn how to adapt to the external environment around me and constantly adjust to the environment. As Shifeng reviewed his memories, he did not only think about when he achieved a 100% completion rate with Instant Strike, but also when he had achieved a 101% completion rate with Chop, whether it was the Refinement Realm or the Flowing Water Realm, both pursued internal control before. The Tier 5 Fallen Angel Serena had stated that he had already done very well in terms of movement and that he was only missing a little comprehension if it was said that comprehension was compatibility, and that compatibility was adaptation. Then what he needed to do was adapt to the environment. If he used the same methods to execute a skill in different environments, the results would naturally be different. This was just like how going from an ordinary environment to a high-gravity one would greatly affect a player's skill completion rate. However, what if this change to the environment was extremely subtle? It was highly possible that ignoring this minor change was the reason why players would never able to achieve a 100% skill completion rate, regardless of how perfect their movements were. Just as Shifeng continued drawing his sword and adapting to the surrounding air flow, the friction between his sword and the air suddenly generated a small spark. This small spark immediately attracted countless arcs of electricity to circle around Shifeng's body system. Instant Strike skill completion rate 100%. Sure enough, the progression in control goes from internal to external. Is this what the higher realm feels like? Shifeng finally discovered the direction he needed to take to advance with a clear direction in mind. Shifeng no longer focused his concentration on his own body but instead shifted it towards his environment. As Shifeng grew increasingly familiar with his surroundings, the 100% skill completion rate of Instant Strike grew more frequent as well. Currently, Shifeng was achieving a 100% skill completion rate about once every 4 times he executed Instant Strike. Moreover, during the process of swinging his sword, Shifeng was also constantly making minor adjustments to better adapt his movements to the external environment. After training for another half an hour, Shifeng's improvement was undeniable. He was able to achieve a 100% skill completion rate practically every other time he executed Instant Strike. Before an hour had even passed since drinking the 3 bottles of 100-berry wine, he had already executed 100 Instant Strikes with a 100% completion rate. After Shifeng completed an Instant Strike that achieved a 100% completion rate for the 100th time, electricity purified his entire body, his skin becoming glossier and the muscles all over his body growing denser and more powerful. System. You have learned Instant Strike. Obtained basic lightning physique. Why does my body feel a lot lighter? Shifeng was greatly shocked when he saw the faint blue electric arcs coursing around his body. Carefully feeling out the changes to his own body, he exclaimed, "This lightning physique really is mysterious. The gravity my body is under should still be 3G. Yet, the effect the increased gravity has on my body has clearly decreased significantly even though none of my attributes have changed. Right now, the effect feels like the equivalent to a gravity of 1.5G. After the 3rd evolution of God's domain, the gravitational system had impacted the combat power of players significantly. Meanwhile, now that Shifeng's body had undergone such changes, it would become much easier for him to adapt to his environment. The current state he was in was similar to being under the effects of the 100-berry wine. Although the lightning physique's effects were very much inferior to the 100-berry wines, the fact that it was always active was a huge advantage. This Instant Strike is simply fantastic. It is actually able to improve a player's physique as well. No wonder it was so difficult to learn. In the past, Shifeng had heard of some taboo skills in God's domain that when successfully learned, would provide players with additional rewards. However, these taboo skills were usually high-tiered ones. He never expected that the Tier 2 Instant Strike was one such taboo skill. Physique was a kind of hidden attribute in God's domain. If a player's attributes reached a certain level, they would be able to trigger an extraordinary physique, allowing them to carry out feats that were definitely impossible in the real world. This kind of hidden attribute could not be viewed by players, so it was extremely difficult to alter or improve it. However, This kind of hidden attribute would have a significant impact on a player's combat power. After resting for a while and recovering his mental state, Shi Feng walked up to Serena, smiling as he said, "Miss Serena, sorry for the long wait. Let us begin now." Currently, not only had he mastered the Tier 2 Taboo skill Instant Strike, but he had also obtained the basic lightning physique. Not only did his body feel lighter right now, but its flexibility had also increased significantly. Shi Feng even felt that his reflexes had sped up. However, his reaction speed was still a far cry from that of a gifted talent like Soaring Snake. Not bad. Despite being a mere mortal, you have actually managed to grasp a Tier 2 Taboo skill while still being at Tier 1. Come, give me your best shot. Hopefully, you are able to entertain me for a little while, Serena said, licking her lips as she looked at Shi Feng. The moment Serena was done speaking, the surrounding magma started roiling. The ground also began trembling as the fallen angel released a frightening aura. Is this the power of a Tier 1 fallen angel? Shi Feng gulped down a mouthful of saliva. He knew that Serena had finally gotten serious. Just her aura alone was enough to render him breathless. Heavenly Dragon's power, activate. Blade Liberation, activate. Shi Feng was unwilling to lag behind. After activating Heavenly Dragon's power and Blade Liberation, his strength attribute was now equivalent to a High Lord of the same level. The instant Shi Feng activated twofold Berserk, he tilted his body forward slightly. He then activated Phantom Kill and had his doppelganger get ready as well. Shi Feng's sudden increase in strength surprised Serena somewhat. She had not thought the little human before her was capable of reaching such a level. She then stretched out her right hand. Instantly, a golden holy sword appeared in her hand. Countless wind blades wrapped around her weapon. She cast a Tier 2 skill, Storm Blade, at Shi Feng right away. Countless swords of light instantly surged towards Shi Feng and his doppelganger. Meanwhile, Shi Feng and his doppelganger also simultaneously activated the Tier 2 Taboo skill Instant Strike Schwa. Both Shi Feng and his doppelganger disappeared from where they stood to instantly appear beside Serena. Both swordsmen then began brandishing their swords at the fallen angel. Instant Strike, when activated, increased its user's attack speed by 500% for a short period of time. Originally, Shi Feng's attack speed was already terrifying. Now, Shi Feng and his doppelganger sent out dozens of sword lights in the time it took to take a single breath. Moreover, these sword lights had appeared practically simultaneously, with none ahead or behind the other. Such a fast attack. Serena's gaze sharpened as another golden holy sword appeared in her other hand. She then parried the barrage of attacks sent at her. Ping, pang, pang. Serena's sword technique was flawless. Every movement of hers was utterly efficient as she blocked dozens of attacks continuously. However, even if Serena's defense were more perfect, there was still a limit to her attack speed. In the end, Shi Feng managed to cut Serena's arm with the Abyssal Blade, causing -1 damage to the fallen angel. When Shi Feng saw the compulsory -1 damage he dealt, his eyes nearly fell out of their sockets. Such a powerful Tier 2 Taboo skill. You were actually able to break through my defense. Serena looked at the bloody cut on her arm. Gently moving her finger across the wound, she instantly returned her skin to its unblemished state. Then she looked at Shi Feng, saying, "Although I don't want to admit it, since you were able to injure me, it is your win. You may take these items and leave." Chapter 611. Shrine Rewards. After Serena was done speaking, the fallen angel suddenly vanished. At the same time, the volcanic hell that surrounded Shi Feng transformed into a golden shrine with an altar before him. 3 rainbow treasure chests were stacked up one upon another on the altar, and placed on top of these treasure chests was a thick and heavy black leather book. Victory at last. Shi Feng breathed out a sigh of relief. Serena was just too powerful, whether it was in terms of techniques or basic attributes. He was far inferior to the fallen angel Shi Feng, and his doppelganger had sent out over 100 attacks within the 3 seconds of Instant Strike's duration. Yet, Shi Feng had only managed to land a hit on Serena at the very last second. The fallen angel's strength was simply terrifying. Most likely, even Kite would not be a match for Serena, who had suppressed her strength to Tier 1. If Serena had suppressed her strength to Tier 2 instead of Tier 1, he would not have stood a chance against her at all. Although Shi Feng had only managed to get through the test after immense difficulty, his harvest was similarly huge during his 3 seconds of frantic attacking. Shi Feng had thoroughly experienced Serena's perfect sword defense technique firsthand. He had seen for himself the sword technique of an NPC standing at the peak of God's domain. This was not something just any player would get to enjoy, as normally, they would have killed with a single hit. After Shi Feng reviewed his memories of the previous battle a few times, he walked up to the altar and carefully picked up the black leather book. As soon as he did so, he felt a hard stare. Moreover, this feeling was not just limited to one person staring at him. Instead, he felt the gazes of a vast number of people. Every one of these gazes felt cold and violent. It was as if his body had submerged in a chilling icy hell. Sure enough, the Bible of Darkness is not an ordinary item. Shifeng activated omniscient eyes and appraised the black leather book Bible of Darkness, fragmented legendary item. The Bible of Darkness had been destroyed during the Great Destruction. However, the power of darkness contained within the Bible is extreme. If one can gather the other fragments, they can restore the Bible's power, gaining dominance over all demonic creatures and become the Lord of Demons. It's actually a fragmented legendary item? I heard that the Bible of Darkness Fantasy Extinguisher was an epic item. Was the one he obtained a replica? Shifeng muttered, feeling rather surprised as he looked at the quality of the Bible of Darkness in his hands. However, after giving it some thought, Shifeng felt it was possible with how powerful Serena was. Fantasy Extinguisher should not have been able to injure the fallen angel at all with the strength he had at that time. It was highly possible that he had chosen the first option instead. Meanwhile, Fantasy Extinguisher had managed to become a peerless expert in the Black Dragon Empire thanks to the Bible of Darkness. With the help of the Bible of Darkness, Fantasy Extinguisher managed not only to become exceedingly powerful himself but also to increase the strength of his guild significantly. Only afterward did Blue Frost and the others from District 1 shine brightly. Back then, countless guilds had looked at Fantasy Extinguisher enviously. There was nothing remarkable about owning a single epic item. However, the Bible of Darkness was no ordinary epic item. As it held the power to increase the overall strength of a guild, the Bible of Darkness was capable of strengthening players with the power of darkness. Not only could players receive a huge boost in attributes, but they could also obtain an enhanced skill corresponding to their classes. This was the reason why the Fantasy Shrine had managed to form the invincible Black Demon Legion in the past, allowing the guild to become one of the tyrants of the Black Dragon Empire. Back then, even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's Blood Legion had not been a match for the Black Demon Legion. If Fantasy Extinguisher had gained such achievements by relying on a replica, what would have happened if he had obtained the real Bible of Darkness? Most likely, the entire Black Dragon Empire would have fallen into the Fantasy Shrine's hands. Shifeng inwardly grew excited as he looked at the Bible of Darkness in his hands. He had finally completed one of the steps required to become an overlord in God's domain, whether it was the magic weapon Abyssal Blade or the fragmented legendary ranked Heavenly Dragon's Breath. Both were items that focused on increasing his personal strength. They were of little use in raising the overall strength of his guild. However, the Bible of Darkness was different. It was an item focused on increasing the overall strength of many players. With the Bible of Darkness in hand, he would be able to form a group of Black Demon Guards. With his special training plan, he would be able to quickly establish a Black Demon Legion that surpassed even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's Blood Legion. At that time, who, in Star Moon Kingdom, would be able to compete with him? After some fantasizing, Shifeng then stored the Bible of Darkness and shifted his gaze towards the 3 rainbow treasure chests. I have really made a killing from the epic quest this time. Not only did I get a fragmented legendary item, but I also obtained a chapter of shelter and a magic device forging design. Shifeng laughed. He quickly tucked the contents of all 3 rainbow treasure chests into his bag. The first rainbow treasure chest contained 188 soul crystals. Though Shifeng himself had no use for these things, he would be able to upgrade the Lion's Bar to a 2-star bar with this many soul crystals. At that time, the production volume of the 100-berry wine would increase to a level barely enough to supply the upper echelons of both District 1 and 0 Wing. The second rainbow treasure chest contained the chapter of shelter. Before coming to the World Summit, Shifeng had asked Blue Frost about large shelters in detail. If a small shelter was akin to a small village, then a medium shelter was a small town, while a large shelter was a large town. Why were so many guild forces madly accumulating resources and were adamant in upgrading a shelter to a large shelter? It was because larger shelters possessed a certain degree of self-defense. The number of players a shelter could hold was not unlimited. If players wished to become a resident of a shelter, they had to register themselves with said shelter. Meanwhile, the number of players a shelter could register was limited. If there was no cap to registration, players within the Dark Den would have long since migrated to the best shelters available to develop themselves. It was also precisely this limitation that severely restricted the development speed of a shelter. A small shelter could register a maximum of 10,000 players, which was roughly equivalent to the member count of a small guild. Medium shelters could register up to 30,000 players, which was roughly equivalent to the player population of a small town. Aside from having a larger population, players could also construct some specialty buildings such as the Lion's Bar in a medium shelter. The overall strength of a medium shelter was significantly higher than a small shelter's. Meanwhile, when a medium shelter was upgraded to a large shelter, the number of players the shelter could register would undergo a qualitative change, directly increasing to 100,000. That number could practically rival the member count of a second-rate guild. Moreover, the functions of the shelter would also increase notably. The increase was not limited to just the skill books and specialties supplied. Players of the shelter would also be able to tame mounts. Mounts could be said to be the lifeblood of players residing within the Dark Den. With no teleportation magic arrays in the Dark Den, players could only rely on their own 2 feet to travel to their desired destinations. With a mount, the mobility of players would improve significantly, and as a result, their strength would also rise much faster than before. Hence, the various guild forces were desperately accumulating resources in order to create a large shelter of their own. This was also why plenty of independent shelters subordinated themselves to guild forces. As long as they joined a guild force, they could head to the large shelter controlled by said guild force and purchase mounts. Otherwise, they would have to wait until their own shelters were promoted into large shelters or try their luck in large-scale team dungeons. Now that Feng had the chapter of shelter, he could directly promote the shelter of District 1 to a large shelter. The players inside the shelter could then begin to accumulate funds and resources. As soon as they reached a sufficient level, they would be able to purchase a mount of their own. Compared to the players of other shelters, the players of District 1 would be able to save up on plenty of time. Although I've obtained the chapter of shelter, I still don't have a way to return to the shelter right now. It seems that I can only wait until the cooldown of the position teleportation scroll ends before making another trip to District 1's shelter. Feng suddenly recalled that he had arrived at the central area of the Dark Den through a teleportation gate. As for the method of returning to the evil ghost domain, he had no idea whatsoever. With the items he came for in hand, Feng did not continue idling around inside the Lord of Destruction's shrine. He took out a return scroll and began chanting the incantation required to teleport back to White River City. After 20 seconds passed, Feng transformed into a streak of light and disappeared from the shrine. Chapter 612. Winds have changed. White River City Teleportation Hall. Due to Zero Wing's ever-growing fame and the Candlelight Trading Firm's wide array of high-end products, many players were attracted to White River City. Currently, one could see plenty of players forming dungeon raiding parties in the wide and spacious teleportation hall. The prosperity and liveliness here were far more intense than in Star Moon City. The moment Feng stepped out of the teleportation hall, he could feel the hustle and bustle that filled the city. Other than a large number of independent players who filled the city streets, there were also plenty of guild players. These guild players' average levels were very high. Although they could not compare to the players in the Dark Den, most of these guild players were still level 27 or 28. That was still quite high in the current God's domain. These guild players also wore fine gold and secret silver equipment. They were the envy of ordinary players. That guild is amazing. Its members' equipment looks so amazing. They should be catching up to the powerful guilds in White River City. I've heard of that guild before. It's called Heaven's Burial, and it's one of the newly established White River City guilds. Although it is a new guild, it is very powerful. So far, Heaven's Burial has already raided many 20-man Hell Mode team dungeons and is in the midst of planning to raid 50-man team dungeons. I also heard that the guild has a very powerful backer. A strong backer isn't the only thing Heaven's Burial has. A few hours ago, one of Heaven's Burial's experts managed to break into the 4th floor of the Divine Colosseum. It is the 10th guild in White River City to set foot on the Divine Colosseum's 4th floor. I've been to the newly launched Divine Colosseum as well and paid 1 magic crystal to challenge it. The challenges are insanely difficult. I only managed to reach the 2nd floor after exhausting myself. And I died the moment I set foot on the 2nd floor. In the end, I only got 1 silver as a reward. It was a serious loss. Heaven's Burial is amazing. Even Zero Wing, the most powerful guild in White River City, has only advanced to the Colosseum's 5th floor. The Divine Colosseum, which had recently appeared in God's domain, drew the interest and attention of many players, and every conversation was related to it in one way or another. After God's domain had undergone its 3rd evolution, combat in the game had become more difficult for players. The Divine Colosseum was a very good place to train their combat techniques. Only, training there was too expensive. Moreover, the Colosseum only accepted magic crystals as currency. This had caused the price of magic crystals to skyrocket overnight. Since the 3rd system upgrade, the price of magic crystals had doubled. Sure enough, that which should arrive, will arrive. Feng was frustrated as he swept a glance over the members of Heaven's Burial before the 3rd evolution of God's domain. International corporations had only prepared to invest in God's domain. As for other smaller corporations, they had not paid much attention to this particular investment route. However, with the launch of the Divine Colosseum, God's Domain's popularity began to show signs of overtaking the fighting competitions in the real world. This situation drove corporations, both big and small, around the world towards the game. With a potential gold mine in sight, these corporations began to increase their investments in the game for a time. Countless new guilds emerged throughout God's Domain, all wishing to take a bite of the pie known as God's Domain. Among these corporations, several major investors looked to Star Moon Kingdom. Some bought shares of long-standing guilds, while others chose to establish their own guilds. Among these newly established guilds, 3 stood out: Cloud9, Yin Court, and Heaven's Burial. In the past, Heaven Burial had started developing itself in Star Moon City. The guild was clearly ambitious. While Ouroboros and the Star Alliance had been busy fighting each other, Heaven's Burial had taken advantage of the situation and solidified its position in Star Moon City in one fell swoop. In the end, it had even forced the 2 first-rate guilds to suffer quite a few hardships. Shifeng had never expected that, after White River City began to show signs of becoming the #1 city in Star Moon Kingdom, Heaven's Burial would run to White River City to develop itself. Moreover, of the newly established guild Shifeng had seen so far, Heaven's Burial wasn't the only one of the top 3 newbies to establish itself in White River City. He also saw members of both Cloud9 and Yin Court interesting. Everyone's has come to White River City trying to take a bite out of the fat piece of meat that I cooked up. Do they really think that Zero Wing is some kind of pushover? Shifeng could not help but smile. Zero Wing indeed possessed plenty of enemies. In the dark, Underworld lurked and spat like a viper. In the light, they had also provoked the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion. As Shifeng made his way to White River City's library, he discovered that, despite having only been away from the city for a short time, many players had acquired their own NPC guards. NPC guards had become beacons of hope for many powerless players. At the same time, these NPC guards had also received attention from the various large guilds. As a result, these NPCs' development speeds were unusually fast. Players who were trying to become merchants were especially interested in these NPC guards. In God's Domain, players' activities were not limited to killing monsters out in the fields. Players could also take on all sorts of quests. Many merchant players, who did not possess any combat power, could rely on NPC guards when carrying out special quests. However, the majority of the quests did not allow the assistance of ordinary guards, only personal guards. Just as Shifeng arrived before White River City's library, the sound of his system communicator rang by his ears, and the caller was none other than Everlasting War Brother Yifeng. You've finally come online. I've been trying to contact you for a while. How are preparations coming along? Everlasting War asked. Slightly worried. Shifeng was the expert he had recommended. If Shifeng did not pass the selection test, it would stain his reputation. There are no issues. I can participate in the selection at any time. Seeing as Brother Everlasting is contacting me, has something happened? Shifeng asked. The selection held in Beast City was tomorrow morning. There was still quite some time before the selection began. Something must have happened for Everlasting War to contact him. It's nothing major. Only, the higher-ups have changed the requirements for the selection. Now, after you pass the selection, you are required to sign a contract and become a member of the company if you join the battle team. Of course, you will receive far more benefits as well. For example, you will be entitled to 5% of the wagers made on the matches you win, Everlasting War explained. If Brother Yifeng joins the battle team, with your strength, you will easily make more than a dozen times the credits the guild leader of a first-rate guild would normally earn. Once the battle team becomes famous, your status in the world will become even greater than any leader of a first-rate guild. What do you think, Brother Yifeng? Everlasting War and his group did not particularly care about signing the new contract as they had originally been employees of the company. However, Shifeng was different. He was affiliated with Zero Wing. Moreover, he was one of Zero Wing's core members. He had definitely signed a contract with the guild. If he joined the battle team, unless the company allowed it, he would not be able to be part of any guilds in the future. To put it bluntly, the company was restricting the freedom of the team members instead of cooperating with them. Of course, if Brother Yifeng is selected to become one of the members of the battle team, the company will take full responsibility of the breach of agreement with your guild. Brother Yifeng can rest assured on this. Everlasting War was very confident in Shifeng's strength, and he desperately hoped that Shifeng would join their battle team. In his opinion, what did a guild in a virtual reality game amount to? How could it possibly hope to match up against an international corporation? Chapter 613. Peak of Star Moon. The benefits Everlasting War had mentioned were quite tempting. The Dark Arena was a place where the various international corporations around the world could secretly compete. The resources and funding involved were on an entirely different level than ordinary arenas. Even just 5% of the gambling rewards was sufficient to make someone a tycoon overnight. Moreover, as one's battle record in the Dark Arena grew, the bets on their matches also increased. The income one could potentially earn through the Dark Arena could even tempt international fighters. To virtual reality gaming experts, that was an astronomical number. However, that was only the tip of the iceberg. Based on what information Shifeng had, in the past, any players who signed a contract with a battle team held extraordinary positions in the corporation that owned the team. If it were a famous player such as Everlasting War, even the upper echelons of international corporations would treat them with respect. The guild leader of a second-rate guild did not even qualify to fawn over such players. They were from entirely different worlds. The third evolution of God's domain arrived too soon. I did not expect these international corporations to discover the importance of expert players so quickly. Shifeng frowned, feeling disappointed. It would have been great if these international corporations had only discovered this fact a few days after the selection tests. However, since these international corporations had discovered the truth, he could not do anything to change it. He was the guild leader of Zero Wing. Moreover, in this life, he had sworn that he would not be controlled by others ever again. Brother Everlasting, since the higher-ups have made this decision, you will have to forgive me for not participating in the selection. Shifeng directly refused. Although he could no doubt earn a lot of money, fame, and status in the Dark Arena, in the era of God's domain, a player could similarly obtain all of these things so long as they had the ability. Since he could not earn a large sum of credits through the Dark Arena, he just had to look for some other way. As a reincarnator, he did not believe that he could not earn credits from other avenues, particularly from his trip to the Dark Den. He had obtained the teleportation magic array design and magic device forging design. These two items were practically money printing machines. As long as he had enough raw materials, the money he could make would be astronomical. Everlasting War was slightly stunned by Shifeng's reply. He had not thought that Shifeng would refuse his offer so decisively. However, when he thought about Shifeng's skill, he hurriedly advised, "Brother Yifeng, won't you reconsider? At the end of the day, a gaming guild is only a gaming guild. It is nothing compared to a major corporation that can affect the world's economy. With your skills, I guarantee that you'll at least become vice leader of the battle team." The team's strength did not rely on a single person. After all, each battle team could include up to 10 members. Naturally, the more experts there were in a team, the higher the team's chances were of obtaining victory. In Everlasting War's opinion, Shifeng could most likely rank within the top 3 within their battle team. If they lost a top 3 expert, it would wound the battle team's overall strength. Brother Everlasting, don't waste your time trying to persuade me. Moreover, I have many matters that I need to attend to. Not being able to join is a good thing. Anyways, I still have something to do, so I'll talk to you another time. Shifeng disconnected the call. He then entered the library. Meanwhile, Everlasting War could not help but sigh as he said, "Truly disappointing." Disappointing? What's there to be disappointed about? Isn't he just a core member of a small guild? How strong could he be? He must have realized how weak he actually is. Do you know how many experts of God's domain and professional fighters are trying to join the glorious battle team? Even if he shows up, he will never be selected. A luxuriously dressed middle-aged woman standing across from Everlasting War disdainfully dismissed his concern. 4 bodyguards in black stood next to this woman. All 4 radiated intimidating auras that were capable of making Everlasting War, someone who had once been a professional bodyguard, anxious. Particularly, the rugged-looking man among these bodyguards was very famous in the bodyguard industry. He was known as the Steel Guard, and even some international fighters were no match for him. Director Hua, Yifeng is no ordinary expert. If you can restore the recruitment conditions to what they were before and allow him to join the glorious battle team, our chances of beating our next opponent, the Midday Wolves, will be much higher. This will also greatly benefit the company. Everlasting War carefully suggested the changes in the battle team's recruitment conditions were all due to this woman, Hua Qiushui, standing before him. Although he did not understand why Hua Qiushui had suddenly changed the conditions, this last-minute adjustment troubled him, the leader of the battle team. However, despite his annoyance, Hua Qiushui's position was extraordinary. A single word from her could easily leave him jobless. Hence, he did not dare speak too boldly in front of her. Naturally, I have considered these changes carefully. You only need to focus on how you're going to defeat your next opponent. He is merely a nameless expert. Do you think that, just because we are missing one nameless expert, you're going to lose against your next opponent? Hua Qiushui questioned, her voice low and dangerous. He is just one less nameless expert participating in the selection. There are plenty of God's domain experts coming to take the test. Among them, many are well known in the industry. These people's standards are far beyond his. I think that Vice Leader Journey Leave should administer the test this time around. You should take this time to think of a strategy to deal with the midday wolves. Everlasting War's words had clearly dissatisfied Hua Qiushui. Without hesitation, she had stripped him of his duties for a few days. Helpless, Everlasting War could only agree with the lady director. Inside White River City's library. After entering the library, Shifeng headed towards the building's top floor. 2 level 180 tier 2 white robe knights stood by the doors. Normally, ordinary players would not dare approach the Star Moon Hall. However, Shifeng had long since become a frequent visitor of this place. Without hesitation, he walked past the knights and opened the doors to the hall. Charlene, who sat beside a table, looked at Shifeng, mildly stating, "You're here." Hearing Charlene's intimate greeting, Shifeng could not help but tense up. "Crap. I forgot to store the coins in my bag." Seeing Charlene's intimate smile, Shifeng suddenly thought of the precious coins he had in his bag. This reaction was practically instinctual now. Although Charlene was an NPC, she seemed more realistic than a real person. Though she always appeared friendly, her actions said otherwise. If not for a few tricks he hid up his sleeves, she would have bankrupted him long ago. Ha ha ha. "Come over here. Let me see what you've brought this time." Charlene waved her hand at Shifeng. Suddenly, a huge force tugged at Shifeng's body, sending him flying towards Charlene. Shifeng was shocked at the sudden development. After not meeting for some time, Charlene's strength had increased once more. Charlene, who had been a Tier 4 Great Divine official, had now become a level 200 Tier 5 Red official at this point. Charlene was many times stronger than Weissman, White River City's magistrate. She stood at the peak of Star Moon Kingdom. Although Shifeng had long since known that Charlene was not an ordinary NPC and that her strength would increase significantly every time they met, her improvement speed was simply mind-blowing. Even he, someone who had played God's domain for more than a decade, found it astonishing. Just who is Charlene? Questions filled Shifeng's heart. Chapter 614. Demon Gate. Just as Shifeng pondered Charlene's identity, a hint of shock surfaced in the red official's golden eyes. "You have actually obtained it." Charlene could not help but re-evaluate her opinion of Shifeng. "And here I thought you would bring me a replica to help you solve your problem." Hearing this, surprise appeared on Shifeng's face. He had only discovered the truth about the replica from the fallen angel Serena. He had not expected Charlene to know about it as well. Charlene could see the question floating in Shifeng's mind. Smiling, she explained, "The Bible of Darkness is not an ordinary item. The Lord of Destruction crafted this item, and it is a treasure used to gain dominance over all demonic creatures. Even though the Bible has been destroyed, it still holds boundless power. There are countless powerhouses who wish to obtain it. In the past, plenty of strong people tried going to the Dark Den to obtain the Bible of Darkness. In the end, however, they only managed to return with replicas. Even so, a replica of the Bible of Darkness still possesses a certain degree of power. There are no problems with using it to solve your great demon problem. Only, at the end of the day, a replica is still a replica. While it might be useful to a weak little adventurer like you, to high-tiered powerhouses, it is hardly worth anything." It is no wonder why Fantasy Extinguisher stopped using the Bible of Darkness after he became a Tier 4 class. Shifeng came to a realization after listening to Charlene's explanation. In the past, Fantasy Extinguisher had made a name for himself by relying on the Bible of Darkness and had even enabled the Fantasy Shrine to overwhelm the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's guild branch. However, after Fantasy Extinguisher became a Tier 4 Spirit Emperor, he stopped using the Bible of Darkness. Back then, everyone had thought that Fantasy Extinguisher had dropped the Bible of Darkness and lost it after someone had killed him. Epic items, particularly special epic items like the Bible of Darkness, an item that would take effect even when inside a player's bag, would not lose its worth with the passing of time. Even a Tier 5 expert could continue to use it. After all, fragmented legendary and legendary items were simply too rare. Even Tier 6 God-ranked players would not necessarily own such items. Owning a unique epic item was still quite impressive. As Shifeng re-examined the situation, he realized that it was highly possible that the replica of the Bible of Darkness could only display its worth up until Tier 3. If it were not helpful to Tier 4 classes, Fantasy Extinguisher would not have continued to use it. "Take it out, then," Charlene said softly, Her eyes smiling, Shifeng carefully retrieved the Bible of Darkness from his bag and placed it on the table beside him. Sure enough, it's the real deal. You really are quite the capable fellow. Do you know just how many powerhouses are trying to retrieve the Bible of Darkness? In the end, everyone only returns with a replica. If they knew that a little fellow like you had the real thing, they would most likely go crazy from anger. Charlene nodded, smiling as she scrutinized the Bible of Darkness. She then continued, since you brought me the genuine article, I'll give you two options. The first option is free of charge. For this option, you'll be able to solve the problem of the great demon descending on you. The second option will cost you 1,500 gold and 100 soul crystals. For this option you can be done once and for all, destroying the great demon that targets you. Sure enough. Shifeng could not help but send Charlene a contemptuous gaze. Currently, he had a little over 1,600 gold in his bag. This was the money the candlelight trading firm had made while he had been absent. If he gave it all to Charlene, he would become a pauper once more. However, even so, Shifeng gritted his teeth and handed over the money. If he had chosen the first option, although it might seem like he had dealt with the great demon, in reality, Charlene would only weaken the descended great demon to a level that he could cope with. He would still have to deal with the great demons while descending on him every so often until he could defeat and kill it. In the past, the darkness's descent plagued Fantasy Extinguisher, requiring him to deal with a weakened great demon every so often and throwing his guild, Fantasy Shrine, into chaos. The fact that he had a second option was considerably lucky. This might be the difference between a replica and the genuine product. Charlene received the coins and soul crystals with a saintly smile. Nodding with satisfaction, she said, "All right, step back." Following Charlene's request, Shifeng moved more than 30 yards away from her. Meanwhile, Charlene held up the Bible of Darkness. After flipping through a few pages, she began chanting a series of incantations, her hand continuously tracing out a line of runes in the air. As the line of runes grew longer, the power of darkness filling the Star Moon Hall grew denser and denser, to the point where Shifeng could even see faint black mist appear. This black mist desperately gathered in front of Charlene, forming a fourfold magic array. The surrounding space began to blur as well. The powerful mana was even capable of suppressing the space within the hall. This mana is simply too powerful. I can't move at all. Shifeng was shocked as he stared at the fourfold magic array suspended in midair. A magic array was actually capable of forming its own space. Chances were that only Tier 5 existences like Charlene were capable of forming such an array. After Charlene finished writing the runes, she casually scattered the 100 soul crystals before her. Immediately, all 100 soul crystals transformed into gray smoke. This gray smoke then formed a pair of silvery gray gates. There were countless images of demons engraved on these ancient gates, and every one of these demons was quite famous throughout God's domain. These were existences that even ordinary Tier 4 powerhouses would not dare provoke. Are you trying to summon a demon? Shifeng frowned at the gray gates. He could clearly feel how frightening their power was. If the gates opened, horrific creatures would most likely crawl out. You've guessed correctly. I am trying to summon a demon. Moreover, I am summoning the great demon that targets you. Otherwise, how are you going to get rid of it? Charlene rolled her eyes at Shifeng. Her golden eyes then shifted back to the gray gates. In the name of darkness, I summon thee. Emerge, great demon Kildred. The moment Charlene finished speaking, the gray gates abruptly opened. Who dares to summon me? A cold, dark voice boomed through the gray gates, following which, a figure pushed through the gray gates. This figure sported a large pair of black bat wings and 2 pitch-black goat horns on his head. Pitch-black scaled covered his entire body, and killing intent filled his blood-red eyes. The moment Kildred appeared, he surveyed his surroundings with his blood-red eyes, and he could not help but sneer at what he saw and hear. I wondered who had summoned me. It turns out that it's just you, little divine official, and that foolish adventurer, Kildred said disdainfully as he flapped his wings. I did not expect that little ants like you could actually obtain the real Bible of Darkness. As your reward for summoning me, I'll collect your souls and the Bible. Is this great demon stupid? Shifeng frowned at Kildred. Confused. Kildred was a level 180 Tier 4 great demon. On the other hand, Charlene was a level 200 Tier 5 red official. No matter how he looked at it, they were on entirely different levels. Moreover, the great demon had actually called Charlene a little divine official. Did Kildred believe that he was a Tier 6 demon god? Ha! Wait a minute. Shifeng immediately discovered the problem. For some reason, the Charlene before him had somehow fallen from being a Tier 5 red official to a Tier 3 divine official. Little brother, stop daydreaming. Right now, your task is to kill him, Charlene instructed as she looked at Shifeng. She paid no attention to the great demon Kildred's provocation. You wish to kill me, the great demon Kildred? You too must be insane. I'll show you what the consequences are for summoning a great demon. Kildred revealed a malicious grin upon hearing Charlene's words. Suddenly, black flames appeared in his hand. Chapter 615. Tier 5 Curse. The raging black flames quickly transformed into a ferocious beast that bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it pounced on Charlene. Boom. At the sound of an explosion, the black flames in the air suddenly began to collapse, dissipating into nothingness. The great demon Kildred's malicious expression suddenly changed, and he no longer looked down on Charlene. Rather, he gazed at the Tier 3 divine official with solemn eyes. Even Tier 4 classes would find it difficult to deal with soul fire, yet, Charlene managed to disperse it without moving in the slightest. One could just imagine what kind of power she contained. No. It wasn't the soul fire that was defeated. My mana. Kildred was horrified as he quickly discovered the true problem. His mana rapidly leaked from his body. Due to the lack of mana, he had lost control of the soul fire he had summoned, causing it to disappear standing at a distance. Shifeng was also shocked by Charlene's counterattack. The great demon Kildred's level plummeted, as did his tier level 180. Level 170. Level 160. In a short moment, the great demon Kildred had become a level 35 tier 2 evil spirit. He was no longer a level 180 tier 4 great demon. What have you done? Kildred asked, gaping at Charlene in abject horror. It's nothing. I just used God's Twilight, a tier 5 curse, Charlene said, smiling. While inside God's Twilight's effective area, all beings above tier 2 will be forcefully suppressed by 2 tiers. Naturally, their levels will lower as well. Upon hearing these words, Kildred instantly paled. Shifeng was similarly astonished. A tier 5 curse. This was a spell that could rival the power of a tier 6 god-ranked spell. Kildred, you can only escape the situation by defeating the adventurer before you. Otherwise you will die here. Although Charlene's voice sounded pleasing to the ears, her words caused even a great demon like Kildred to shudder in fear, realizing that was his cue. Shifeng unsheathed the Abyssal Blade and Purgatory Shadow. This should be the final test. Shifeng licked his lips as he stared at the great demon Kildred, who hovered in the air. He had always known that it would not be so easy to obtain the fragmented legendary ranked Bible of Darkness in God's domain. There was an abundance of epic items. However, fragmented legendary and legendary items that were above epic rank, were extraordinarily rare. If players wanted to obtain one, they would have to pay an unimaginable price. The fact that he had grasped a special fragmented legendary item such as the Bible of Darkness with so little trouble could already be considered a miracle in the past. To obtain a single fragmented legendary item, the various large guilds throughout God's domain would have to be busy for at least 1 to 2 months, possibly 3 to 4 months. Unless one were extremely lucky and encountered special locations such as the Star River Valley, they would have to rely on quests to obtain a fragmented legendary item. Little ant, a tier 1 swordsman like you dares to draw your sword against me, the great demon Kildred? You are indeed courageous. However, just because I have been suppressed to tier 2, you think you have a chance of defeating me? Kildred laughed angrily as he felt the sting of a deep wound to his pride. How will I know if I don't try? Shifeng laughed. He then approached the great demon one step at a time. Kildred, evil spirit great demon. Level 35. HP 1, 000, 000/1, 000, A tier 2 evil spirit was the equivalent of a lord-ranked monster. However, due to Kildred's intelligence, his combat power was definitely much higher than an ordinary lord. His HP, though lower than an ordinary lord, was also much higher than a playeress. As Shifeng approached Kildred gradually, he suddenly discovered something fortunate. While he was under the effects of God's Twilight, all of his skills' cooldowns had not only been refreshed, but they had also been reduced by half. It seems my test this time is to defeat a tier 2 evil spirit. While at my peak, Shifeng had initially been worried that he would not be able to use Blade Liberation. Now, however, it seemed that his worries were for naught. Die! The great demon Kildred roared. Suddenly, a black spear appeared in his hand. He then swooped down and jabbed the spear towards Shifeng in rapid succession. In the next moment, streaks of black light rained down on the swordsman. Tier 2 skill, Black Rain Annihilation. Shifeng did not dare to hold back. Immediately, he activated Heavenly Dragon's power and Blade Liberation. He then used the Aura of Wind's activatable skill, Wind Rider, and leaped into the air with a 280% increase to his movement speed. Shifeng's speed could rival that of a great lord. Very easily, he escaped the effective area of Black Rain Annihilation. Moreover, due to his ability to fly, he had no need to fear the Great Demon Kildred's ranged attacks from the air. After avoiding Kildred's Black Rain Annihilation, Shifeng proceeded to activate the Ice Blue Devil Flame, Phantom Kill, Nine Dragon Slash, Black Emperor, and Purgatory Power, instantly pushing his combat power to its peak immediately. Both sides began a fierce and deadly dance with Wind Rider active. Shifeng held an absolute advantage in terms of speed. As a result, he was able to dodge all the Great Demon's attacks easily. Kildred could not even make contact with Shifeng's body. On the other hand, sword lights bombarded on the scales covering Kildred's body, easily penetrating the Great Demon's armor chop. 25. 641 Thunder Flame Explosion. 47. 156 Thundering Flash. -14,527, -18,546, 24. 716 Every skill Shifeng executed had a completion rate of 95% or above, allowing his skill's effect to increase significantly. The Great Demon Kildred's 1 million HP decreased at a rate visible to the naked eye. After a measly 5 seconds, the Great Demon only had 70% of his HP remaining. However, Shifeng suddenly discovered that, as he relentlessly attacked the Great Demon, his opponent's strength and speed began to rise. Originally, when he had activated Twofold Berserk, his strength should have rivaled even a High Lord of the same level and overwhelmed the Great Demon Kildred. After a short period of intense battle, however, Kildred's strength was already equal to his. The Great Demon's speed also quickly caught up. This can't continue. Although I don't know whether he is growing stronger due to the length of battle increasing or his HP decreasing, I need to finish him off as soon as possible. Shifeng used Flame Burst. Suddenly, 2 miniature suns appeared and illuminated the Star Moon Hall. 24 consecutive strikes. Both Shifeng and his doppelganger used Flame Burst at the same time. 24 sword lights cut across the space of the hall, striking the Great Demon Kildred. Every sword light from Shifeng dealt over -20,000 damage to the Great Demon. His doppelganger caused over -10,000 damage with each attack as well. When critical hits were achieved, the damage of the attacks doubled. When the attacks ended, the Great Demon Kildred suffered a total damage of over -500,000. This. Shifeng was stupefied when he saw the Great Demon that he had attacked. At this moment, the Great Demon Kildred had only 40% of his HP remaining. Meanwhile, a faint, black light radiated from Kildred's body. Tier 2 skill, Dark Shield. It was a spell that could absorb a relatively large amount of damage. Damn it. Shifeng frowned. Flame Burst was his ultimate skill. Yet, the Great Demon had actually managed to negate a portion of its damage. Currently, the Great Demon Kildred had grown more formidable after the attack. Meanwhile, there were less than 10 seconds left on Blade Liberation's duration. My strength has completely surpassed yours now. Die, human. Kildred snorted. He then threw his spear at Shifeng. Kildred's spear was extremely fast, and even Shifeng only barely managed to block it with his swordspan. Shifeng was immediately struck down from the air, his body colliding heavily with the floor and shattering it. A damage of close to -1,100 points appeared above his head. This was the damage he received after blocking the Great Demon's attack. If he had failed to block the attack, he would have lost far more than a little over 1,000 HP. However, the Great Demon Kildred was not finished. Suddenly, Kildred split into 2 copies of himself. These 2 Kildreds looked exactly the same, and their attributes were equally frightening. In the next moment, one Kildred charged at Shifeng's doppelganger while the other charged at Shifeng. Chapter 616. Promotion to Count. 2 identical Great Demon Kildreds attacked Shifeng and his doppelganger. Shifeng, who had been at a disadvantage in terms of strength, had no choice but to dodge the Great Demon's attacks. Although Shifeng had entered the Flowing Water Realm and could predict the trajectories of Kildred's attacks, the Great Demon's spear was like a venomous snake that consistently sent fatal blows towards his blind spots if any other player stood in his place. Not to mention dodging, even blocking the attacks, would be difficult. Facing the unavoidable attacks, Shifeng had no choice but to block with his swords. However, the Great Demon Kildred's strength was simply too intense. Each of his attacks managed to push Shifeng back by several steps and inflict slightly more than -1,000 damage. Fortunately, Heavenly Dragon's power had increased Shifeng's defense and HP by 300%. With over 30,000 HP, Shifeng could endure the Great Demon's assault for quite some time. Only, Shifeng's twofold berserk state could only last for 20 seconds. Once these 20 seconds were over, he would enter a weakened state and would lose all power to resist the Great Demon a short moment later. The other Great Demon Kildred defeated Shifeng's doppelganger. Ha ha ha. Human, you are quite amazing. A mere Tier 1 swordsman like yourself has actually managed to damage me, the Great Demon Kildred, to such an extent. As a reward, I'll let you become my puppet, and you can follow my orders for the rest of your life. Kildred sneered at Shifeng, who desperately tried to defend against his attack standing at a distance. Charlene frowned slightly as she watched the battle. Sighing, she muttered, "Was it still too soon?" Now, Shifeng no longer had his doppelganger. His ultimate skill, Flame Burst, was also on cooldown. Even though he was under the effects of God's Twilight, reducing his cooldowns by half, Flame Burst still had a cooldown of 1 minute, 30 seconds. Most importantly, he had to face 2 Great Demon Kildreds who had the same attributes and 40% HP remaining. Shifeng had no chance of winning, would be Shifeng's end once the 2 Great Demon Kildreds launched a pincer attack. Human, be at ease and become my slave. In the blink of an eye, the 2 Great Demon Kildreds appeared in front of and behind Shifeng, both great demons revealing a ferocious expression. This is just the twin life technique. Do you really think that I have no way of unraveling it? At this moment, Shifeng's previously stern expression suddenly vanished. On the contrary, he revealed a disdainful and victorious smile hearing Shifeng mention the words, twin life technique. Kildred's expression turned grim. Twin life technique was a special skill that did not possess any tiers. It was a skill that utilized the aid of a treasure to produce a doppelganger with the same capabilities as the original, though both the doppelganger and the original shared the same HP. However, unlike the original, the damage the doppelganger received would be increased by 300%. While Twin Life technique boosted its users' combat power, it also increased the damage they took. The skill was a double-edged sword. If used correctly, it could display boundless power. If used badly, one would cut their own lifeline with this skill. So what if you know about the Twin Life technique? Can you tell which one is real and which is fake? Kildred did not believe that Shifeng could differentiate the true Kildred from his doppelganger. The doppelganger the Twin Life technique had created was exactly the same as the original. It was impossible to tell the difference by sight alone. Even if you identify the doppelganger, will you be able to block the attacks from both of us? Shifeng did not reply to the Great Demon. Instead, he pointed the abyssal blade towards the hall's ceiling. Suddenly, countless golden divine swords appeared above them. When these golden swords descended, 2 different damages appeared above the 2 Great Demons' heads. The Great Demon in front of Shifeng received over -5,000 damage, while the one behind Shifeng received over -15,000 damage. At this point, it was obvious which was real and which was fake. However, Shifeng was not finished with his attacks. Tightening his grip around the abyssal blade, he swung the magic weapon downwards. Abyssal Curse. Suddenly, the space within 30 yards around Shifeng took on the effects of a quagmire. The 2 Great Demon Kildreds were unable to move. Although Kildred was immune to fainted effects and other control conditions, the Abyssal Blade was as powerful as an epic weapon. Even if Abyssal Curse could not restrict the Great Demon for a full 5 seconds, to Shifeng, 2 or 3 seconds were more than enough. I've been waiting for this moment. Shifeng activated Silent Steps and appeared behind Kildred's doppelganger. Suddenly, the Abyssal Blade in Shifeng's hand released a dazzling flame. How is this possible? How can you still use that skill? Kildred's originally calm expression abruptly changed. The skill Shifeng currently used was none other than Flame Burst, the skill that had previously inflicted massive amounts of damage. However, Shifeng had used that skill recently. Now, the swordsman used it against his doppelganger once more. Die! Shifeng did not bother explaining anything to the Great Demon. In truth, while Kildred's doppelganger faced off against his doppelganger, he had used up the 30 stacks of Death Aura on Flame Burst. Each stack of Death Aura could reduce the cooldown of a skill by 3 seconds, and 30 stacks just happened to grant him 90 seconds. Once his doppelganger died, he pretended to struggle against one of the Great Demon's attacks, allowing the 2 Great Demon Kildreds to launch a pincer attack and giving him a good opportunity to deal with the Great Demon's doppelganger. 12 consecutive strikes bit into the Great Demon's immobile doppelganger. Even when Shifeng had used Flame Burst on the real Great Demon Kildred, each of his attacks had dealt over -20,000 damage. Now that the damage was amplified by 300%, each strike dealt over -60,000 damage against Kildred's doppelganger, or -120,000 damage with a critical hit. Against such frightening damages, Kildred's doppelganger died instantly. No. Kildred released a frustrated scream. Unfortunately, Twin life technique made it so that both doppelganger and the original shared the same HP. The doppelganger's death meant the original's death. The great demon Kildred would never have guessed that Shifeng was a reincarnator. Not only was Shifeng extremely familiar with many of the skills in God's domain, but he also knew the weaknesses of the various skills. After Shifeng killed the great demon Kildred, a golden glow appeared around his body. Moreover, this golden glow appeared twice in a row. Shifeng's level immediately jumped from level 32 to level 34, such an abundant amount of EXP. Shifeng said in shock as the class he possessed was the hidden class Blade Saint. The EXP he required to level up was double of what other players required. Now that he had leveled up twice in a row, not only had he earned back the level he had lost at the World Summit, but he also gained a level beyond that system. Epic Quest, Darkness Descends, completed quest rewards, Demon Slayer title, Star Moon Kingdom reputation plus 50, White River City reputation plus 500, automatically promoted to the status of Count in White River City system. Congratulations on becoming a Count of White River City. You can now employ 100 guards, including 4 personal guards. You can also enjoy a 20% discount on all expenditures in White River City, as expected of an epic quest. I've been promoted to a Count after completing a single quest. I can lessen my costs significantly when I head to the Divine Colosseum, Shifeng said, smiling. If a Viscount was considered a major noble, then a Count was a top figure among major nobles in God's domain. The highest social status a player could attain in a city like White River City was Marquis. Only in a capital city like Star Moon City could players become dukes. Thus, becoming a Count of White River City was quite impressive to players. The largest difference between a Count and a Viscount, aside from the difference in status and the number of guards they could employ, was the Divine Colosseum. The Divine Colosseum was a location where players could raise their combat power. Meanwhile, the Colosseum required magic crystals as currency. However, Viscounts or below would not receive any discounts at the Divine Colosseum. Only Counts or above would enjoy that benefit. This was also one of the reasons why many players had strived to increase their reputation and become Counts. That way, one could lessen the burden on their wallet compared to ordinary players. A Count's title held far more importance to players who owned private lands because Counts possessed much greater authority. This authority was also the capital that a player required if they wished to rise and succeed in a city. Chapter 617. Book of Legends. After the great demon Kildred died, Shifeng discovered a particularly interesting item. A design had dropped from the demon. However, this was no ordinary design. The design Kildred had dropped was nearly 4 times larger than ordinary design. Stable design. Shifeng could not help his shock after examining the item in God's domain. After players reached level 40, they could use mounts rather than relying on their own 2 feet to travel. Players could purchase common mounts from the various large cities. Of course, players were also required to have a certain amount of reputation before they could make this purchase. As for higher-ranking mounts, players could only obtain them through quests, raiding team dungeons, and killing high-ranking field bosses. Guild players had one other avenue to obtain a mount: the guild mount. Guild mounts were different from the generalized mounts that one could purchase from cities. They were mounts unique to guilds. They could also be considered the symbol of a guild. Not only did guild mounts possess higher movement speeds than common mounts, but they could also be upgraded. Only, upgrading a mount was very difficult. However, high-quality mounts were an ordinary player's dream. How could a guild obtain guild mounts? They could do so with the stable. In order to obtain a guild mount, a guild had to construct a stable in its residence and recruit NPCs to nurture the mount. Guild members could only purchase these mounts with guild contribution points in the past. To obtain a guild mount, many independent players had desperately tried to join a guild. As for why they were so desperate to obtain a guild mount, aside from guild mounts having higher movement speed and being upgradable, the key benefit was that the mounts had unique appearances. Guild mounts had different appearances from the common mounts one could purchase from cities, so if one rode a guild mount while roaming a city's streets, they would attract a lot of attention. Not only could a guild mount serve to raise the reputation of its rider, but they were great icebreakers. The mounts one could purchase from cities only consisted of horses. The only difference between them was their coloring. However, guild mounts were not limited to horses. There were many other rideable species. Based on Shifeng's knowledge, there were several thousand mount species in God's domain. Hence, most guilds would have their own unique mounts. Why were there so many species of guild mounts? It was because guild mounts were either wild beasts or demonic beasts that had been captured, tamed, cultivated, and propagated until they were finally rideable. This was why there were so many species available. Similarly, it was not easy for a guild to obtain a guild mount. This required a large amount of resources and manpower. Now that I have the stable design, I can push ahead with a plan to develop Zero Wings mount. Shifeng had considered a few locations where he could capture rare mounts in the past. The various large guilds throughout God's domain had headaches over the acquisition of their guild mounts. After all, depending on the beast they caught and the method they used to nurture said beast, the mount's attributes would be different. If a beast were nurtured properly, it could start with a rank close to bronze. The mount could also increase movement speed up to 115%. One could just imagine how beneficial this would be to a guild. While everyone used common mounts, they could obtain a mount that was close to bronze rank. With some additional nurturing, the guild would have a batch of bronze mounts. At bronze rank, mounts could assist players in battle. This alone would allow them to widen the gap between themselves and other players. Hence, in the past, the various large guilds would nurture the beasts they captured with extreme care to avoid a late start against other guilds. The sooner a guild possessed the stable design, the sooner they could start preparing their guild mounts. However, the stable design was extremely rare. The easiest method to obtain it was through raiding level 20 to level 60, 100-man team dungeons. Only, the drop rate for the design was abysmally low. In the past, even when guilds had offered to purchase a stable design for 5,000 or 6,000 gold, nobody was willing to sell theirs. Initially, Shifeng had planned to wait for everyone in the guild to grow stronger before raiding 100-man team dungeons. Now that the great demon Kildred had dropped this design, it had saved him plenty of time. After Shifeng stored the stable design excitedly, Charlene closed the Bible of Darkness and turned to Shifeng, saying softly, "Not bad. You actually managed to defeat the great demon Kildred. However, even though Kildred is dead, why is there still such a dense power of darkness lingering around you?" Seeing Charlene's confused expression, Shifeng quickly came to an understanding. He then retrieved Moloch's ring from his bag, saying, "This should be why." Moloch's ring. Charlene instantly recognized the ring. Surprised, she asked, "How did you get your hands on this ring?" "I stole it from a great demon called Nettle," Shifeng responded honestly. "Stole it?" Charlene's eyes narrowed suspiciously. She obviously did not believe Shifeng's claim. A Tier 4 great demon at full power only needed to swing his hand to wipe Shifeng out of existence. Shifeng would simply not survive an attempt to steal the ring from the great demon. Are you really not afraid of death? Or are you just that ignorant? You actually had the guts to remove the seal on the ring. Fortunately, you only obtained Moloch's ring now. I guess you are somewhat lucky. Legend has it that Moloch's ring is related to the fall of the Lord of Balrogs. Moreover, this ring is a complete legendary item. With your strength, this ring will devour you very quickly. Devour. Shifeng thought back to when the great demon Nettle had chased after him. If not for his good luck, he would have certainly died. When I say devour, I mean it in the literal sense. Do you really think a legendary item is easily controlled? Charlene rolled her eyes at Shifeng. Based on what I know, several hundred years ago, the demon that guarded this ring was a Tier 5 great demon king. After that great demon king was devoured, it became the current great demon Nettle's turn to guard it. Shifeng broke out in cold sweat upon hearing these words. At this moment, Shifeng understood what Charlene was trying to say. The so-called guardian of Moloch's ring was nothing but a sacrifice for the ring to devour. Meanwhile, those demons had been unaware of the fact that they were sacrifices. To make matters worse, he had foolishly stolen the ring without knowing this fact. If even a Tier 5 great demon king had not been able to avoid its fate, with Shifeng's current strength, he stood absolutely no chance against Moloch's ring in the past. In order to seal this ring, 10 Tier 5 powerhouses sacrificed themselves. Now that you have removed one of the seals, if you wish to seal it again, you will need the help of at least 3 Tier 5 classes. Otherwise, no matter where you go, you will not be able to hide from your fate. Seeing Shifeng's grim expression, Charlene could not help but laugh as she said, "However, I have also said that you are somewhat lucky." Lucky? Shifeng grew curious. That's ring. Your luck is quite good. You were able to obtain the real Bible of Darkness. If you had returned with a replica, even I would have no way to save your little life. Charlene rubbed her forehead lightly, saying seriously, "The Bible of Darkness is a treasure made by the Lord of Destruction. If one wields the Bible of Darkness, they can rule over every demon in existence. The Lord of Balrogs is no exception. As for why the Bible of Darkness is capable of ruling over demons, it is because the Bible is the origin of all demons. All demons have evolved from the Bible. With the Bible of Darkness, one possessed the power to restrain all demons. Of course, in its current state, it won't be able to suppress Moloch's ring. Only the complete Bible of Darkness has the power to do so. What you need to do now is repair the Bible of Darkness. Do you understand? Chapter 6:18. Target. Tier 2. Repair the Bible of Darkness? Shifeng laughed bitterly. In God's domain, some fragmented legendary items could be repaired to their peak conditions, which was legendary rank. However, very few fragmented legendary items could actually be repaired. Otherwise, legendary items wouldn't have been so rare in the past. In the case of the fragmented legendary ranked Heavenly Dragon's Breath, the ring's description clearly expressed how it could be repaired. In the case of the Bible of Darkness, however, the description only provided a vague clue. How was he supposed to repair it? Of course, it won't be easy to repair the Bible of Darkness. With your current strength, you can't repair it at all. Fortunately, you have only removed one seal on Moloch's ring thus far. You still have enough time to prepare, Charlene said slowly after perceiving the current state of Moloch's ring with her magic lady. Charlene, how long do I have? Shifeng asked rather anxiously. That depends on you. Charlene smiled as she glanced at Shifeng. Me? Shifeng was stunned. That's right. The stronger you are, the more time Moloch's ring will need to accumulate enough power to devour you. Based on your current level, you have roughly 50 to 60 days. It would be the best if you reach Tier 2 within 50 days. If you can do so, Moloch's ring will require far more power to devour you. Of course, there is a catch. If you continue releasing the seals on the ring, the speed at which the ring accumulates power will grow. Hence, the deadline depends on you. Hearing Charlene's explanation, Shifeng immediately came to a realization. In the past, the first top-tier expert to have been promoted to a Tier 2 class appeared 3 months after God's Domain launched. However, Shifeng was a Blade Saint. He required twice as much EXP as ordinary classes to level up. Although he was a reincarnator, it would still be somewhat difficult for him to become a Tier 2 class within 50 days. The issue wasn't leveling speed, but that the advancement quest was too challenging and time-consuming. Hence, in the past, even top-tier experts had only obtained their Tier 2 classes 3 months after the game launched. The advancement quest for hidden classes were far more difficult, and the time required to complete them was much longer. If he had to complete his advancement quest within 50 days, he really didn't have much confidence of succeeding. If he had 60 days instead, then he would have significantly more confidence. Yet, the deadline Charlene had given him ranged between 50 and 60 days. Who knew how much time he actually had? Because of how specific Charlene was, Shifeng even began to wonder if the main god system set such a deadline purposefully. You are already very lucky. If you had not acquired the Bible of Darkness, Moloch's ring would not have required so much time to devour you. However, with your current strength, you have no chance of repairing the Bible of Darkness. Look for me again once you are promoted to Tier 2. Charlene waved her hand lightly. The Bible of Darkness then floated to and hovered before Shifeng. Oh right. Don't forget about the task I gave you. Finished speaking, Charlene vanished. There was no trace of her throughout the Star Moon Hall. This is will projection, Shifeng stated, shocked when he saw Charlene disappear. Will projection was not a profound skill or something similar. It was an ordinary Tier 4 skill. In the past, many Tier 4 magical class players had known how to use the skill. However, the doppelganger summoned through will projection only possessed a small portion of the original strength. The doppelganger could not be used as a fighting force. It was a skill normally used for probing and reconnaissance. Yet, it had not been Charlene who had summoned a demon gate and suppressed a Tier 4 great demon with a Tier 5 curse, but her doppelganger. Charlene had easily completed these feats by relying on a weakened copy. In terms of strength, she definitely stood at the very top among Tier 5 NPCs. When Shifeng recovered from his shock, he discovered that the Bible of Darkness had undergone some changes. Bible of Darkness, fragmented legendary item. The Bible of Darkness had been destroyed during the Great Destruction. However, the power of darkness contained within the Bible is extreme. If one can gather the other fragments, they can restore the Bible's power, gaining dominance over all demonic creatures and become the Lord of Demons. Skill 1. Demon Summoning. Summons the demon gate with the power of darkness, calling forth a random demon that is no higher than 1 tier and 10 levels than the summoner. Maximum tier cannot exceed Tier 5. The holder of the Bible of Darkness can command the summoned demon for up to 5 hours cooldown. 3 hours. Skill 2. Gate of Darkness. Allows teleportation to the Dark Denver. Can also be used in the Dark Den to teleport to the outside world. Can teleport a maximum of 5 people at a single time cooldown. 1 day. Skill 3. Light of Darkness. Strengthen a player with the power of darkness, allowing said player to wield the power of darkness. Can strengthen up to a maximum of 600 people. Every player strengthened provides one source of darkness to the wielder of the Bible of Darkness. Skill 4. Power of Darkness. Fill your body with the power of darkness, increasing all attributes by 60%, decreasing cooldown of all skills by 30%, and increase damage by 50%. Duration will be equal to the number of source of darkness * 1 second. Power of Darkness cannot stack. Can only strengthen players up to a maximum of Tier 5 classes. Cooldown. 6 hours. So that's the case. It's no wonder Fantasy Extinguisher had stopped using the Bible of Darkness replica after reaching Tier 4. Shifeng was overjoyed after seeing the Bible of Darkness's attributes in the past. There had been 2 reasons why Fantasy Extinguisher was able to become a tyrant among Tier 3 classes. One was his reliance on the demon he summoned, and the other was the power of darkness. However, the demons Fantasy Extinguisher could summon had only been as strong as their summoner, possessing the same tier. Moreover, he could only summon a maximum of 1 demon at a time. Even so, it had been quite impressive. After all, a demon of the same tier was a lot more powerful than a monster of the same tier. Although it still could not compare to a fine gold-ranked personal guard, demons that died could be resummoned. On the other hand, if a player's personal guard died, they would have to go through a lot of trouble to resurrect said guard. However, the Bible of Darkness replica Fantasy Extinguisher had obtained most likely could only be used up to Tier 3. On the other hand, the real article in Shifeng's hand could be used up to Tier 5. The gap between the real and the fake was massive. The most frightening aspect of the real Bible of Darkness was the fact that it was capable of summoning a demon that was 1 rank higher than the summoner. Shifeng was currently Tier 1, so he could summon a Tier 2 demon. When he reached Tier 2, he would be able to summon a Tier 3 demon. With this, who could possibly challenge him? The only unfortunate thing was that the skill summoned a random demon. There was no guarantee that he would summon a demon of a higher tier. Meanwhile, Power of Darkness was a berserk skill that was famous throughout God's domain. Although the skill did not increase one's attributes much, its duration was extremely long. It was at least 2 or 3 times longer than ordinary berserker skills. Moreover, there were no side effects. Fantasy Extinguisher's Power of Darkness lasted 6 minutes, while mine can last up to 10 minutes. Even the number of people I can buff has increased to 600. Shifeng's heart burned with passion when he thought of forming his own Black Demon Legion, a Black Demon Legion with a total of 600 members. As long as the members of the Black Demon Legion were around the same level, they could definitely go on a crusade against a town controlled by the forces of darkness, capturing it and constructing their own guild town. Shifeng then stored the Bible of Darkness. The Bible of Darkness was not equipment. It could take effect even from inside a bag. Hence, it was extremely difficult for others to plunder it. Now that Shifeng had the Bible of Darkness, he would not waste any more time. He immediately departed from the library and headed towards Zero Wing's residence by way of horse carriage. On his way, Shifeng contacted Aqua Rose. Aqua, have the members of the main force gather at the residence. Shifeng said, guild leader, the main force is currently raiding a dungeon. Our efforts will go down the drain if we recall them now. Many guilds in White River City have already reached the final boss. Aqua Rose did not understand Shifeng's intentions. Currently, the various large guilds in White River City desperately vied for the first clear of the 50-man team dungeon, Ruins of the Crow God. If they recalled Zero Wing's main force right now, they would have wasted a lot of precious time. Relax. It won't be a problem. Shifeng was very familiar with the final boss in the Ruins of the Crow God. It will not be that easy to raid. Smiling, he said, moreover, I'm calling them back to help them clear the dungeon. Guild leader, are you serious? Aqua Rose grew excited. To conquer the Ruins of the Crow God, the various large guilds had tried every hand and exhausted every ounce of brainpower they had. They have never encountered such a difficult dungeon boss before. They were truly helpless against it. Everyone could only try to force their way through the boss again and again. If they had a raiding strategy, then they would have a much easier time dominating the dungeon, of course. When have I ever lied to you? Shifeng laughed. Okay. I'll notify them right away. Aqua Rose's eyes shone with renewed passion. After disconnecting her call with Shifeng, she immediately notified Zero Wing's main force. Chapter 619. Generation of Talents. Inside the 50-man team dungeon, the ruins of the crow god. A black crow that stood over 30 meters high currently spewed endless blue flames, turning the surrounding landscape into a sea of fire. Any players that came into contact with these blue flames would die within 3 seconds. This black crow was none other than the final boss of the dungeon, the Blue Fire Crow King. Blue Fire Crow King, High Lord, Level 28. HP 10, 000, 000/10, 000, 000. Although a High Lord ranked dungeon boss was slightly weaker than a field boss of the same level and rank, its HP was several times higher. In addition, dungeon bosses also possessed some special skills, making them much harder to take down than field bosses. It was especially true for the final boss of a dungeon. These bosses usually possessed very high intelligence, so they knew how to strike at a team's weak points. Because of this, survival demanded significantly more cooperation between players. To put it simply, the final boss of a dungeon was a test of sorts of a team's ability to work with each other. If one wished to emerge victorious against such a boss, there were only 2 ways to do so. The first was to rely on the composite strength of teamwork. The second was to rely on overwhelming power. However, to the current players in God's domains, both were extremely hard to achieve. Careful! Dodge the flames. Anyone who has touched the flames, distance yourselves from the group immediately. Fire Dance shouted sternly. These blue flames were one of the Blue Fire Crow King's team wipe skills. It would have been fine if the Sea of Fire only prevented players from approaching the High Lord. However, these flames were like a plague. Players who had touched the fire would inflict -2,000 damage to other players within a radius of 10 yards once every 3 seconds. That amount of damage was more than half of a cloth armor class's HP. Moreover, this plague formed a chain reaction, jumping from player to player as they neared their teammates. If not dealt with properly, the debuff would make quick work of the entire team. Fortunately, none of the 50 players present were greenhorns. They had already fought the Blue Fire Crow King dozens of times, so every one of them was extremely familiar with the High Lord's attacks. The moment the Crow King began to spew the blue flames, everyone instantly moved to dodge the attack. However, the flames still struck a few unfortunate players, so they had no choice but to distance themselves from the rest of the team. After the Blue Fire Crow King stopped spewing its fire, it squinted as it focused on one of the healers standing at the rear line. Flapping its wings, it created a storm as it soared into the sky. The Crow King then spread its massive wings, blotting out the sun as it prepared to swoop down towards that healer. Damn! It's targeting Violet. Fire Dance frowned. Hurriedly she shouted, "Cola, use Iron Will." Ow! Cola, who was as robust as a bear, shouted. In the blink of an eye, his body began to emit a golden glow, making it impossible for others to ignore him. Cola instantly attracted the Crow King's attention. The crow wings' steel-like wings then descended on Cola's head. Iron Will, Tier 1 skill. Forces all nearby enemies to attack user and increases defense by 70% for 4 seconds. If enemy ignores user, strength increases by 70%, speed increases by 100%, and damage increases by 100% for 5 seconds. Cooldown. 2 minutes. A Guardian Knight's strength was already quite high. If Cola's strength increased by another 70% and his damage increased by another 100%, even a boss of the same level would find his attacks too much to bear. Hence, the Crow King had no choice but to attack Cola. Boom! The Crow King's black wings possessed a massive amount of attack power. Upon contact, the boss repelled Cola, the Guardian Knight having no choice but to retreat 8 steps before he could stabilize himself. Despite having blocked the attack with his shield, Cola still received over -800 damage. Its battering dive really packs a punch. Cola hurriedly used his shield to block the High Lord's follow-up attacks. Every collision numbed his arms and forced him to retreat by multiple steps. If his defense had not been increased by 70%, he would have easily received over 1,000 damage. The Crow King would attack more than a dozen times in quick succession when using battering dive. If Cola received every single attack, he would die without question. While Cola's HP rapidly decreased, Violet Cloud, who stood at the rear of the team, waved her jade-like hand. Healing spells then landed on Cola, one after another, causing Cola's HP to yo-yo. Her heals were very timely. In the end, Violet Cloud managed to stabilize Cola's HP above a safe threshold, letting the Guardian Knight avoid the fate of instant death at the hands of the Blue Fire Crow King. Thanks to Violet Cloud's precise and powerful healing, The entire team had an easy time dealing with the Blue Fire Crow King. Violet Cloud was the only healer responsible for the lead MT. This situation freed the other healers to focus on keeping the other members of the team alive, allowing the team to avoid losing members to one of the boss's minor skills. Meanwhile, the other ranged classes took the opportunity to barrage the High Lord with a stream of attacks. When Cola's Iron Will ended, the Blue Fire Crow King shifted its focus back to Violet Cloud. However, just as the Crow King was about to deal with the Astromancer, the female Guardian Knight, Turtledove, similarly activated Iron Will and forced the Crow King to attack her instead. Turtledove was a Guardian Knight Feng had encountered in White River City's teleportation hall during the incident with the Mechanical Slayer. Back then, she had only been at the standard of an elite player. Now, however, she had become a member of Zero Wing's main force. Of Zero Wing's Guardian Knights, she was only inferior to Cola and Yi Wumian. Unfortunately, as her equipment was slightly inferior, she required 2 healers to maintain her HP above a safe threshold. While the MTs held the boss, Fire Dance and the other melee players of the team assaulted the Blue Fire Crow King with a continuous stream of attacks. The true fire blades in Fire Dance's hands transformed into countless streaks of light. Every one of her attacks dealt over -1,000 damage. The total damage Fire Dance dealt surpassed even Blackie, who wielded an epic staff. Meanwhile, among the melee players, one berserker stood out like a sore thumb. Although this berserker's weapon was only a level 25 fine gold greatsword, his total damage ranked 7th in the entire team. He was none other than Shadow Sword, the person who had accompanied Turtledove during the Mechanical Slayer incident. Shadow Sword was almost equally matched with Rampant Blade, one of the 5 demon generals, and the berserker ranked 6th in terms of total damage within the team. However, unlike Shadow Sword, the weapon Rampant Blade used was a level 25 dark gold two-handed saber. However, although Rampant Blade's weapon possessed significantly higher attack power than Shadow Sword's fine gold greatsword, the 2 berserkers were almost equal in terms of their total damage. One could see clearly just how high Shadow Sword's skill completion rate was. Shadow, you're improving too fast. Your skill completion rate was roughly 78% yesterday. Yet, today, it's sitting at 80%. It seems that my position as number 1 berserker will soon be in danger, Rampant Blade said, depressed. That's because you're not working hard enough. Shadow Sword has either been raiding dungeons or visiting the Divine Colosseum to improve himself, Yi Wumian, who had been the workshop's past leader, said contemptuously. All right, enough. Focus on the boss. Fire Dance reprimanded. In reality, other than Shadow Sword, many other powerful recruits had joined Zero Wing's main force. This allowed the strength of Zero Wing's current main force to improve significantly. At this point in the fight, the Blue Fire Crow King only had 50% of its HP remaining. Die, intruders! The Blue Fire Crow King bellowed. Cola, take care of the boss. The other MTs and melees will deal with the small mobs. Fire Dance shouted, her expression turning grim a moment later. Over a dozen 3-meter-tall blue fire crows descended from the sky. Every one of these blue fire crows was a level 28 special elite, each with 300,000 HP. It would be extremely difficult with them all. If players did not dispatch these blue fire crows swiftly, these monsters would grow using the only skill they possessed, growth. When the blue fire crows used this skill, they would instantly become chieftain-ranked monsters, their maximum HPs reaching 700,000. If the battle dragged on for too long, they could even become lords that possessed 1,500,000 HP. Even a more powerful team could not contend with a high lord in addition to over a dozen lords. A few minutes later, a group of players emerged from the ruins of the Crow God's Resurrection Point. Meanwhile, quite a few teams took this chance to relax around the Resurrection Point. Among them were the various large guilds of White River City. The Blue Fire Crow King had wiped them all out. When everyone saw this new group of players appear, they all could not help but gaze at these players with admiration. This group was none other than Zero Wing's main force. They were the team with the best equipment of all the teams in White River City. Those blue fire crows are too difficult to deal with. Our overall DPS is still too low, Blackie stated dispiritedly. It would be awesome if Guild Leader joined us. With his DPS, we can breeze through this boss. The other members of Zero Wing's main force nodded in agreement. In their opinion, Feng was no longer a human. He alone could serve as an entire team. Suddenly, Fire Dance received a call from Aqua Rose. After exchanging a few words, Joy appeared on Fire Dance's face. Let's head back to the city and rest for a bit, Fire Dance said through the team chat. Return? Aren't we supposed to try 5 or 6 more times today? Blackie asked, surprised. Didn't you want Guild Leader to raid with us? Fire Dance grinned. Guild Leader has just returned, and he's telling us to head back to the residence immediately. He says that he has something to tell us and that it's related to the dungeon really. Everyone was suddenly excited. We'll know once we get back. Saying so, Fire Dance took out a return scroll and began chanting. Everyone else followed her example. One after another. Look! Zero Wing's main force is leaving. Are they giving up on the dungeon? Probably. The final boss of the ruins of the Crow God is really too powerful. They must have guessed that no team will clear it anytime soon, so why bother wasting their time here? Many teams that had watched Zero Wing carefully before chatting among themselves. Chapter 620. Frightening Power of Darkness. After Zero Wing's main force left the ruins of the Crow God, the news spread like wildfire. If one were to point out which guild in White River City had the highest chances of obtaining the first clear of the ruins of the Crow God, it would undoubtedly be Zero Wing. Not only did Zero Wing's team possess excellent equipment, but it also had plenty of experts. Following Zero Wing would be Overwhelming Smile and the other guilds. It was especially true for the recently established guild, Heaven's Burial. The new guild's rating speed was only slightly slower than Zero Wing and Overwhelming Smile leader. It seems that Zero Wing has left. A level 28 ranger in gray reported to a youth in white robes. Everyone's already at the point of clearing the dungeon, yet Zero Wing has given up? The white-robed youth pondered the situation. He was greatly confused about Zero Wing's actions. Leader. Zero Wing must have determined that they aren't able to raid the final boss and gave up. A gorgeous woman wearing low-cut crimson robes commented, smirking. Everyone talks about how Zero Wing has so many experts. Now, however, it seems that they only amount to this. Despite our Heaven's Burial having such a late start, we still caught up to Zero Wing's raid progression of the ruins of the Crow God, reaching the 3rd phase of the final boss. As long as we familiarize ourselves with the boss's 3rd phase, today might be the day we surpass Zero Wing and become the first guild in White River City to reach the 4th phase of the final boss. Hearing this beautiful woman's words, pride appeared on every face in the team. Leader. Just ignore Zero Wing. We are the experts the company has recruited. Zero Wing arrived in White River City only a few days before us. If we had arrived earlier, Zero Wing would not necessarily be White River City's overlord, a tall and robust level 28 berserker said, laughing. Although Heaven's Burial was a newly established guild, the power backing the guild was much stronger than even the power behind Overwhelming Smile. Moreover, their company had paid a huge price to recruit quite a few well-known experts in the virtual gaming world. Among them, the commander of Heaven's Burial's main force, Flame Blood, had been crowned as one of the top 10 newcomers of the virtual gaming world during the previous year. He had once been an expert who had become an overlord in a large-scale virtual reality game. Now that Flame Blood and so many other experts have arrived in White River City, if they could not surpass Zero Wing, they would have wasted their many years of playing virtual reality games indeed. Regardless of what Zero Wing does, we will be the ones to obtain the first clear of the ruins of the Crow God, Flame Blood said, revealing a refreshing smile. Soon, Ghost Shadow and the others will arrive. At that time, Heaven's Burial will claim the ruins of the Crow God in one fell swoop. Hearing the name Ghost Shadow, a hint of reverence appeared in everyone's eyes. The Ghost Shadow Workshop was one of the industry's first-rate gaming workshop. It had came conflicted with super guilds in many virtual reality games before. The strength of the workshop's core members was extraordinary. Meanwhile, in terms of popularity, Ghost Shadow was even superior to the Snow Goddess, Gentle Snow and the guild leader of Star Alliance. Galaxy Pass 2 days ago, the company successfully purchased Ghost Shadow Workshop, rebranding the workshop's members as members of Heaven's Burial. Heaven's Burial's strength soared instantly and even showed signs of surpassing Zero Wing. Aside from Heaven's Burial, Overwhelming Smile had also made ample preparations in order to conquer the ruins of the Crow God. War Wolf, who had been based in Maple City, had come to White River City. In addition, he brought with him a group of experts with domineering auras. If Shurfeng were present, he would definitely be shocked, as a few of War Wolf's team actually consisted of Ouroboros' top combatants. Among them was the gifted Soaring Snake, who had undergone a massive change. Not only had he reached level 29, but he also carried 2 blue long swords whose quality could not be determined. The 2 long swords looked identical, and it was obvious that they were a set. Brother Wolf, now that Zero Wing has given up, the rest will be up to you. Feng Xianyang addressed War Wolf respectfully after facing a series of failures. Feng Xuanyang's position in Underworld had fallen significantly. However, he had not given up. As long as Overwhelming Smile obtained the first clear of the ruins of the Crow God, he still had a chance to make a comeback. Hence, he had specifically invited War Wolf and the others to help him. Young Master Feng, you can rest assured. God's domain is not a one-man game. Even if Black Flame is more powerful, his capabilities inside a large-scale dungeon are limited. With Boss Wolf taking the lead with our expert support, the ruins of the Crow God's first clear will be ours for the taking, an elementalist said confidently. War Wolf only nodded silently. After the third evolution of God's domain, the powers backing the various large guilds had begun placing importance on the experts in God's domain. As War Wolf possessed extraordinary strength, his position in Underworld rose rapidly. Not only did Underworld supply him and his team with all sorts of resources, but the organization had also mobilized the guilds under their control in order to gear up War Wolf and the others. In terms of equipment, their team was only slightly inferior to Zero Wing's main force right now. While Overwhelming Smile and Heaven's Burial prepared to go all out in raiding the ruins of the Crow God, things were getting extraordinarily lively in Zero Wing's residence in White River City. Guild leader is finally willing to lead us in a dungeon. I want to see just what sort of reaction those bastards from Overwhelming Smile will have once we leave them in our dust. Cola laughed loudly. Guild leader said that he would lead us in a dungeon the last time. He's finally fulfilling his promise, Yi Wumian said, laughing as well. Zero Wing had already proven its strength to the public many a time through the wars they've participated in. However, regardless of how capable a guild was in PvP, their ability to raid large-scale dungeons was far more important. Only when they obtained the first clear of the ruins of the Crow God would they truly stabilize their position as White River City's overlords. Otherwise, other guilds would always try to rise up and overtake Zero Wing. However, compared to White River City's overlord position, what everyone truly anticipated was for sure Feng to lead them in a large-scale dungeon personally. That way they could learn far more from him. It would be a huge help towards improving their own strength. A moment later, the doors of the meeting room abruptly opened. Sure Feng slowly entered the room. He had already used the demon mask to recover Black Flame's appearance. Although there were no changes to Black Flame's character, his aura was much stronger than before. Everyone was shocked by this change. Originally, Sure Feng's aura had been contained, making him seem like only an ordinary passerby. However, after undergoing a series of challenges that pushed him to his very limits, his strength had improved vastly. At this moment, his previous strength could not compare. He would require some time before he could sheath his aura once more. Taking his seat on the guild leader's throne, Sure Feng swept a glance over everyone present and said slowly, "The reason why I've called you guys back is to notify you of one thing. You could also say that this is a core secret of Zero Wing." Upon hearing the words, core secret, everyone immediately fell silent. "There's no point in just telling you. I'll give you a demonstration," Sure Feng announced, smiling faintly. He then shifted his gaze to the Berserker Shadow Sword, saying, "Shadow Sword, come over here for a moment." Shadow Sword revered Sure Feng. Ever since watching Sure Feng battle at the teleportation hall, Shadow Sword had been mesmerized by Sure Feng's combat techniques. He had watched and learned from Sure Feng's battle videos repeatedly, hoping to grasp even the tiniest fraction of Sure Feng's techniques. Hearing Sure Feng call for him, despite his normal calm, he involuntarily grew excited. Immediately, he walked up to his guild leader. Sure Feng stretched out his hand, a black ball the size of a fist suddenly condensing in his palm. The center of the ball looked like a miniature universe. It was fascinating. Sure Feng snapped his fingers. This black ball then melded into Shadow Sword's body. When this black ball vanished into Shadow Sword's body, the Berserker's aura changed. Suddenly, Shadow Sword released a frightening aura resembling that of a demonic beast. "This is..." Shadow Sword looked at himself in shock. He had never experienced such a strong force before. With Shadow Sword's astounded reaction, there was no need to mention everyone else's, who possessed acute five senses so strong. Fire Dance faintly felt a sense of danger when she looked at Shadow Sword. Chapter 621. Sensation. As the commander of Zero Wing's main force, Fire Dance had a very clear understanding of every member's strength. Although Shadow Sword had improved quite significantly during this period, his combat power only ranked slightly above average for the team. He was not capable of making her feel even the slightest hint of danger. However, the Shadow Sword standing before her was vastly different. It was as if he had transformed into an ancient beast, dangerous and threatening. In the blink of an eye, after receiving Lei Bao and Sure Feng's continuous guidance, Fire Dance had mostly learned how to control her body's power. She had already taken half a step into the refinement realm. Her skill completion rates hovered around 85% as a result. She was considered a true top-tier expert after factoring in the powerful attributes of her Tier 1 set equipment, the Dark Melody set equipment. Very few players could triumph over her. Only monsters like Feng could possibly defeat her. Now, Fire Dance felt that Shadow Sword had a chance against her. One could just imagine how massive of a buff Shadow Sword had received guild leader. What is going on here? Aqua Rose fixed her gaze on Feng. She very much wanted to know what had just happened. Everyone present turned to Feng as well, all of them sharing the same thought as Aqua Rose. If a few more of their team members suddenly become as strong as Shadow Sword, they would no longer be stuck at the Blue Fire Crow King's third phase. Every player here was a core member of Zero Wing. To ordinary players, they were considered absolute experts. Not only did they possess incomparably acute senses, but their intuitions were also very sensitive. Only by sheathing one's aura perfectly could they fool these players. Feng during their previous encounter was an example. Before this, he could hide his aura completely and disguise himself as an ordinary passerby. Players only realized what a monster Feng actually was after he took action, seeing the fervent gazes directed at him. Feng could not help but laugh as he said, "I obtained an item that can increase a player's strength. As for how much of an improvement it grants, you guys can see that for yourselves." The power of darkness could increase a player's basic attributes by 30%. An increase of 30% was the equivalent of a player's combat power reaching a whole new level. For example, if a player possessed Tier 1 intermediate combat power, after their attributes increased by 30%, their combat power would approach the peak of Tier 1. Shadow Sword was currently level 28, and his strength was near the top of Tier 1 intermediate. He was close to approaching Tier 1 advanced. After the power of darkness's enhancement, his combat power would rise to the peak of Tier 1. Meanwhile, Fire Dance, who was currently level 30, already possessed combat power at the peak of Tier 1. Facing Shadow Sword, who similarly possessed combat power at the peak of Tier 1, it was only natural for Fire Dance to feel some danger from the Berserker. Of course, the power of darkness did not permanently increase a player's attributes. Rather, it gave players a Berserk skill that they could activate freely. Only, this Berserker skill had a slightly longer duration than ordinary Berserk skills. The power of darkness lasted a full 10 minutes and had a cooldown of 5 hours. Shadow Sword's sudden strength boost was due to the fact that the power of darkness had just melded with the Berserker, resulting in the Berserk skill activating immediately. However, this effect only lasted several seconds. Once it was over, the Berserk skill would become an active skill that players could use at any time. This had been the true power of the Black Demon Legion. Berserk skills were extremely rare in the entire God's domain. If every member of a legion possessed a Berserk skill that lasted 10 full minutes, one could just imagine how frightening they would be. This was also why the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's Blood Legion had not been a match for the Fantasy Shrine's Black Demon Legion in the past guild leader. How many people can that tool strengthen? As the vice leader of the guild, Aqua Rose was particularly concerned about this. If they could enhance many players, they could definitely raise the main force's combat power to a whole new level. Everyone's hearts began to pound upon hearing Aqua Rose's question. They, too, wished to become stronger like Shadow Sword. However, they all knew that such a buff could only be used on a limited number of players. It would not be easy to obtain a spot for themselves. Relax. Every member of the main force can obtain this power. Feng did not reveal the exact numbers to his guildmates. There were a total of 100 members in Zero Wing's main force. In addition, there were 200 reserve members. The 600 slots he had on hand were more than enough to go around everyone? Guild leader, you're not joking, right? Aqua Rose was inwardly thunderstruck. She seriously doubted Feng's claim. If every member of Zero Wing's main force could possess this power, then they could display astonishing combat power. Not to mention the hard mode ruins of the Crow God, they could even try Hell mode. I have not finished. I plan to choose some members from the second echelon to form the Black Demon Legion. This legion will focus on dealing with field bosses and 20-man Hell mode team dungeons. I'll leave this matter to you, Aqua. Feng did not wish to waste his remaining power of darkness in the past. One of the duties of the Fantasy Shrine's Black Demon Legion was to grind and collect equipment through raiding various 10-man and 20-man Hell mode team dungeons in a guild. Even the elite teams would struggle to raid 10-man and 20-man Hell mode team dungeons. With the power of darkness, however, the difficulty of dungeons would fall sharply. It would be much easier to clear dungeons in the future. It was also this reason that it allowed the Fantasy Shrine to amass a ton of wealth. The greatest asset they could gain from raiding Hell mode dungeons was magic crystals. Normal mode dungeons very rarely dropped magic crystals. However, it was a different story for Hell mode dungeons. The drop rate in Hell mode dungeons was more than 10 times that of normal mode. The magic crystals could then be used to train the guild's elites and experts. Hence, Fantasy Shrine's overall strength had steadily increased in the past. In the end, the guild had become the overlord of the Black Dragon Empire, and even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had been forced to give way to Fantasy Shrine in this life. Shurfeng could use the power of darkness on far more players than Fantasy Extinguisher had been able to. Naturally, he had to utilize this benefit properly. A short moment later, every official member of Zero Wing's main force received the power of darkness. To Fire Dance and Violet Cloud, a 30% increase in attributes was colossal. Their combat power had already been at the peak of Tier 1. After using the power of darkness, they even qualified to contend with a Lord, which was the equivalent of a Tier 2 class by themselves. Although they still could not win against a Lord, they could hold one off for a relatively long time. They could almost rival a great expert such as War Wolf. Only they still lacked techniques. After strengthening the main force, Shurfeng led Fire Dance and the others towards the ruins of the Crow God. Although Shurfeng still had many things he needed to attend to, such as the teleportation magic array and the stables, the construction of these two required materials. These materials could only be obtained from large-scale team dungeons. Hence, there was no point in focusing on those items for now. An hour or so later, ruins of the Crow God. An extremely tense atmosphere surrounded the 50-man team dungeon. Players crowded the vast plains around the ruins. The majority of these players consisted of guild players. The various large guilds in White River City knew that this was the juncture for the final sprint to claim the first clear of the ruins of the Crow God. It was highly possible that a lucky guild would obtain the first clear in the next second. Hence, many guilds' members anxiously waited outside the dungeon's entrance. If their guild's team required any tasks or additional supplies, these idle members would rush to get it done or delivered. Look, it's Zero Wing. Ha! Why are they here again? I thought they gave up? I don't think so. Look, even Black Flame has shown up. They must plan to go all out. This is going to be interesting. Just before this, Heaven's Burial also received backup from a group of experts. I heard that those experts were members of the Ghost Shadow Workshop. Every one of them is incredibly strong. As for Overwhelming Smile, they too dispatched a lot of experts. I wonder which of the three will emerge wearing the crown? I'm betting on Heaven's Burial. They have Ghost Shadow leading the team. Even super guilds are trying to annex the Ghost Shadow Workshop. Moreover, Heaven's Burial entered the dungeon a while ago. Zero Wing has only just arrived. Most likely, they are already too late. Upon noticing Zero Wing's arrival, everyone in front of the ruins of the Crow God began chatting among themselves. Guild leader, we have trouble. I've heard of Ghost Shadow before. He is definitely an expert among experts. Moreover, he has a group of reliable teammates with him. Now that they've been in the dungeon for quite some time, it will be difficult to compete over the first clear. Aqua Rose frowned slightly. She had heard plenty about Ghost Shadow. Shurfeng shook his head. Laughing, he said, "Who says we're competing over the first clear of hard mode?" Everyone turned to Shurfeng in shock. However, before they could react, Shurfeng selected the dungeon's Hell mode difficulty. In the next moment, every member of the team was teleported into the dungeon.